That's my main interest, is the ontological argument. If you look into Anselm and SELM, it's the argument of that which nothing greater can be conceived. That's a really good thing to look into. And then I've been, just sort of lurking PNR, and a lot of the debates start with like, do you deny denying things, or asking a question that forces a presupposition. It's like, do you deny things? If they say yes, the answer is yes, I deny things. If they say no, the answer is yes, I deny things. It sounds simple, but it actually, sort of branches off into a bunch of key arguments in these topics. You guess like any?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I know there's lots of details about the existence of God, and I sort of know the rough outlines of some of the arguments, but I'm not that skilled in all the details.
That's my favorite topic. I try not to bring it up too much here. If it's already happening, I'll like chime in here and there, but I don't think that's everyone's favorite topic.
Right.
I like it.
Matthew, I was just thinking about this kind of as like an analogy, and I just wondered how your view like either agrees with this or differs from it. Like when we're talking about like the idea of a god or a source or a creator of some sort. So I was thinking of like the analogy of like a computer. So if you have a computer and you have all the microchips and software, etc., and there's like we all know that like the kind of the source of the computer is like the microchips and the actual inner workings of it. And then out of those inner workings, it's kind of an analogy I'm trying to bring to life here. But so out of those inner workings of the computer, you get whatever comes up on the screen. You get this image or that image, different expressions of that source. But if you were to go all the way to the source, you would just go from whatever, that whatever's happening on the screen is coming from, the computer chips. And you could even then go to like the electrostatic, impulses and so on. But that like that's the source. So you just have the source, and then you have whatever the expression of the source is coming out through the screen, obviously with all the factors involved with the things that come together to make whatever displays on the screen. You have software and hardware and all that stuff, memory, etc. Now that would kind of be the idea, linking that to consciousness, that like could almost be said that we are like what's on the computer screen. Like we're seeing all these different things, but there's a source. There's some kind of like a motherboard, let's say, where it just goes from what we're experiencing all the way to the source, versus the idea that a god would be like something separate, like a being that's separate in some way, which I know, at least to some degree, it seems like Christianity, has that idea, although I don't want to strawman or anything, but that it is like a separate kind of. So I guess my question to you is like, is that how you see it? And then how does that compare to the idea of there just being a source rather than like a separate being? And then I guess the question would be, if you do think it's a separate being, how have you confirmed that, or how do you know that to be the case, if for you, or how do you speculate it or think about, that does exist, that it is a separate being?
So philosophically, Christians and probably Muslims and Jews too would be categorized as substance dualists, which means that we believe in the material world is separate from the spiritual world, and that human beings are made up of an immaterial aspect, your mind, which is separate from your brain and your body. The account you gave of the computer is physicalist all the way up and down. It's like just chips and silicons and atoms and electricity at the bottom and way up at the top. Yeah, you can see different things emerging from that. Most atheists would say that we are just the physical body, and that our consciousness emerges sort of floating on top of that somehow. I'm not sure exactly. In fact, it's sort of a hard problem. Nobody really knows how to define consciousness that way. But I would say that God exists separate from the physical world, and we humans are a combination, embodied souls, basically. We are our soul, but we also have a body, and we need both to function properly.
Yeah, no, I followed all that, and I hear what you're saying about the computer going down to physical, but it was just an analogy, because if I were to go deeper with the analogy, it could be the idea that like at the root of the motherboard and the computer would be like, an omnipotent, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, source of consciousness, or like an actual, which would have like infinite, power and capacity to do anything. So instead of just being like computer chips, and then you link that on the other side with like the atheists who think that consciousness just comes from some kind of a material, process in the body. And I hear you on that as well. But I guess the analogy I was more saying was that, at the source would be a profound source of consciousness that would have like, all knowledge, all power, and so on. But yeah, I followed what you were saying as well. And I hear you about the material dualism. Well, then I guess my question would be like, well, then how do you know, or think, or would you say or is it just that you speculate that it is a separate being, and then it's not just a source from which you came, and that you are the source as well? Like how the isolation that it is a separate being that you would then call God and say that it's something separate from you.
So Gio, this is where we always end up, I guess.
I know we've had combos this before.
The basic idea is that we Christians call ourselves we believe in twoism, that there's two types of fundamental things in reality. One is the creator, and two is the creation. Whereas oneism is the idea that all is God, and that you just need to find the God within you, and that matter and trees and rocks all have divinity, the spark of the divinity inside of them. And so that would be the general difference between sort of paganism / Eastern religions versus Western religions that would see God as separate. And I think that rationally, the twoism is the only one that makes sense, because in order for the universe to exist, it can't just create itself. It has to have a cause from external, and that's why there's two, not just one. So that's a general answer to your question.
Well, I hear you. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to downplay your answer, but like on a philosophical level, I hear what you're saying with that. But I guess the question would be, like, how have you isolated that it is a separate being? Because I mean, to even kind of somewhat counteract what you were saying, why couldn't something of infinite power or capacity create all these numerous experiences of consciousness within itself? Why would there have to be something separate? Even though I know you're kind of saying that philosophically, like that's an idea, but like, yeah, I guess if you want to respond to that, but then also like the question of then, are you claiming you know this to be the case, or is it just like a theory that there's a separate being?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, because if you want to like find some proof or rationale for what I believe, then I think you're stuck sitting with philosophy and all these esoteric arguments about separateness versus the creator versus creation distinction and all that type of stuff. But if you're trying to like feel it or know it on some level, I don't know. I would just report that I feel like I'm not the creator. I didn't make this universe. I feel like my relationship with God is with an other, not with a part of myself or something like that. That doesn't give you a very solid answer. I'm just reporting why I think it's true. But yeah, I just don't think I created this universe.
But if that source had infinite capacity, you agree that it could create you, that forgot that you created you? If it's infinitely powerful?
No, like I said, I think there are philosophical reasons why that doesn't work rationally. So no, I don't think that it could.
So is your approach more of like trying to use like philosophy or like logical ideas, like mostly for it, or is there any like direct experience or way that you would know that this God is a separate being? Meaning like something that you would, like if you met it, you'd be like, oh, hey, how are you? Something that would feel separate when you got to the end of the journey, let's say, of what like this whole thing is all about, like at the actual root of it, that when you get there, it'll actually be a separate being, versus you being like, oh yeah, I did this whole thing essentially, or like, coming to some kind of like a more source consciousness. Like, I'm not trying to downplay the philosophical conceptualization of it, but I'm saying like, for you, is it more conceptual, or is there anything like either experiential or something more direct that you would know that there is this other being that exists, as it were, at the source, rather than something more akin to like a larger part of your being, or a larger part of your consciousness, or however that could be worded?
Yeah, so you're asking the biggest of questions, which is epistemology. How do you know things? And obviously, my general idea for all type of truth is like, hey, I want to find out the truth. I'm going to marshal all the resources available to me, both personal experience and philosophical ideas, and just sort of thinking about it all those types of things. So yeah, those are big questions. But yeah, I would put all those things together, look at all the evidence, and to me, I think it feels to me like when I pray to God, when I relate to God, that He is a separate person than me. Philosophically, it makes sense that He made the universe and that I didn't. I hear what you're saying, that a powerful God could like choose to forget parts of Himself, but on the other hand, that in itself seems a little bit weird. Why? How could God forget who He is? Doesn't seem like He would be all powerful in that sense. So it's just, I know these aren't like great answers. I'm just sort of specifically saying the random collection of ideas that make me think that I'm separate from God.
Can I ask a question that it pertains to this, or no? If you're going to say something, I think.
Yeah. We're just having a chat. So yeah, let's jump in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, or one thing as it relates to these deeper questions of reality. I ask myself sometimes, what would I do if I were God? And let's just put it in the sense of time as well. So like, you're God prior to everything existing, and it's all you, and you are all knowing and all powerful. Well, it seems like the natural thing, or I come to the conclusion that I feel like the natural thing would be that I want to experience not being all knowing. And so whatever reality I created, now this is actually the second point that I'll go ahead and just add to this. If I were to create a reality where I were to come to experience not knowing things, I would never create a reality where other beings like you, me, and all of us in this room had to go through experiences that I either A, was not tied to them and a part of in every single moment, so that whatever tragedy they had to experience, I either was experiencing it with them at that moment, or I had already experienced it and was well aware of what they were going through. And so those are the two things that I come to the conclusion of as it relates to God. And so I lean towards us being a fractal. I consider it a holographic, like where the mystics of all religions say the universe is within us, or we're not just a drop in the ocean, we're the entire ocean in a single drop. And then on top of that, I believe God is living it through us and with us and experiencing everything. And when we call out to him or when we talk to him, it is very real. I agree. I heard what you were saying. Like, I just, my experience is that I can talk to God. It makes sense that he's separate. But the thing about the deepest divine truths is they always tend to be paradoxical. And so it makes sense that God is separate while also within us, and we are paradoxically separate but one with him. Sorry if that was too long, but
By the way, when you say all religions preach that, I think you meant all Eastern and pagan religions. The Western religions don't.
no, did I say religions? I meant mystics of all religions.
Okay.
So mysticism, like the mystics of all religions, essentially come to this same conclusion. In fact, Meister Eckhart is a Catholic mystic, has a quote that says, "Theologians will quarrel forever, while mystics of all religions speak the same language." And so, yeah, I meant to say mysticism if I said religion. My bad.
Got it.
Yeah, which is a big difference because I mean, mysticism is like a pursuit of like a direct connection to the ultimate, reality or the ultimate divine reality. It's like an experiential and a direct connection or experience directly with like the source, rather than in some cases where like the opposite of that would be some religions that go more off of dogma. And I'm not really even saying that in a critical sense. I'm actually just using it the technical term of dogma. I know that's often like used in a negative connotation, but if one chooses to have a negative or positive, that would be their opinion or their viewpoint to do that. But I'm just using it as kind of like because with mysticism, there is no like book that someone else wrote, let's say, or there's no like already written path. There's like the direct experience with one's own nature, consciousness, divinity, all the different words that could be used, or their spirituality, etc. So there's not really anything to go off of or that you have to follow or not follow. It's actually one's own kind of direct pursuit of that type of experience or connection, or kind of a download or connection with those what we might call like the higher, deeper nature of things, rather than something that already has been put in place by, whether people think that's the words of God or the words of man. Either way, when that's already put in place, then now there's like a dogma that is kind of taken in replacement of often direct experience, and then that dogma would have to then be kind of followed or gone along with, and then held to, rather than more of that open. And so yeah, like I hear what you're saying. Like in the mystical traditions, there does seem to be like a synchronistic similarity in a lot of the experiences that are had that seem to point to some of what you were alluding to.
Yeah,
does that mean
are
it's
really
truth or not? I mean, that's yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that are essentially centered on oneness and that wholeness of everything, while still at the same time having your autonomous experience as a soul, but a soul that is made up of love and light that is identical to the source. In the same way that if I bottle of Fiji water and I send it to the United States, I drink that water out of that vessel, that bottle. It's the same as the water over in Fiji, but it's still separate. And that's just a crude analogy, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I would say you could ask God. Say, hey, are you separate from me or not? See what he says.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I was asking before, like, how do you know this separate guy exists, basically, that is what you're calling God, like a separate kind of being in a way? And that's why I was asking, like, how, because you were saying before, like, you don't think a God could be powerful enough to essentially make a state of consciousness to where it forgets its whole nature. Like you were that was one thing I want to comment on before. You were saying, so that would mean that God is not omnipotent, like couldn't do anything? Is that what you were saying before? Like he wouldn't do that kind of thing?
Omnipotence doesn't cover logical impossibilities. So it doesn't say anything about God's omnipotence to say that he cannot create a square circle. Philosophically, these are things that people have been thinking about for centuries. So if you say God can't create a square circle, you're not saying he's not omnipotent. It's just sort of a malformed question. And I think that this kind of question falls in that same category, that God can't go against his nature of being all-knowing. So it's something along those lines. And it also seems out of character. So I would say, like, I forget who was saying a couple minutes ago, if you were God, what would you do? Would you like hide part of yourself from yourself? So, or maybe, but I think the better answer is that God is a God of love. And so he decided, I'm going to create a bunch of other creatures to enter into a love relationship with my creation. So, sorry, I kind of got lost in the weeds there with my answer, but basically I think I think that it's not the type of thing that it seems like is in God's character.
And that's fair to respond, because I think you were talking to me as it relates to God being love, right? Okay, so if God is the beginning and the end for that matter, but the beginning, well, you have to ask, what did God do in order to achieve his glory? Like, well, nothing, right? He is and always was. So you would think that God wouldn't, let me say it like this, God wouldn't create beings that he would then put through a test that he himself never even had to go through in order to achieve his experience of eternal bliss and love in heaven, so to speak. And so the idea that he would then create us and then put us through this test that he would then ban us forever to the netherworlds of suffering or to return back to him, that to me wouldn't be just. And I think that's what you're kind of getting at, maybe, or am I off track?
Yeah, I myself would hesitate to ascribe any motives to God and to pretend to understand why he does things. I could guess, and it seems like he wants the best good for the most people. But you're right. I don't know why God would do this versus that.
Well, okay, that's fine. But you could understand, maybe let me ask a question better. You could see how if God didn't have to be tested to experience the greatness of heaven, let's say, you could see how it would seem unjust to then create beings that you then put through a test that you didn't even have to go through in order to be where you're at. Could you see how I could think anyway that would not be what a just God would do?
I mean, if you read scripture, God's mercy is the thing that shines out more than his justice. We were just looking at the Exodus. Like, God gave Pharaoh like 10 chances to repent before the 10th plague was killing his firstborn son, right? So if anything, it's kind of like we deserve worse. We all have free choice. And if we disobey, we deserve much worse than we get. And God's very gracious and kind and loving and gives us so many chances. But I can see what you're saying. It sort of how it would feel that way. So I get it.
Well, it's sort of like, just to tag on to what he's saying, and I'm just going to say this in a kind of like very basic worded way, but like the idea that a God would be like all loving and perfect, and he did not go through all of these challenges and trials and tribulations himself, but then puts us through them basically, or creates an environment in which these other beings, like I was going to say too, wouldn't it seem kind of like self-serving to create a bunch of beings that you just want love from? Like it would just seem like, that was one thing I was going to say. It's kind of like, it would seem like it would kind of be like self-serving. But then on the other hand, even if you create these beings, and then if you didn't actually go through this stuff, and then they're going through all this horrific stuff, in the idea that you created these free will beings, I mean, they're raping each other, they're killing each other, they're torturing, all the different things that people do. And then this, like the idea of this all good loving God who's like trying to like give them chances to love him, like that's the one thing that seems kind of like a self-serving thing in a way. And then also like what DaVinci the Truth was saying, which is like the idea that that God, in this framework that we're talking about, the idea that God didn't go through it himself. And then the third thing I would add is, like, if he's seeing, let's say, a child being abused or something, and he doesn't do anything about it. Now, I know there's the idea that, oh, his love is so great because he gives you free will. But where does that break down? Like, if you're giving guys free will and they're raping children, when do you step in and be like, whoa, I'm an all-loving good guy, I got to stop these children from being hurt, versus just letting it all happen, from that kind of framework, or from that idea of God, a God that's separate? Like, how are those things reconciled?
Yeah, it's a hard problem.
Well, there's a lot.
It's called the
I'd
problem
say
of evil.
Jesus, though. Jesus covers the first aspect of going through it,
Right.
but the rest, it's like, well, it's a lot. You can tackle it, Matthew.
It's called the
Yeah,
problem
really
of evil. It's been a question for 20 centuries, so I don't know if we could solve it here, but I think there are good answers to that.
I mean, if I was an all good dude,
Yeah.
if I was all good and I had the power to do anything basically, and I did create these free will beings, and then I saw that they were like abusing children, I would instantly make that not happen. You could even have the abuser like have a heart attack out of the blue, or have some other, whatever it could be. Like you could intervene. So I know I said a lot there in those different components, but it just like that, this idea of a God that's separate, and then how that has to be equated with like the lives that we live and like the pain and challenges we go through. And I know Matthew was saying he's like really loving to give us a lot of chances, but then there's also this claim that we don't really have a lot of chances in that framework, in that model, that we have like one life. And if we mess up, we're flicked off to the fire, to the hell and the lake of fire and that kind of stuff, or even like eliminated from consciousness, like the judgment kind of a concept. So I mean, is that really considered a lot of chances? I would consider reincarnation a lot of chances. If you have thousands of lives that you can make every mistake you need and figure it out eventually, that would be a ton of chances. But I mean, having one life, and if you don't get it right in this one life, where it's arguably could be debated that it could be said to be confusing when I'm not saying I'm confused. I'm just saying it could be considered confusing when you have all these different religions and all these different philosophies and the school system and everything's coming at you from left and right, that you're supposed to get it all right in one life. Like, wouldn't that seem like not very many chances?
I think God, due to his justice and his mercy, gives everybody enough chances so that they can make the right choice if they were ever going to. I don't think anybody ever accidentally rejects God in a way that they wouldn't have if they'd only had a few more chances. So that's because I believe so much in God's mercy. That anybody who rejects God, I don't think that even if they had 1,000 more lives, that they would have ever chosen Him.
Let me add. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
I was just gonna say that's my speculation, though. These are like deep questions, and I don't have good answers to all of them.
No, I think someone was going to say something. I think it was Gio.
No, it was me. I was just going to ask Matthew, what does he think of how someone, quote unquote, accepts God? Because from my understanding of the Christian worldview, accepting God means believing in a specific historical event 2,000 years ago. Do you have a different idea?
No, that's correct. God has chosen a specific way for access to Himself, and He's chosen for that to be a moment in history. And then assenting to specific facts about who Jesus is. It's not just about that. It's about trusting God, looking to Him for salvation. It's about trusting that He exists, believing that He exists, and all, a whole host of things like that.
I thought it was just confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised Him from the dead, then you will be saved.
Right.
And by saved, that means not sent to eternal torture in hell. Is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So how many billions of people do you think are currently being tortured in hell?
I don't know.
I mean, it would be most people, right?
From what I know of God's mercy, I wouldn't be surprised if there was that He may apply Christ's mercy to people who had never had a chance to specifically hear His name. That's a possibility, like the Old Testament saints, or maybe something else is going on. So I don't know.
Yeah, but just by that standard, conservatively, there would be billions of people being tortured in hell for all of eternity. And how could you say that a loving God would torture billions of people just for not believing a random historical event that they didn't get to personally witness? And furthermore, they did not get to decide whether or not they would be born in the first place. So God made them born and then made it to where they have to believe a historical event or they get tortured for eternity. That doesn't seem like a loving God to me at all.
No, it certainly does not. So that's why I think that that's probably not what's going on.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I'll go ahead and say this. One thing I joke about with people, I say, okay, so if God knew, if He's all knowing, and so before anything He sets in motion in this realm of time, right? If He should have known how everything was going to play out, and so before He set that into motion, or I make the joke, if I were God, and I don't mean this to be rude or offend anyone, but if I were God and I looked at what my creation was going to become. Before I set it into motion, I might have just been like, hey, you know what? It's nice up here being alone. I'm just going to, let's forget about that idea of creating those people if they're really going to create all this madness. Or what I believe is that in order to experience love, okay, now again, on the other side, or as we go within our eternal soul, our core essence, that is love itself, right? So if we are that, and if you look at all the near-death experiences or you listen to people that have been on the other side that come back to tell about it, they talk about just pure bliss, like the nature, the trees, the flowers, they're alive, they can taste colors, they can taste sounds. Like they talk about this experience, eye has not seen, ear has not heard. Okay. So we have some sort of, I say some sort of, we have millions upon millions of near-death experiences of anecdotal evidence that come back consistently saying a lot of the same things. And so we have that, and now we compare it with what we've been taught. I guess at some point the question becomes, how do we reconcile all of it? And is there a way to reconcile all of it? And if not, then which one do we go with? Do we go with what we've been told from the texts that were written by people that we don't know? I mean, we know the general times when they were written. We don't know the influence of the rulers and the elites that had on the scribes when they wrote it. We know that the Bible says something about the lying pens of the scribes. So we have that, and so we can either put all of our faith in that text and then the church fathers and all of that, or not, but I would say, and we should, I believe we should take into consideration what all these anecdotal evidence of millions of near-death experience accounts are saying. And I would say, especially because they're perfectly in line with what Jesus told us is the sum of the law and the prophets. And it's perfectly in line with, oh crap, I can't remember that last thought. But anyway, so I guess that's my question. Maybe that was too much. I don't know.
Yeah, I think God did speak through people to write scripture, and that He is able and has preserved the basic sense of the meaning through the centuries. So we have pretty high confidence that what we have is really close to what the original authors wrote down. So I think that we can take the Bible as authoritative. But you're right, people's experience and how they experience God and their stories and anecdotes can also inform what we think is happening.
Yeah, and so then I guess the question becomes that most difficult question of, like, if you were God, which makes more sense in terms of like what you would create. And I feel like it's easier to see how the near-death experiences of today are in line with what Jesus said, while simultaneously understanding this age of existence, let's call it, as an experience that was meant specifically for the experience of what it was. So if you look at the zodiac, like, I get it. A lot of people say, oh, that's demonic, that's all this stuff. But if you look at astrology, it says the age of Pisces was for the purpose of people experiencing what it's like to seek to understand God outwardly. And then they talk about this next age of Aquarius as the age where all souls, all individuals come to know these deepest divine truths within them, like and to understand it within themselves. And so now, granted, you can say that's just coincidence, but we're talking about a 26,000 year cycle, and it nailed it in terms of like what we're witnessing today. And again, on top of that, what the benefit of that is, I don't look back at history and say, oh, well, look at what we got wrong. It's not so much about that. It's because the relationship is paradoxical, that you can seek God outwardly. You can speak to him as a separate vantage point or perspective of consciousness, which is the concentrated consciousness of all things. So you can speak to it separately. But like quantum physics is now coming around to, with field theory and all that, maybe it is a field that we're a part of, and maybe we are separate in that sense from our point of view, but we're in essence the same thing. And so when you look at it all like that, I guess what I'm saying is, I think it helps to at least entertain the idea that maybe we are at a point in time where there's going to be a paradigm shift in our understanding of our nature and our relationship to the nature of reality. That's just my proposal in terms of like how I've come to believe it, and how I encourage other people to try to think of it, to maybe help the world come together in a way that actually embraces exactly what Jesus Christ said in a lot of ways, that the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God is at hand once we all start to recognize it. How we treat other people is how we're treating God. And so, as abstract as what I'm saying may be, it's largely in line with everything Jesus said. So,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
and so, well, just to build off it, if no one has anything else to say, the next part to this question is like, okay, so what's the evidence that this even like makes? Crap, can you hear me? I had someone call, and I'm not sure if it stopped it, but the next question that I pose to people is like, okay, so we're on the fence. We're not 100% sure. No one is 100% sure. But what sort of fruits come from this tree, right? Because the Bible says you can tell a tree by its fruits, right? So I don't look at that as specific people bearing bad fruit. I like to look at that as like a specific worldview or philosophy as the tree. And so if you look at these as separate trees, like if you take my tree that I'm proposing, what fruits come from it? And I know from my experience, and I know this from plenty of other people that are well along this spiritual journey of moving beyond the idea that the men that came before us have authority over our intellect and our discernment. And once you move past that, and you step into this idea that I am the I am, or I am a holographic fractalized version of the source. So what that means is I identify as the source. What you find is, and this is proven in psychology in many ways, that when you identify as something, that is probably that's the most powerful way for your actions to reflect that which you identify with. In other words, if I tell an individual, you suck, and you are a sinner, and you're this, and you're that, and then I tell another individual, you are love, you are light, and you're here temporarily, you're here in this, I get it, you don't feel like it, but just know that's what you are, and we're all called to be that. I know that the latter of those two individuals is going to have a better chance of radiating that light, and so what I'm getting at is that I think there's power in identifying with the source, again, in an abstract, paradoxical way. I get that. I'm not trying to suggest this is like simple stuff that anyone should just be able to grasp. But then again, Christians believe in the Trinity. They believe in the triune nature between God, Spirit, and Jesus. So to some degree, they're comfortable with abstract ideas. So this is similar to that. But again, the next question is there any benefit from this philosophy? And I think there's a strong benefit. There's a big benefit from all of us identifying as the source, holographically though, where you zoom in, you see the entire source at any point, which means that we see the source in everyone else as well. And so there's a societal benefit both individually and collectively that is the next layer to why I argue this. Sorry for being so long-winded.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'll be right back.
Hey, Gio, you there? Nope. Is anyone there that doesn't or that has any issues with what I'm saying?
I can't really follow what you're saying, to be honest, Matt.
That's fair. What's your understanding of the nature of reality as it relates to religion and metaphysics? Is it Christian in terms of your background, or what is?
No, I'm not a Christian.
No, I am here. I actually had to go back on the YouTube because I got delayed and then I wanted to hear everything that was said. I think I'm mostly caught up though, but I just heard you say, "Hey, G, are you here?" So then I hopped back over onto here. But I was listening on YouTube because I was doing it in 2 times speed. But I was hearing everything you were saying. Sorry if I just came in there. If I'm interrupting, but I could comment.
No, you're good. I was just curious what you thought, because when I heard you talking before I jumped in originally, it sounded like you were asking a lot of the questions that I've asked along my journey. So I was wondering what you thought about what I was saying.
Yeah, well, one thing I want to comment on is if Matthew or Osco/Skippy, what you think of this. But if you have like a ultimate identity that you are one with everything, would that mean that you would by nature like treat others with like the utmost respect and love because they're literally a part of you? Versus the idea that we're separate and that there's more like a dog eat dog, or some kind of more of a separation in which I know there's the idea of like the judgment when you're separate from a God, and there's a judgment. And in that sense, you could say that like you can't do anything wrong in God's eyes. So that could still be keeping you on the good side kind of thing. But then when it has to do with like another being, and then if there's like a scripture that you have to follow, maybe some people would be able to stray from that, or maybe possibly like do sins and then feel like if as long as they're forgiven, they could do the sins, rather than the perspective if we're all one, that we would not want to hurt others, that are the same as us. Or like how do those two things play out of like the good and evil and like how we treat others in terms of those two like philosophies or worldviews?
Yeah, and let me just add to that, just to give an analogy on what you're saying, because I've thought about this and I've come up with this analogy. There's a reason why we may not like a part of our body, but we're not going to chop it off, right? Because like we understand that whatever part of our body, it's a part of our whole. And so, to his point, the question is there a benefit to seeing a oneness in spirit or in essence? And then does that anyway? Then to whoever he was talking to, I don't know who those names were.
Was that to Matthew?
I was just giving an analogy, I think, to the oneness argument, that would it be better if we all saw each other as a part of the whole? And so
Well, I
I'm
mean,
asking whoever.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking a pragmatic question, but I always think that the best is the truth. So I'm looking more for what's actually the case rather than what works the best.
Which is good. I mean, I share that same sentiment, but because we're having this discussion where we're not 100% sure what the truth is, I get it. That doesn't necessarily mean that because it's good, it makes it true. But in a world where we don't know what's true, prior to like objectively knowing it, maybe it would still be better for us to lean towards that way, unless you could think of a negative that would come from it.
Well,
Yeah, okay.
what if I kind of add this, like Matthew, like, and how do you think this relates to the truth or not the truth? For example, when it comes to this, so when people do like the breath work, like the breathing, where if you do very deep, fast breathing for like 2 to 3 hours straight, basically within about 20 to 30 minutes, you enter like a state of consciousness, like a spiritual state of consciousness, in which it's actually very similar to what psychedelic plants do, like mushrooms and things. But this is just from breathing. But Matthew, my question to you is that like if you took like 30 people, and they all do this like multiple sessions of this type of breathing, like there does seem to be a similarity in which like in these two worldviews we're talking about, like when people have those experiences and just from doing breathing, they tend to like overwhelmingly go more to the side that we're all one. Like they even have experiences like unitive with like the divine or with all of creation or the entire physical world. They can have experiences like that. And like even like building more, like generally like people build more like compassion and understanding for other people through having these types of experiences, rather than taking them down a road. I mean, some still have resonance with Christianity though, and even with a Jesus figure. Some even have visions of a Jesus figure as well. But they don't seem to like overall when people do this breath work, they don't seem to go towards necessarily like a more kind of dogmatic or like scripture based or like the idea that there's a God that's going to judge them and so on. So like, what do you think about that? That if just breathing tends to take people to the we're all one, why is that happening if it's not the truth?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know why it's happening. It's definitely not the truth because philosophically you cannot have us all being one, like I was saying before. But as to why certain people, like common human experience, ends up having these certain impressions and feelings, yeah, who knows? Just the way we're built, I suppose.
I would say just real quick, like you say that it can't be possible that we could all be one.
Right.
Quantum physics is making it clear that what we thought couldn't be possible can be possible. And when you're talking about consciousness, we're talking about something that we can use the analogy of water in a sense, but that still doesn't do it justice. So if consciousness is like the base layer of reality that is one with all things. I mean, there was an article I saw recently that even rocks have a degree of consciousness. I think what it's ultimately getting to is that law of one mentality, where consciousness, or what the first Hermetic principle is, the law of mentalism, that all is of the mind. Well, then, if that's the case, we all can be one. So I just wanted to say, before you say that can't be possible, there's a lot of arguments against that.
Yeah, what is the philosophical argument that there can't just be one God having, hallucinations of individualities?
Because God is separate from creation. Creation is the type of thing that has a cause, and so you can't cause yourself. God is a type of being that has no cause. Philosophically, he's a philosophically necessary being, whereas creation is the type of thing that has to have a cause. So that's the basic idea, and that's what makes oneism and paganism and all Eastern religions false. But it's sort of a complicated philosophical argument, and I'm not prepared to like give detailed reasons for it, but that's the general outline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't support the we're all one thing, but I don't really think that that's like a legitimate argument, or I haven't heard a legitimate argument against it. The idea would just be that creation is an emergent property from God's consciousness, right? So instead of physicality being like fundamental to existence, it's just consciousness that is fundamental to existence. So we're all just like essentially, this is a metaphor, but essentially just, figments of God's imagination. I don't personally see a philosophical issue with that at all.
Yeah, how God created the creation? That's sort of a separate question. You're right to bring that up, but I think we're a little bit more substantial than figments of God's imagination. But even if we were, that would still be something separate from God. Like the idea that, like DaVinci was saying a while ago, that we say, "I am that I am." No, we're not. Only God can say that, and we are His creation.
Yeah, but if by creation we just mean his mental constructs, right, then that's a lot easier hurdle to get over, because it's not relying on like physical laws of, reality or something like that, or, laws of physics or something like that. It's just whatever God can imagine is good enough.
And I want to go ahead and add, because I think I hear what you're saying in terms of the imagination thing having a critique, at least to that verbiage. What I would say is, rather than the word imagination, we're all a part of the mind of God, or God is the ultimate of the mind, and mind is over matter. Again, the first Hermetic principle, mentalism, all is of the mind. Then the mental is a prerequisite, is like the material is an emanation from the mental plane. And so if our mental is what precedes our physical body, or at least what is tied to that spiritual realm, then it makes sense that mental, because we don't have anything that we can really compare that to, the mental very well could be tied to the eternal mental, the mind of that concentrated consciousness of God, while still being separate from our vantage point.
Yeah, they've done studies on people that have like dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality disorder. I know that this will be offensive to some people to say God has multiple personality disorder, but they've done studies on this. And when like someone who has multiple personality disorder recalls a dream, they recall the dream from the perspective of whatever alter is active while they're being questioned about it. So if I had multiple personality disorder, I could have a dream that I'm watching a guy and a girl play basketball and a dog sitting on the court. And if, subsequent to that dream, if I'm talking to a psychologist or whoever and recalling that dream, depending on which alter is active at that time, I would recall that dream either from the person on the bleachers, from the guy playing basketball, the girl playing basketball, or the dog sitting beside the court. And so like this idea of idealism, or that we're just part of God, figments of God's imagination, there's a strong correlate just to dissociative identity disorder and like how they dream. So we could just be God's dream.
Is it Matthew? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, one thing I will say in your defense, and again, the conversations we're having are what do you call it, emerging, with our generation, with technology. So it's the front line of like trying to understand the nature of reality. I was raised Catholic, so like I have a deep background in Christianity and Catholicism and all that. So I understand humanity up until now, in large part, or at least for Christians, have perceived reality from the limited view of it must be specifically said in the Bible exactly what reality is, or the church fathers would have had to philosophize about it thousands of years ago for us to even entertain the idea that it could be the nature of reality. And so I'm well aware of that perspective, and I resonate with, or I understand why people have that. But I think I'd say this basically to say that we might be at a point where, when you look into Eastern philosophy, and now that we have access to the internet, we have access to all these ancient texts and mystery schools and secret society knowledge. Like, when you take a step back and you put it all together and you look at the near-death experiencers and the out-of-body experiencers that are growing in numbers by day, I think it forces us to look at our previous worldview that had to be either specifically stated in the Bible or we weren't going to entertain it. I think we might be at a point where humanity's recognizing that humans did write the Bible. Although it may have been divinely inspired, I actually believe it was divinely inspired, so divinely inspired that it allowed for us to believe something for 2,000 years, and then by that very same document, take a closer look at it and really look at what Jesus Christ was saying, and then finally now, thanks to information technology, be able to have these very discussions that we're having, to be able to connect all the dots and evolve in a way where we see that there is a more comprehensive understanding of the nature of reality that has benefits that are real and is also ideal for the future of humanity. So I just want to throw that out there, like, for whatever questions were thrown out that you might be struggling with, that obviously are the most difficult questions in the world. I just want you to know that I've been on that other side, where at some point, I think the big thing is you have to ask yourself, does God want me to use my discernment? Like, does God want me to value my discernment in a way that, although it may contradict what these sacred texts have explicitly said, like, should I feel bad if I'm intellectually honest and I come to these conclusions from my heart and from my genuine belief? Like, should I feel bad about it? And I've come to the conclusion that the answer is no. But I think a lot of Christians and a lot of people in this world, as we embark on this great awakening, I think that's something we're all going to have to ask ourselves. And I think we're going to grow in a way that reconciles everything and allows us to discover the true nature of reality that I don't think has been revealed or discovered. And then just lastly, it's great how the last book of the Bible is called Revelation, because it suggests that maybe there is a reveal that is coming in the end of this age that we are not fully aware of yet.
I think that. Oh, go ahead. If someone else is gonna.
Well, I was just going to ask what he means by discernment. I hear religious people talk about discernment, and I never know what they mean.
All right. Well,
let me just respond to that real quick. I'll just say it real succinctly. Discernment, in my mind, what I mean by that is, in a world where we live in a religiously pluralistic world, right? So let's just take Islam and Christianity. We have both of those religions saying you should fear for the eternal state of your soul if you are a non-believer of what we tell you to believe. So if you take an atheist, for example, that person starting off is hearing both of those messages from both of these religions. So you would agree that from your starting point on your spiritual journey, the only way to come to the truth is to recognize that throughout this process, you have to use your own discernment. In other words, you have to take in all the knowledge, and then you have to, at some point, make a decision on what you think makes the most sense. And that's what I call discernment. But yeah. So anyway, what's up?
That doesn't seem to help me, because you're just saying it's some subjective thing, whether or not I decide something, right? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like what you're saying, if I can steelman it back to you, is I have to take in all this information and then decide what I want to believe and what I don't. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and what I would ask you is, what else could I do?
Oh, you could use logic.
No, that's what I mean. As part of the discernment process, I'm using logic.
But logic isn't subjective; it's objective. So,
well, hold on. Well, Brendan, the actual topic though is that's sort of, I know you just jumped in, but it is a little bit of a side thing. But if you want to finish your thought, but we were more kind of talking about the polarity between the worldviews of like on the one side that we're essentially that we're all one and that we're all manifestations of one versus somewhat more of like the Christian viewpoint that there's a separate God and that we have to, believe this historical this historical occurring of this man who lived and died and then that he died for our sins, and then there's a separate God that's going to judge us. So anyways, that was kind of more like, are we all one, which would be more the Eastern traditions, obviously, versus more of the separate God component. But we were
Okay, I understand. So I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the Eastern traditions to say that that's accurately what they believe. But there's a sense in which it's true for Christianity. Doesn't Christ say we're all one in Jesus?
Well, that's a good point to bring in, actually, because there are parts. Yeah, see, I actually think the Bible is a mixture of different things, which even it is kind of claimed to be in terms of multiple different components. But yeah, it actually does say that. But then some Christians won't hold that view, like Matthew was saying, he doesn't hold that view. So Matthew, how do you reconcile when the Bible does say that?
So I'm mixed up and confused what we're talking about here. Say which specifically.
Brenda, which was the one you were referencing? Where it's essentially how it refers to all being one in the Bible?
Well, there are verses that can be understood to proclaim that the message is a unity in Christ, right? We are all one.
Right.
They're all neither man nor woman, slave nor free in Christ, right? So we're all one. That's a oneness thing.
Yeah, it's a unity of people. It doesn't mean we're all the same person. I mean, it's fairly straightforward, I think.
I would agree that we're not all the same person, but in our spiritual essence, like in our eternal nature, at our core of our spiritual body, we're all a part of the one whole.
Well, Matthew, like this is actually this is a quick AI search, but this is what it says. Yes, the Bible teaches that believers are all one in Jesus Christ. Galatians 3:28, emphasizing a spiritual unity that transcends social, racial, and gender barriers. While recognizing individual differences, it describes Christians as forming one body with many parts connected to each other. That's what this says.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be in line with Eastern religious traditions.
Right. It does. Because in the Eastern, when they have the Atman and Brahman, it's like it is all one body, like the ocean, and the idea of like the water droplet being the Atman and the ocean being the Brahman.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's like one body, but it has many parts, all the different like water molecules, you could say. And they're all connected through the ocean, through the way all the water's connected.
So it sounds to me like it's a matter of which verses in the Bible you want to emphasize.
So the main analogy the Bible uses is the analogy of family, that we're all one family now, united in Christ, which doesn't mean that we're all the same person or that we are God. In fact, the idea that we are one with God is 100% anti-Christian, pro-pagan, and an Eastern religion that has zero place in Christianity in any of the Western religions.
I don't know that I agree with that. I kind of agree with that Brenda is saying how they're actually more connected than one might think. I mean, where are you drawing that line that's so distinct? Like, is that, would you say, is that like more of an opinion you have, or is it something that other people have said, or is it something you're getting from the text directly?
It's all throughout the Bible, including verse 1, in the beginning, God created. So God created. There's a God who is self-existence. There's a creation that he made. We will never the twain shall meet. Like, I am not the creator.
Jesus is the creator, though, in your worldview, right?
Right. He's God.
But isn't all one with Christ Jesus? Isn't all one with Christ Jesus, like that phrase, mean that that you would be one with Jesus, and if you think Jesus is God, then you're one with God?
It doesn't, not in that same way. No, he brings us together in unity as part of his family, but doesn't mean we are him.
Well, the phrase "all one"? How could that be anything other than exactly what it says, "all one"?
We're all one family.
But all one is not saying like all 1,000; it's saying all one, just one single.
Yeah, we're united through Christ. Christ provides unity among all of us, separate creations.
Do you think Jesus is God?
Yes.
Okay, well then it seems like it would be, because if you were to say Jesus was not God, you could say, well, we're all one with Jesus, we're chilling with this guy Jesus, but then God's a separate guy. But if you're saying Jesus is God, then all one with Jesus seems like it would be all one with, which does relate to, I mean, in the Eastern, like, it's kind of simplistic just to say all one. It's not necessarily, that's a little bit too simplistic of a thing to say, but yeah, I mean, they in general there's not a difference between, there's not an ultimate difference between them and the rest of everything that exists. Like, there is a unity, but like we're saying, it's in Christianity to a degree as well. But see, I think that's why I think Christianity is kind of a hodgepodge of different things. I think it actually does talk about like the all one in this way, but then it seems like there's other things that were brought in to kind of create more of these, in my viewpoint, kind of divisions. I mean, there's no way to get, there's no way people to get to war each other if they think they're all one. You have to get them to be separate to even get them to go to war, which a lot of the Bible is focused on too. I just think a lot of that stuff was brought into the Bible, and it's been corrupted from what the original mystical writings were. But those are still in there, so that's why it still has a divinely inspired nature to it.
And to that point, I want to add one thing. Again, I look at this life and this reality in the context of where we're at. And so if, Our Father, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And Jesus said, the kingdom is at hand. He said the kingdom is within. And so when you put all that together, it almost sounds like, hey guys, once you wake up, then the kingdom of heaven will be right here on earth. Now, obviously, or I guess, all right, so the other thing I want to say is that where we're at in this age, right? And the Bible talks about ages, okay? So I get when I say the word age, people immediately want to say, oh, well, that's new age. Okay, I'm not, there are issues with certain perspectives that the quote unquote new age has with their relationship to reality. And I'll just go ahead and say it real quick. If you feel like you need crystals and you need to do these certain things, well, then you're not understanding the nature of your divinity, because you are complete. You are not lacking. You need nothing. You are a temple of the living God. You are a temple of the divine. And so I think that's where the quote unquote new age gets a bad rap. But the fact of the matter is, the Bible talks about ages. So if we are,
but I got a prop for I got to represent for crystals. Though crystals are amazing and awesome and beautiful, and they hold energy, and so it would make sense that if you're more tapped into the nature of things, that you would also recognize potency of crystals. Not that they're like the sole singular completion of anything necessarily, but that they are like incredible material.
100%. I agree. It's almost like an amplifying effect, and that's fine. I think to the degree that you understand.
If you take sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, but if you take like copper,
no,
and
you're good.
Like out of copper metal, you make a pyramid and you infuse it with crystals, meditate under that thing, it's way more potent. So people who are tapped into this stuff know that. So yeah, there's something to crystals. But yeah, carry on. I just wanted to say,
and I agree with you.
There's also a dark side to it too, of people being overly like thinking that the crystals is where their enlightenment is or something, which is, so there could be, some kind of misguided energies in some ways too with some of that.
What happens that's different when you meditate under crystals?
Well, you can access deeper brainwave states much faster and deeper. Specifically, if it's copper or other materials in the shape of a pyramid with crystals as well, it's even more potent. Even the copper on its own, though, will make it more potent. And there's people like when they go to the bottom of the pyramids in Egypt in those chambers and they do like drumming, they just use a drum, and they haven't consumed anything. There's no plants or quote unquote drugs or anything. They're just drumming. Like within seconds, you can have profound like out of body and spiritual experiences. It's even because of the pyramid itself, the massive pyramid.
Yeah, that seems really psychological.
It's more than that. I was about to say before, or I wanted to jump in real quick. I just wanted to say the reason is, it goes back to what Tesla said, that once we start to study energy, vibration, and frequency, we will grow leaps and bounds in a short amount of time, or whatever. I'm butchering his quote. But the fact of the matter is, it boils down to our electromagnetic physical nature, which ultimately is combined in a soup, essentially, of physical, electromagnetic, spirit, and mind. You take all that together, and that's the kind of field that we're swimming around in. And so when you take the properties of crystals and even copper and things like that, and you understand it electromagnetically, then there is truth, and there is an amplifying effect from those things. But to my original point, there's such a taboo with anything relating to an age of wisdom or an age of enlightenment on our horizon, that I always try to clarify that I do understand why there is a negative connotation towards quote unquote new age. And that's because a lot of people don't step into it from a place of understanding their divinity and understanding that they are love and understanding that the source is within them. The kingdom of God is within them. If you get into that, if you start to entertain if you start to seek security, or you start to seek understanding of yourself through crystals and through these things, then yes, you are opening up doors, essentially, potentially, to the spiritual realm that potentially could harm you. So I say all this to say that I'm trying to help people understand why there is justification for people to say, or how I understand why people have a problem, so to speak, or have had bad experiences with the New Age, but at the same time clarifying what people call New Age actually has a deeper understanding, that if seen for what it is, it's not what Christians will say. So anyway, that's hard. It's a tough subject to articulate. Sorry about that, but anyway.
Well, what are frequencies and energy? Because you mentioned those things, and I don't understand what you mean by those, because you obviously don't mean anything that science says about them.
Well, I'll jump in unless you. Well, it is kind of a question to you, but I mean, I was mentioning the brainwave frequencies when it comes to consciousness and the state of consciousness that we're in. So, like when you dream, you're in a different brainwave state when you're awake, and that is scientific and can be measured. And when you go into these meditative states, you're awake, but you're essentially in a similar state to when you're dreaming, but you're conscious. So instead of being in the dream, where we would say we're more unconscious, generally you're actually conscious. So there's actually something to frequency directly right there. And I was mentioning with the pyramid, and because you have to be able to reach these very deep, like delta, for example, like delta brainwave states. So that is way in which a frequency is connected to consciousness.
People can teach themselves to reach delta states, on their own just by practicing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, in a way, well, it's part of what's done in meditation, because when you think, it actually causes a vibrational pattern. Whereas when you're not thinking, that vibration, and I know I'm saying that in a very simple way, thinking, but if you're able to get into a meditative state where sometimes, like some of these practices where you actually allow every thought. So instead of trying to suppress it and say, don't think, you actually allow every single thought, but you're in such a relaxed state of mind that eventually it's like your brain kind of like, it's like finished, like it off-gassed all of the thoughts it had to have. And then you can just get into this stillness. And it's that stillness where you're not in your normal kind of, people call it the monkey mind, where you're thinking or questioning yourself or worrying about the past or worrying about the future. But instead you're just in the now, like in the moment. And then that's when it seems like you can get into the deeper brainwave states. So yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it with meditation. But like you're saying, yeah, there's other ways that people, either train themselves or try to work on, doing that naturally for whatever purpose they might be doing it for. But I'm just saying that's one way frequency is connected to this.
And I would add that the key is that, again, we're if you see it the way that I do, without going too much detail as to how I see it that way, that's probably another discussion. But you start to understand that, we are on the cusp of having a paradigm shift in our understanding of our relationship to the nature of reality and the nature of ourselves. And science is fueling this too. And so energy, vibration, and frequency are terms that are going to play a big role in us transitioning out of this material-based understanding of reality and transitioning into an electromagnetic, spiritual, mental understanding of reality.
Yeah, that plays into the ether as well, the ether. Because the whole all one thing too, the ether is you described as one, and then there's like the Akashic record. That word Akasha in Sanskrit means ether, Akasha, and you have the Akashic records, which is like where like the totality of everything that's ever existed is said to be. But you also have like crystals also vibrate at frequencies as well with their structures.
Has anybody ever retrieved unique information from the Akashic records?
Absolutely, yeah. Do you know? Oh, well, like, one famous. Well, okay, no, there's many. Yeah, go ahead.
Like what?
Well, I mean, I guess with anything like this is something where, I mean, there's many that do this. Yeah. I mean, if you know, like Edgar Cayce, for example, I'm not going to say I support or agree with everything he's ever said or anything like that, but he never really, he was somebody that he would just essentially close his eyes and go into like a kind of trance state just naturally. But now in his experience though, he claims that he didn't, like when he came back, he didn't remember what he said while he was in that state. So you could call that like channeling in a way. Now, whether he's connected with the Akashic records or not, he did tap into a lot of, tremendous amounts of information. Another one is Rudolf Steiner.
But what information did they bring back?
Well, Rudolf Steiner has massive writings. I mean, he's written there's a whole schooling system, the Waldorf school system in the world today, where there's many schools all around the world, all based on how to raise children. That his writings, I mean, he if you want to call it channeling, I'm not really I'll just say that for now. I mean, if I want to say that, he has channeled tons of information. Now, whether I'm sure, I agree.
And
there's many fields of including art and education, science, all kinds of fields, and spiritual.
What new, let's say, scientific information has any medium ever presented and brought back from the Akashic records?
Well,
I can't think of any.
Well, I would say one, which is Francis Crick, who won the Nobel Prize for the double helix structure of DNA. He did say before he died that he was on LSD when he actually saw a vision of the double helix structure of DNA, and that is what led to the discovery of the double helix.
It was actually his lab assistant. It was a woman who did that, who unraveled that, not him.
Well, nevertheless,
he stole her insights.
And that could be, but Tesla and many other scientists have quotes where they say basically that this information is something that was given to me, whether it was in a dream or just downloaded. So that's one example. Now, to your point about the accessing the Akashic records and how much access can we get, there probably is a divine will of God that only allows us to access what is pertinent to our experience. So I wouldn't, because again, this is back to what I was saying about the issues with the New Age. The problem is a lot of these quote unquote New Age people that get a bad rap, it's because they start to think that they are God separate from the Most High, the Ancient of Days, the source consciousness. And so they start to, their ego takes control and they start perceiving their relationship with the divine as not healthy and not humble and not one with that source. And so at the end of the day, I think the key is that we are all a part of that source, and what we access and the knowledge we're given, which is echoed in the Bible, where it says those you can only come to the Father if you've been called by the Father. And I might be butchering that, but there's a lot of Bible quotes that speak of the divine really being in control of the information we can access. But what we're talking about is that there is a way to do that outside of our physical understanding.
But you're saying that you have access to the Akashic records, and this is information beyond our world. But I'm not getting even one example of information that is new, that's something we didn't know before, that was arrived at by accessing Akashic records. You just say that you have it, but you never show it.
I will accept that that's a very good point. I can say for myself, I have never had an out of body experience, and that's a really good question. I'm gonna kind of look into that myself. My initial answer, I still think, holds true in that whatever information they are accessing in that higher realm is probably limited to what the will of God wants for us to know at this moment.
Yeah, and a lot of this stuff has happened in times past. I mean, we're in a pretty like advanced age, you could say, to where now, like the minute you come out of the birth canal, we already have so much kind of information. I mean, now kids are coming out, they're already scrolling on tablets and stuff. Whether that's good or bad is a separate question. But I
don't think there's phones inside the womb. There's no phones inside the womb.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. We pick up so much from our ancestors. And so, for example, like it's said, now I wasn't there obviously, but in ancient Greece, for 5,000 years, there were the Eleusinian mysteries, where they basically all of the most advanced thinkers at the time would go to a place, this massive sanctuary, and they would drink a potion called Kikeon. And they don't know 100% what Kikeon was made of, but it's very likely that it contained LSA, lysergic acid, coming from the oliloquy seeds. That's what a lot of the research has shown. And there's other ideas of what Kikeon exactly was or what it may have been, but it seemed to be some kind of a psychedelic type mixture. And they would all basically trip and have these massive experiences. And they would, and it is said that that is essentially like the foundations of our entire society today, with like science, art, religion, education, philosophy, with all of these components of our life that we just take for granted as just built in. You know, you're 5 years old, you already kind of are talking, you know, in this way. So that is one way. Now, I'm not saying that's like proof that they pulled things from the Akashic record. I'm not really saying that. I'm just saying that those are famous experiences. I mentioned the LSD with the DNA. I don't think you're right, by the way. It was not his assistant. I don't know where you got that. Maybe you're thinking of a different story. That's not really connected to Francis Crick and so on. But nonetheless, I did mention that with LSD. Now, this one I'm mentioning was also maybe some kind of a psychedelic plant or mixture. But I'm just saying that it is said that these Eleusinian mysteries are what established like all of society today, like, you know, like law, art, science, religion, like all of these components is when that all blossomed and was founded.
I don't think any of that is even remotely true. The Greeks were promoted reasoning, you know, and scientific reasoning, right? It had nothing to do with having hallucinations. It had nothing to do with that.
No, it absolutely does. If you look in the text chat, that's just the Wikipedia page for the Eleusinian mysteries in the city of Eleusis. This is actually very much the case, that they were drinking a psychedelic potion and having these like rituals, or they were like initiations, and they were connected to the cult of Demeter and Persephone. So I mean, I'm not saying I like trust all of history, so I'm not really like putting this forth as like this absolutely happened, but it is well known, and even to that mainstream level, that they drank this potion called Kikeon, and they had these rituals in which they were having these psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, but that's not the philosophical tradition of the Greeks, Socrates and Plato.
Yeah, they were both there. They were both.
No, they were not. This is not how they got there. They got it by reasoning, right? Logically, rationally, examining arguments. That's how.
No, I'm sure they did that as well. I'm sure they talked out. They would have these trips, I'm sure, and then come and they would talk for hours and hours. I'm sure I'd stay up all night probably talking. So they did a lot of that. They did a lot of that as well. Well, I mean, I'll read right here. This is from the Wikipedia. The rites, ceremonies, and beliefs were kept secret and consistently preserved from antiquity. For the initiated, the rebirth of Persephone symbolized the eternity of life which flows from generation to generation, and they believed that they would have a reward in the afterlife. There are many paintings and pieces of pottery that depict various aspects of the mysteries. Since the mysteries involve visions and conjuring of an afterlife, some scholars believe that the power and longevity of the Eleusinian mysteries, a consistent set of rites, ceremonies, and experiences that span 2 millennia, came from psychedelic drugs. The name of the town, Eleusis, seems to be pre-Greek and is likely a counterpart to with Elysium and the goddess Eleutheria.
Sure. I don't deny that there were cults, religious cults, but Socrates and Plato clearly rejected those kinds of things and promoted reasoning, logic.
Did they reject those things? I understand they promoted reasoning, and that was their fault.
Yes, Socrates was killed for it.
Well, this is a quote that Plato said about the Eleusinian mysteries. This is what it says right here. According to Plato, quote, "The ultimate design of the mysteries was to lead us back to the principles from which we descended, a perfect enjoyment of intellectual, spiritual good." He was definitely in these rites, in these Eleusinian mysteries. It certainly was what, I'm not saying it's the sole thing that inspired him. I'm just saying that these took place, and it was originally just in response to, you were saying, like, what has humanity kind of pulled from the Akashic records? I think this is just,
Right.
and again, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
see
this is proof of it, but what I'm saying is that this is said to be when they establish all of the things in our world today, like I was saying, within like art and law and religion and science, all of these things were established during these times of these mysteries and these rites with these thinkers. So I'm saying that is one way that perhaps like the entire foundation of our current world could be rooted in people pulling information from, if you want to say the beyond, into this world. And that's just starting there. I would also say many other examples of modern time that people have come to inventions and all kinds of things. When where did it come from? Even music, people say they just hear notes, like Beethoven would say he like heard notes in his head and just wrote them down. I think stories like that. I mean, so I think there's a lot of ways that we pull information from beyond what our human body, has.
Why was Socrates forced to drink hemlock? Yeah. Why was he forced to drink hemlock?
I don't know. Why?
You don't know?
I don't
You don't.
know.
You don't know why Socrates was forced to drink hemlock to commit suicide.
I don't know. I'm not
Does
the guy you
anybody-
were just
does
talking
anybody-
to. I'm not.
Does anybody know why was
It sounds like a
Socrates
story.
forced-
It's a story,
Yeah,
but
it's a story.
would
Yeah,
love-
it's a story.
I would
Whatever you were
love to
told.
know.
But why was he forced to drink hemlock?
was this connected to what we were talking about, or just a new topic?
Well,
Yeah,
are you
yes,
asking?
yes,
Are you
yes.
asking the question because you know? I mean, if you do, then
Yes.
just tell us. Then just tell us.
No, I'm just going to note. I'm making a note.
No.
Write it. I'm going to write it here in my ledger. Note. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Why don't you bullshit your way through this one, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, it was just a non sequitur. You didn't. It's fine if you didn't want to respond to what was being talked
It's
about.
not a
but
non
you went
sequitur.
on. You went on something separate. We were talking about the Eleusinian mysteries for a
Goes-
second, or more so.
Yeah,
we're
but
talking
I want to
about
hear this,
when-
Gio.
when
It
has
goes
humanity-
directly to the point. It goes directly to the point. You
well,
have
if-
got a
if we
fucking
use-
clue what you're talking about. You're just making shit up. You think that because Beethoven had auditory sounds, that therefore that some Eleusinian mysteries are true. It's just bullshit.
No, this is what we were talking about. We're talking about the idea of the Akashic records. Now, there are some people that claim that
Well, let
they-
me- oh,
that-
sorry.
let me speak for a second. Hold on.
No,
they
that
can
was my
access-
bad. My bad. My bad.
That they no, it's all good. That they can access the Akashic records, that they themselves can access them, etc. But in the word Akasha, like I said, it essentially translates to ether in Sanskrit, so that's kind of from that tradition. But if we just use that concept of an Akashic records as a very generalized thing, like meaning like either getting information, either a vision of an invention or a vision of something to solve something, or a vision of a DNA structure, whatever it may be, or a vision of how artwork should be, or how the law should be written, or all of these things that in ancient Greek in the Eleusinian mysteries. My point was, if we just use the claim of, or the idea of Akashic records as like, if you want to call it channeling or kind of pulling information from somewhere beyond the human body, I think there are numerous examples of it. Now, are any of them like dead set proven? Well, to prove it to someone else, they would have to be able to access the Akashic records and confirm it. But there are states, Brenda, there are experiences that people seem to get information from beyond what they've been taught previously. So how would you explain that if it's not for access to something
So
beyond?
you understand that's circular, right? You understand that that's circular, right?
Can you just tell us why it's circular? Can you just tell us why it is?
Yeah,
Can you just
because
tell
you
us-
said I can. Because you said that in order to verify they're from the Akashic records, I have to know that the Akashic records. That's
Well, where would
circular.
you say? Where would you? Well, right, because if somebody had an invention, for example, if you could access the Akashic record, you could see that invention is in the Akashic record, and you could see that they brought it to the world. If you don't think that's happening, would you just say that person's their brain just made up the invention out of nothing, or where did it come
Yeah.
from?
Yes. People are creative. They have imaginations. Yeah. That's exactly how.
No,
Okay,
listen,
and what I was saying is that's fine if you want to see it that way, because I'm not trying to change your view on that if that's how you see it. But then the next question is trying to prove it to you. What I'm saying is that your claim is that the origin is nowhere or just his mind, but you can't confirm that because you don't know where it came from. But then the idea that it came from but then hold on, the idea that it came from the Akashic records, I'm saying if you were to have to prove that to yourself, wouldn't you have to check the Akashic records? Otherwise, you're just hearing what someone else is claiming, right?
No, because that would
That
be
is the case.
illogical. Because
You have to access the
using-
source that they also access to confirm it. Otherwise,
No.
you're just gonna think it came from their mind, and you're not gonna know. You're gonna have a big question mark.
But that's not how logic works. Logic doesn't
Hey,
work
Gio.
by begging the question. That's not
Hey,
logic.
Gio, to go back to what you were saying, bro, Edgar Casey has volumes upon volumes upon volumes of his recorded experiences where all he needed to know was the name and location of an individual that had a medical problem, and he would be able to tap into this field of consciousness and diagnose their problem and prescribe to them the solution. And this is thousands upon thousands. This is what Edgar Casey is known for.
So
how do you explain
did
that?
you know he's a con man? That's how I explain it. I read Edgar Casey when I was in high school. I read a lot of his stuff. Right? There's nothing in there that couldn't be explained by any other typical psychic and their ways of deluding people, lying to people, misleading them, right? There's no independent corroboration that anything he said was true. And it's the most god-awful, boring crap I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, that's just false. The
Well,
amount of
secondly,
people that he healed,
It's objectively boring.
Well, to
the
be
amount
clear,
of people that he healed, the amount of people that he healed, documented. There's no
No.
way.
well, to be clear,
He
Edgar
never
Casey's
healed. He never healed a single person. Ever.
45%.
What?
Edgar Casey's like prediction rate and like success rate on his predictions is like below 45%. So he's not really a great example. But real quick, just in case anybody actually cares about why Socrates killed himself, it was because he spoke out against the anthropomorphization, like the form of religion they had, and that's why he was sentenced to death.
It was for corrupting
Yeah,
the
he
youth. by
proposed new
teaching-
gods,
No, it's
not
for
logic.
corrupt.
It
No,
wasn't about logic. Had nothing to do with logic.
It was for
He promoted
corrupting the
new
youth.
gods.
It wasn't
New
necessarily about new gods. It was saying that hey, the current religion in their society is probably not right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
criticized
he
the
introduced
gods.
a new deity, like a new like
deity?
concept
What
of
deity?
deities and gods.
No,
What
I don't think
new
that's-
deity did he introduce?
I don't fucking remember.
There you go.
It's because there wasn't one.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't.
I'm saying that Socrates did not kill himself for promoting a new god. He got killed, or
He didn't really kill himself, did he?
He was
He was
no.
given
a
It was
Socrates-
voluntary after he was sentenced to death in a
What was-
trial.
Yeah, he submitted.
What was
Allegedly
Socrates?
submitted.
What was
There was a
Socrates?
story that there was some type of like he could get out of it and everything else.
What was
Brenda,
Socrates?
Brenda,
What was
hold on.
Socrates' argument? I just want to ask one thing. What was Socrates' argument?
But I'm saying we did trivia earlier, actually, literally for hours. Andrew hosted a whole trivia event. Right now, we're not really doing trivia.
This
So
is
if you have
trivia.
something to say,
This
just
is
tell it.
trivia.
Make your point.
Yeah, just
What was Socrates' argument in the Erythro?
Just tell us, Brenda,
Just
please.
give us
What
the
was
point
it?
you want to
Boring.
make. Just give us
What
your
was
point.
We don't. Just
You
tell
don't
us.
know anything that you're talking about. What was his argument in the Erythro? Come
You
on.
didn't even know why Socrates died. You
I
couldn't
do know
even
why
answer
he
your own
died.
question.
Brenda, we're talking about these topics, and then all of a sudden you start doing quizzing. I'm just wondering why, because
Yes.
if you have something
Okay.
to say it. Otherwise, are you asking people
The
for
reason-
information, or what are you doing?
The reason I quiz you is to expose you.
Oh God,
That's
get
just
over
bad faith.
yourself.
In the middle of a conversation,
not bad
randomly
faith.
start
That's
quizzing
not bad
people and
faith.
expect them. It is. It absolutely
I'll
is bad
drop
faith.
it. I'll drop it.
What is
No,
bad
'cause
faith?
if you
'Cause
can't
we're-
recall it
you-
on the spot, dude, it's like you can't recall this one fact of Socrates because you're not up to study on it. So therefore, everything you say is wrong. It's like what the? This is so
And nobody
fucking
said they
dumb.
didn't know the answer, but I'm saying we're not doing quizzing. We're having an actual. And she left. That's the.
I'll debate you on the sheep hut.
Yeah, at one point I wanted to just tell the guy, like, hey, with all due respect, man, like you're dealing with a room full of adults. Like, if you are serious, you're not going to behave the way you're behaving. Like the way you're saying, oh, we're all fucking stupid and we don't know what we're talking about. Like that right there is just an indication that you're struggling with the conversation. So
I don't know, DaVinci, if you know that like who Brenda
larger-
is, but that actually went extremely well considering other times with Brenda. So actually, that was like. What I mean is that like. I don't know. Do you know Brenda? But like usually, like,
no, but that's hilarious to hear. No, I love hearing. I mean,
yeah, that was like
that's
one of
fun.
the most like constructive combos I've probably had with her in a long time. It usually goes like she'll go to insults and attacks and all kinds of stuff. Even before that,
That's good stuff.
So
but
it seems like from this conversation, you guys place a very high degree of respect or like of weight behind hallucinations.
Well, hold on. Let me say one thing on that note. If you listen to quantum physicists, leading quantum physicists, Frederick Fagin, there's other names I can't remember, but a lot these leading quantum physicists are finally coming around to what everything that we're talking about, that the ancient mystery schools and the secret societies have always known. So it's when you hear quantum physics today talk about consciousness and talk about the relationship to the theories as it relates to the spirit, it's all beginning to just line up and make sense. So when you say hallucinations, I guess what I mean is that it's not necessary. It's not the mind is, again, this is quantum field theory. Like this is an emerging study of science that is what you, if you were to say that, yes, you can take psychedelics or you can put yourself into a meditative state where you can access that field. And if you want to call that hallucinations, then yes, we believe that, or I speak for myself anyway. I believe that there is something real about that is not just figments of their imagination.
Sure. So I believe that when you hallucinate, when we do deep meditation, you are accessing something real, but that something real is internal. That is coming from you. It is not, there's no external force acting upon it. You're not accessing some external thing. That is just, you're unbounding yourself from your ego or your standard perception, and it allows you to explore ideas in a way that you normally wouldn't. So like, I know yesterday you guys were talking about like near-death experiences and how like people can have out-of-body experiences, and they like they'll like see like what the doctors are doing all around them or whatever, and they'll have a good recall of what was said. that to me is not surprising at all and works in standard. Like when you do medical training, you're often taught not to like say things that you wouldn't want the patient to hear, even if they are unconscious, because hearing is like the last sense to go when you're dropping out of consciousness. So
no, with all due respect, these near-death experiences, they don't just hear what's in the room. They're able to go out, not able to. They have experiences where they're outside the room in the hallway. They see the doctor running in from the first floor, running, sprinting through, and the spirit tells them, "Look at this, remember this," and they'll then confront the doctor. "Oh yeah, you were that guy that was running through the front door," and he's like, "How the heck could you know that?" Now this is just one experience of thousands. Okay, so what I'm saying is,
even
post those. Let's see them. Let's go through them.
Well, yeah, even that is incredibly explainable.
Yeah.
When somebody is dying, a doctor runs. I mean, that's like.
All right, let me. But the ones that are, hold on. Well, sorry to interrupt you, but there's ones that are profoundly detailed. For example, there'll be one where there's like a tennis shoe on the roof of the hospital, and the person, like, let's say they get in a car accident, they're literally like unconscious when they come to the hospital. They're put into that room. There's no way that they would ever know there's like a specific, like a white Nike tennis shoe or something very specific, things like that, where they've been accurately able to see things like up on the roof of like the hospital, and other scenarios where they're able to see things like in and around the building that are accurate that they, like otherwise there's no way they could have known physically. So
I guess we would have to get into a case by case basis on these, but
you guys post that one, Gio. Post the documented case of the tennis shoe.
Well, I just want to say, there's thousands of them. There's numerous.
Yeah, but like one hospital is much like another. A story about a shoe on a roof is not super convincing to me.
Well, that was actually one. That one I'm mentioning was when they were using. Well, there's many times that has happened. Things like that. One of the shoe ones. There's actually many other ones where there's like other objects that are seen like in and around the building that end up being that have been shown to be accurately positioned. One of them as well was with they used to give ketamine to people, and when they didn't know ketamine caused out of body experiences, and before they knew that, they used it as an anesthesia, and people were leaving their bodies and they were like hovering above their bodies. They were seeing their body being operated on from above, and then they were able to see things like a pen on the floor in the corner that was like kicked off to the corner. And like when they came into that room, their eyes were closed and they were unconscious, like they were literally like they were not looking around and seeing pens on the floor in cases like that.
That is not a profound vision. That is like something that I would expect to find on the floor in many rooms.
Yeah, no,
like
no, bro. Like these people, for example, like these.
I'm just giving one example.
Any particular room is fairly high, is not super low.
Well, hold on. I'm giving examples right now. Let me just go real quick, and then I'm sorry. I know I've said
yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Let me just say these two things. I'll try to be brief. Well, number one, okay, right there, I'm just talking about ones that people have like very intense, visceral, like physical out-of-body experiences where they're seeing their immediate physical environment. So that is a whole category we could talk about. However, the other entire category of like having like spiritual visions or other things, that's a whole nother realm of it all too. Like when people have either near-death experiences or out-of-body and everything that goes with that. But I just want to say that, like, I mean, they claim it's like a hallucination is like some kind of sensory perception that occurs in the absence of something external, meaning they didn't see it, they didn't hear it, they didn't taste it, and they're somehow having a sensory perception. Either they're seeing a vision or they're hearing something or smelling something, etc. So I just want to say that, but the thing is, not all hallucinations are necessarily pulling information from some higher level. Like you could be really drunk and you could have some hallucination or be on some like other kind of drug or something that's just causing like a nightmarish things or something that's not helpful. But there's this, and I want to say this from before, and that's why I'm just saying it right now real quick, but we're talking about like a specific category of these experiences, and are they actually gleaning something, true or knowledge, etc. Outside of just seeing, shoes on the roof as well. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to build off that real quick, because I think what I'm about to say will still allow you to respond to that without me complicating it. But again, so like you're talking to someone, myself, I've watched hundreds upon hundreds of these on YouTube. You can go to YouTube and type in near-death experience. And it's not just like someone reading some script. Like you're watching the interview of these people talking about what Gio was just saying, that it's both evidence within this physical realm of their experience that is not explainable by any stretch of whatever scientific explanation you can find. It's not explainable. It's not possible. And then on top of that, they have these out of body, these otherworldly, other realm experiences where they will come back and then be told something that in a week they need to do something. And then they meet this person that is associated with what they were told. And so that, again, that's just one example. But when I say hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds I've watched, that's just hundreds of millions. And like we're talking, someone gets in a car accident, they're lights out, head-on collision, something crazy, and they get sucked out above their body, sucked out of their body, and they have this view 360 degrees, which again, the key is that these experiences talk about these commonalities. And once you hear these commonalities hundreds of times, it just gives a little bit of credence, but they'll talk about the ambulance, the people coming out of the ambulance, working on their body, like again, on the street, not in the hospital. Then they'll put them in the ambulance. They'll follow the ambulance from their vision, like above the ambulance the whole way, get to the hospital, talk about the whole process. And so I understand your skepticism. I respect that. We should all be skeptical. And I've been there where I probably, when I heard the first one, I was right there with you. Like, I don't know about this. But I promise you, if you watch enough of them, and again, you can watch their expressions, if you have a sense for genuine, interaction, you can see that these people are real. And oftentimes they come back with miraculous healings. And so it's all three of those. It's the physical, out of body, being able to, not even just a doctor running through the building, but down the hall, their family is having a conversation on a bench and they're talking about what they come back telling them what they were talking about. So again, these are just a couple of millions of these experiences that essentially.
Okay. I get it. So a lot of this is totally probably explainable by like normal processes. So like, have you ever used DMT before?
What? What normal process would explain that?
Just chill. DMT is a normal process. So like I've tripped on DMT before, and I had a vision where I went on a literal trip with like a playing card character, and he told me to look out for like I don't remember the exact description, but I had the impression that I should be looking out for a man. And wouldn't you know it, I made a connection and found a man who got me a job and blah, blah, blah. People look for connections and associations all over the place. Like we naturally look for patterns. Because we find patterns in vague hallucinations does not mean there's some external significance to it. Sometimes sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence. And when we trip, like when we're in the different states of consciousness, like you are kind of dissociative. You don't remember everything. Like for the hospital example, like you hear your family talking about you in the hospital. That makes sense that they're talking about you. You're in the hospital. You're getting surgery. What else? What else would they be talking about?
Just stuff. You don't just talk about the person the whole time. I don't get.
No, I was going to say, yeah. Given the limited description that I gave you, that's fair. But I'm telling you, bro, if you watch these, I'm telling you, if you go to YouTube and you watch them, they give details that there's no other way you can explain it. There's absolutely no other way.
I don't understand why we're so quick to take actual evidence, right? Actual firsthand testimonies from people that went through this and just throw them away. Be like, that shit don't matter. It's I can explain it with some ad hoc excuse that doesn't actually address what happened, but kind of sort of roundabout way it addresses it. It's like, what are we doing here? We're just ignoring actual real life experiences and rejecting them without justification. What cause do we have to think these people are full of shit and just making stuff up?
Because they're unconscious. They're in an altered state of consciousness, right?
Sure, but hey, guess what? There's it's called the International Association for Near-Death Experiences, the IANS. They have what do you call it? They have a get together every year, okay? And I think it's in October. And there are thousands upon thousands of people that come to this with stories that will blow your mind if you actually look into them and listen to it. So it suggests that they're all just hallucinations. I don't think it's fair.
I would agree that there are a lot of crazy patterns that happen. What I don't agree with is the external nature that you guys are implying.
And I guess that's because do you believe in consciousness being something that transcends the material realm, or are you more of like a materialist based?
Yeah, probably more.
Oh, well, then you should listen to some of these leading quantum physicists, man. Like, because they will speak like we are speaking, and these are leading quantum physicists. I would say listen to them.
If you want to provide me an example, all the quantum physicists I've heard, when this stuff kind of gets right up, is like, oh, this is a gross misinterpretation of quantum physics.
No, Federico Fagin is one, and if you just type that in on YouTube, you'll find others. Yeah.
Fagin, how do you spell that?
Federico, and then Fagin, I think, is Faggin. That's just one to start with. But hold on,
Gene. How do you spell Fagin?
Faggin.
Oh, Fagin. Haha.
Yeah. I don't know.
What is the topic now, though? Is it like that? Can you glean information from, like, if we were to say I don't really like the term altered states of consciousness, because it kind of like the term altered kind of makes it sound like you're actually, because what I was going to say before, like Cooper, because like what I'm referring to are like very specific states of consciousness where you can glean information and tap into higher awareness and have spiritual experiences and so on.
So to be clear,
that's what I'm talking about.
Say my experiences with psychedelics have been some of the most meaningful experiences I've ever had in my entire life. Like my first mushroom trip was like, I think one of the most like it changed my personality. But that's an internal experience. I didn't gain knowledge from outside. I had ego death.
How did it change you?
Well, dude, there's people on like LSD, for example, that have experienced like what it feels like. Okay, when I say this, I know it sounds intense, but like on very high doses of LSD, people, and specifically, I'm referencing LSD right here, even though it is semi-synthetic, but it is like lysergic acid, and it seems to have like this like microscopic magnification kind of component to it, whereas mushrooms are more like naturey and earthy, whereas LSD can really, anyways, people have had like experiences on LSD of being a whale giving birth, for example. Now, when I say that, it's not like they're just having, it's not like they're seeing it from outside, or it's not like they're in the water watching a whale give birth. They are the whale giving birth. Now, I know that's just their experience, but what I'm saying is that in some cases, they'll even glean like certain biological information about the whale and how that whale gives birth. And they come out of that experience like being literally educated as to how whales, almost like if you watched a documentary on how whales give birth. So what do you like in terms of that? Like, what do you think of that? Being able to like directly experience something that you do glean, like you get like education from, or like knowledge or learning from, of how that works, for example, in that one case.
So I don't think I gained any knowledge that was not within myself during my trip. So I don't know. I did experience my mouth turning into a blender of gravel while I ate Twizzlers. So I don't know. Is that a unique? Yeah.
I would say this. I would say this is the beauty of the age that, I mean, the time that we're in of this age, in that if you really do want to know the truth, if you really want to explore these things, all you have to do is go online, and you can see, not just read, but you can see these people talk about these things, and once you do enough of it, I promise you, there's no other conclusion you can come to other than what quantum physicists are now coming to, which is that consciousness is the base reality, and that we have access to that at all times. And all of the people like Edgar Cayce and the long list of other people and experiences, it all makes sense under this model. Whereas under the materialist model, there's no explanation. So
I guess my question is, when I look at this Fedro Fagin, what should I be looking for him to say? What, like, is this guy's a quantum physicist, and what is he talking about, consciousness, or what?
I think he might be the one that coined the term what is it? Panpsychism. I don't know if you've heard of panpsychism, but basically it's a new term for, you've got pantheism, panentheism, you've got all these things, but the theory in the theoretical physics, theoretical quantum physics with field theory, is panpsychism now, which is essentially that the mind, again, I want to make this point. This is in line with what the Hermetic principles state. So and this is in line with a lot of ancient texts. So when you see that connection, I just want to say that, at least in my experience, it just kind of added credence to what, and helped me reconcile all of it. And yeah, I mean that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Another guy's name is Bernardo Kastrup. Bernardo Kastrup. He's another leading.
One at a time.
Yep. No, you're good. You're good. I just like the fact that it sounds like you're actually looking these people up, because a lot of the people I talk to, when I give them names like this, I know they're not looking it up, and I know they're actually not seeking the truth, and I know they actually just want to confirm what they already think they know. So that's cool, man. I'm glad you're actually looking into it, because look, I don't have any bias here. All right, like, all I give a shit about is seeking the truth. So and I'm yeah. If someone had an explanation for a lot of these psychic phenomena and all this stuff, like, I'd be the first to be like, oh, okay, good, all right, well, that makes sense too. Now let's try to figure this out between the two. But yeah, anyway. Having said that, back to what Gio was saying, since everyone's silent, I think ultimately the real question is the nature of reality and our relationship to it. Like, whether it's spirituality, whether it's whether it's religion, and that what we've been taught about religion as it relates to the spiritual nature of reality, or as it relates to all of the systems of our world that are just objectively failing us and just screaming that we need to transform it, and probably from the ground up. I think ultimately all of this falls under this same category, because I believe that we're approaching a point of convergence where spirituality and science are coming together. And in that process of convergence, at least on those two subjects, it probably is an indication that all parallel timelines of these different aspects of reality are going to come to a point, or a singularity almost, where we recognize that at its core, we're all spiritual beings, and everything in this world is of this world from humanity creating it. And the only truth really is that is our nature, and we are love, and we are light, and we are the creators of our reality, and we should not be submitting our intellect and submitting our understanding of reality to the people at the top. And I think, I think there's power there, there's significance there, and I think that's where we're at. And those are the questions we need to be asking anyway.
Right. So I've been reading on this quip thing that Fagin proposes. It's basically that like quantum fields have a rudimentary consciousness, and that's where we get our consciousness from, is from those fields. If I'm interpreting this correctly. Are you familiar with this quip thing, or is it just something
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. What you said.
Okay. So I don't know how you would ever like have any evidence for this ever.
I think that's why we're seeing a lot more people that are practicing remote viewing and practicing out of body experiences. And if you listen to a lot of these people like Darius J. Wright and who's the other one? Anyway, what you find is that these people validate their ability to be able to remote view things across the world. And quantum physics is now telling us that we can affect one particle over here and it has an effect on another particle that is faster than the speed of light around the world. And so all of this is coming together to suggest that consciousness is like a final frontier, so to speak, of our understanding of the nature of reality in terms of its base layer. And so, yes, in the short term, I can't tell you exactly how we can prove all this stuff and how it's all going to pan out. But the remote viewing thing, for example, on YouTube, you can just type in remote viewing, like that is a real thing. And so, if anything, I think what it ultimately will do is encourage us. I say us as in like the people that aren't able to do these things or aren't practicing these things to be interested enough to listen to these people on social media and hear exactly how they do it.
The remote viewing thing, I don't think that has ever been demonstrated in like a non-setup by the person who's remote viewing, like in a controlled environment, to ever fucking work. ESP, all those tests don't work. Like I remember the guy who used to have the TV show that would challenge these psychics and ESP guys. Not one of them has been able to do it like in a non-environment that they didn't set up.
I've heard differently, but I can't quote anything right now, so I respect what you're saying. And who am I talking to? What's your name on here? Cooper. All right, I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna find some of the things I've seen. Yeah, and I'm gonna get back to you because those are fair questions. And again, I will say this. I promise you, there's enough evidence at this point in time that I will come back to you with something that will validate what I'm saying. But for now, that's fair, and I respect the skepticism. That's for sure.
And then put an olive leaf in your direction. I acknowledge that consciousness and these the edges of consciousness, trying to understand what even a mind is or how it becomes, is incredibly complicated, and we really have no idea either. Like the emergence of consciousness is basically just a guess. Like the emergence of consciousness from a brain is basically just a guess. So.
Yeah. There's no answer from a material perspective. Have you heard of the people that have what do you call it, past life regression? Like, but we're talking about children that will talk about their past life and where they, how they passed away in their previous life, and they'll go to that specific site, dig up, and find the body. Have you heard of those?
No, I have not, but that sounds pretty crazy.
That's just another example. Now, I understand. I don't know to what degree we can actually validate that, which as a skeptic, that's fair to say until I see that actual validation. But guys like Darius J. Wright, who's a well-known out-of-body experiencer, he himself quotes these things and he himself talks about his experiences. But again, to your point, how do we validate that? From your and my perspective as people that aren't performing these things or doing these things, we can't. So until I do a little more research and I get back to you, I think we're at a stalemate, which is fair and respectable.
Sure.
But hey, it's 12:20. I got to knock out. Hey, it was a pleasure talking to all y'all. Cooper, you have a good one. And heck, what was it? Rigger or whatever. Yeah, you have a good one. And Gio, y'all take care. See y'all again.
Good night, sir.
Yo, did those guys leave? Is it? I was away for a bit. Is it still you guys on something, or did it go quiet?
DaVinci or whatever his name left, but yeah.
Yeah. What were you guys on, or should we get on something new?
We can get on something new.
I do find it interesting that you guys are so. You say you've used hallucinogenics in the past. You've had similar experiences, but you're so ready to just reject that experience for
I don't reject the experience. I just didn't. I don't think it came from an external source. Everything that I experienced, what came from me. There was no. I don't believe there was an outside input.
You don't think anything was like guiding you?
Besides those playing card characters that lifted off and took me on a trip. No.
So you didn't get that sense, huh? Like you
Well, no.
being taken
I had
for a
I've
journey?
had ego death a couple times now, where you feel like you lose yourself and you become one with reality, and that's a profound and powerful experience. But like, that's not like that. That's not something that you. That doesn't necessitate an outside force.
Well, something had to hold your hand, take you there, right?
Well, I had ego death on
You needed
mushrooms.
a guide to get there because
I had to trip
you've never
on
gotten
DMT.
there on your own.
It was a
Yeah,
little
but-
different.
Well, I mean, dude, the way that it goes for a lot of people, like, so when they do like the psychedelic therapy where they give people these, especially like, sometimes high doses as well, where they're like closing their eyes and going within, it tends to be for like in a general way, like let's say somebody does like 50 sessions or even 100. Like back when they were doing the LSD back in like Czechoslovakia, these were not like hippie people in Czechoslovakia. These were like, pretty, average Czechoslovakians, and they were doing this LSD therapy and so on. The thousands of sessions that were recorded, and some of these people did like over 100 sessions just themselves. And what tends to be the case is that when people first start doing experiences like that, where they're like closing their eyes and really going within, that they'll often like go through their own like biological memories of like their childhood, etc. And then often it will go to the memory of their birth, and then it seems to open up into what has been called the transpersonal realm. And transpersonal basically just meaning like beyond the personal, where you start having experiences that are beyond, just like as that term sounds, transpersonal, like beyond the personal self, meaning like nothing you've ever experienced before or even knew before, for example, in your current like human life. But what I'm saying is that it tends to be the case that it takes a while of people like kind of breaking through their own barriers of like their childhood stuff, their own like biographical stuff to get to the beyond, as it were, to the transpersonal. So I'm not trying to say how that I'm not trying to say how that does or doesn't have to like link up with your experiences. I'm just saying that if you had a handful of experiences, for some people, it took like 20, 30, 40 of them until they started having like experiences that they felt like were beyond their own mind. That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Sure. I guess it's possible.
To put it that way. Beyond their own, like, anything that ever happened to them or that they've ever, something that like surprises them, like, oh my gosh, like, now, if they're like experiencing a past life or something, even though that's within themselves, but something totally outside of like what would be considered like anything that they would have had connection with before, basically.
I just don't know what that could be. Like what I would need. This is where it was where the issue where we like need to go case by case. One of the things is like what specific thing what revelation did they have that they couldn't possibly have come from their own mind?
Yeah. So here would be maybe like a test, for example. If there's like 10 people and you're trying to like maybe you're trying to invent something, maybe you're trying to heal something, whatever it may be, and you just work on it, sober, let's say, as it were, or you do like peyote together once a week, for example. Would you be able to access things when the whole group is doing peyote collectively that would be far more profound than if you were to not have the peyote in that example?
I guess it depends on what you were working on. If you were like working on like some conceptual piece, yes, freeing yourself from the ego, freeing yourself from like normal conventions or your normal perception of reality, that might be super helpful. If you're trying to write or if you're trying to like come up with a corporate procedure for the best way to file your accounting process in a business, probably not.
Right on. Yeah, it would depend on what you're kind of, wanting to resolve. But I guess it's just a question of, can you have experiences that are beyond your own mind or beyond your own, I mean, are you like a materialist that like everything comes from the brain or no?
Yeah, I think so, pretty much.
So it's like almost like it could be, not that we're really debating, but it would be a debate about whether everything comes from the physical matter in our brains or whether things can come from beyond our physical brains. Like knowledge or information or truth or.
Yes, I would say that anything that we're experiencing through the filter of our brain.
So what experience would you have to come to the conclusion that we can access information outside of our brain? And if you've never had an experience like that?
I mean, so like I said, like when I did like ego death was a big old revelation for me. But like, hold on one second. I got a dumb alarm for my roast going off. 1 sec. Very distracting. Hold on.
No, you're good. For the roast.
For the roast, I got to throw the potatoes in. 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Get the potatoes in.
Gio, can I just jump in here? I find this subject really interesting, and I'm curious. I hear a lot of people, when they talk about DMT or whatever, they say, it took me to a place and I met God, or I was talking to angels, or is that a really common kind of experience for people to have, to seem to have this kind of extraterrestrial encounter, for want of a better term, where they reach some higher plane with angelic beings or God or whatever they want to call it? Is that normal or regular, common, whatever the word is?
I don't think
Well,
they're meeting angels, though, are they?
I've heard people explain all sorts of things, that they met God or spoke with angels or whatever. I've never heard anybody say they thought they became an earthworm and burrowed around in the dirt. That's what I guess I'm getting at. There always seems to be some higher plane of experience rather than a so-called lesser plane of experience.
Like beings? I could see that, but go ahead, Gio. You answer. You got more experience in this.
Well, no, I mean, if you want to.
No, I'm just trying to think. I was just thinking out loud, like.
You're trying to think about like the way the word, because it makes me think of that too. Like exactly
Me and my friends, like I've never encountered like angel, maybe like the demonic depictions of like biblical, beings. I'd say maybe something like that, but not like the typical Christian winged, holy, all white, type of idea. I've never seen anything like that. It's more like,
I would say like there's a. Well, did you want to respond to that before I came in with what I was gonna say? Because he's kind of like critiquing or trying to break down like the wording that you were saying and then relating it. John, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, trying to understand it.
No, really. I mean, as I said, I've heard Rogan talk about DMT and just nothing's really specific. Just general conversation I've heard about it. That everyone will talk about this mind blowing higher plane of experience, or even what you said. You met a demonic being, as opposed to someone saying, I took peyote, or I took DMT, and I imagine I was a cockroach for 5 hours crawling around in a rubbish can. It always seems to be some but you know what I mean, some kind of euphoric or higher level of awareness, and everyone's mind blown, whereas you're not going to have your mind blown by being a cockroach so much.
Yeah, it's definitely a higher level.
Well, I guess this is what I would say. There is an incredibly wide range of experiences that people have. If we're talking about, because there's a whole range, like you have these plants in nature that can activate these experiences that people know, mushrooms and so on, but they can also be initiated through non-plant means, or even no substance. Like I've always said, like either through meditation, through breathing, like breath work, also drumming. Actually, like one drum that's like boom, 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 like the same tone can actually put you into a trance state. Also, like a type of there's forms of dancing. And I mentioned the breathing. Also, like sensory deprivation, where you like sit in a float tank where it's totally dark and the water is like the same temperature as your blood, and you're floating in salt and you can't hear anything, or you're in like sensory deprivation. Also, fasting can do it, and staying up for nights in a row actually can do it too. If you stay up like multiple nights in a row, and there's more ways. But anyways, those I just mentioned seem to be able to activate this incredibly wide range of experiences. And it does seem to be like, depending on what method you're using, might denote a little bit more what kind of experience you get. Like, for example, with ayahuasca, which does contain DMT, it's a plant mixture from the Amazon. It does contain DMT, but it has other compounds as well. The DMT is there, but it's utilized in conjunction with the actual ayahuasca, the whole spirit of the actual ayahuasca. So it's like DMT, but utilized for the ayahuasca experiences. Versus, for example, if somebody just extracts DMT synthetically, like into like a crystal, and then smokes it, and they extract it from a plant that is not the same as ayahuasca, it can initiate very different experiences. Still be DMT, but very, very different as well. And then like LSD has a very wide range of what it can activate in people, because it's basically lysergic acid, which is found in nature, even though LSD is semi-synthetic. Mushrooms are very powerful in their own way as well, although they kind of also are like on their own spectrum. But I mean, yeah, what you're describing, like, especially at high doses, having like profound mystical or transcendent experiences. Sometimes, yeah, I mean, like you're saying, angels could be involved. Some people like literally go to another dimension. Like with DMT can be like, DMT is very interdimensional. It can take, that's one of the components about it, even with ayahuasca as well. And what do I mean by that? I mean, that's a whole question too, like interdimensional. You're talking about like the spirit world, or like there's, like angelic beings and things that can happen. There's so many different experiences. 5-MeO DMT, which is a slightly different form of DMT, 5-methoxy DMT, that one tends to take you right to the source. Like if you want to go to the source of consciousness, if you want to call that God, although when people come back, they use a lot of different words to describe it, but like a very high dose of 5-MeO DMT is like the direct channel to the source. Like if you really want to go to the source of the whole thing, that's the one. DMT could take you there. LSD could take you there. Peyote definitely could. See, now if we're getting into like peyote and iboga, now we're talking about like the big players of the plants. Ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga. Peyote can do that too. Peyote can be very interdimensional, and so can and iboga can as well. But iboga is like more like a teacher helping you to come to truth within yourself. Peyote is that, but also, anyways. So I'll pass the mic. I've been long-winded there, but yeah. So there's a wide range of experiences, and then depending on kind of your, route of activation and one's own self, and I would even say our soul, spirit, so what experience will come up. Some people might have a challenging experience that they have to work through something painful within themselves, if they have a lot of issues. Other people might have like blissful, transcendent or spiritual kinds of very like elevating or buoyant experiences and everything in between.
Thanks, Gio. It's fascinating to me. Don't ever feel like you have to hand the microphone on or hurry up, because the stuff you share on this, I genuinely just love it. I love listening to it because you just don't know what you don't know. So thanks for that.
Cheers. Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I was talking fast just because I know I had a lot to say and I was trying to get through it. But yeah, I could slow down a bit. Sometimes I probably do get a little fast paced, but
yeah, you rush it. Like you got me, I'm like listening, like, oh, this is a good topic, and you're like rushing through it. It's like, no. No, this is your time to monologue. Do it.
This is it. Yeah, you go for it, yeah. Because all this, peyote and iboga and ayahuasca and DMT, all this stuff, you hear these terms thrown around, but it's rare than where you get a chance to listen to somebody who really understands it, knows the difference between the plants, the chemical reason behind it, what it does, the different effects it can have on you. Because generally, most people, it's a hallucinogen or whatever the generic term is. But to dig in with somebody who actually understands it is a rare opportunity, mate.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I appreciate that reflection. And well, yeah, I sometimes feel like not often, like in here, not everyone is into this topic, and so maybe sometimes I feel like I can't really just relax and go into it because I know this, some people are, but it's kind of late at night at this point, and probably anyone who's interested has stuck around. And but sometimes I just feel like it's not other people's interests, and so I don't feel as like I can like often go through it in a slow pace because I feel like people are gonna want to change the topic or something. So I'm kind of just trying to get in the few moments that when it comes up. But yeah, and I hear what you're saying because like
you just quickly, you sit there many hours listening to lots of conversations about Bible and prophecy and all these other things. So I think the server can spare you half an hour every now and again.
Yeah, about once a month, half an hour. Yep, it seems like about what it is sometimes to go into some of these topics.
I like it when you talk.
Thanks, Coco. Yeah, I like hearing you talk as well about different things. But yeah, I mean, it's a rare chance that we do talk about some of the other spirituality topics other than the Bible, which often is one that is more dominant, like you said, John.
And that's part of it, because when you're talking, there's not all the arguing going on. Like, you're more calm and relaxed about things.
Well, I get into it sometimes. I mean, yeah, sometimes if we debate, like in terms of some of the components of it at times, but yeah, I mean, to me, spirituality is more of like a beautiful journey rather than something to like debate. It's more something to like explore with others rather than debate others on. It's kind of how I see it.
Okay, I've never heard you get mad or yell or anything, so I guess I still have that coming up one day.
Well, no, I was just saying sometimes I get into this if it gets a little bit heated in terms of like, the creator, are we all one? Are we, the kind of some of the Christian perspectives and but yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about spirituality at large, in terms of like the plant medicines and things, like I wouldn't really feel the need to debate those either. I mean, I just think they're such beautiful tools, and if people are not into them, I understand that. But to me, it's just very sacred, and these plant spirits have a unique form of sentience in which like respecting them is important in my view. So I wouldn't really ever want to like get too heated with anyone if talking about healing and things like that.
Joe, could you just explain spirit? Like, what does that mean to you? Because that's not really common vernacular to say a plant spirit. Do you think the same spirit inhabits all ayahuasca or all iboga? How does that unpack for you?
Yeah, so like when people take like LSD, it doesn't really have a plant spirit. Like it comes from lysergic acid, which can be extracted in different ways. And you actually can extract it from the seeds that have LSA, lysergic acid, and then they make that into LSD. So if you use that form, it could have a bit of a plant spirit, but otherwise, if LSD is made in other ways, it won't really have that in the same way. And then mushrooms do have a plant spirit, but they're often like not as, I don't know the right word, like animated or as like communicative to people, especially if it's their first few times doing mushrooms. It can kind of be a trip, but they're not. Sometimes people connect with the plant spirit of mushrooms and other times not at the beginning. But if they work with mushrooms for a long time, they generally will more so. But with the three, like ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga, those are in like a whole nother octave, it seems, like in terms of, not that there has to be a hierarchy, but more like just another octave where like if one were to consume like a good strong dose of either one of those, like peyote, iboga, or ayahuasca, there's like the way people describe like more so a very palpable intelligence and spirit. And yeah, the term plant spirit could be used that people tap into. And sometimes they get like direct communication from the plant spirit. They experience it that way. Sometimes people do see it visually as well, or tap into it in various different ways. But it's just very, very common. Like even if people have done a lot of other experiences, but they've never done ayahuasca, and then they go to ayahuasca, they're like, oh wow, like I was communicating with a spirit, like I was actually having like a full download. And there's like a personality and a livelihood and a whole energy to what people describe in terms of like ayahuasca, for example. So yeah, I mean, to me, like those, if I was just to say that term plant spirit, like they seem to have almost like at a level of what God might be, or like of like the source. Like some of them have like access to like profound information. So that's one component as well. Like it seems like the intelligence level. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to when I say plant spirit. And it's kind of hard to describe if someone hasn't experienced it, but I'm just also giving
so when you say spirit, do you mean like an active sentient spirit? Because to a lot of people, if you say the word spirit, they kind of conjure up a ghostly kind of thing that roams around. So is that the kind of spirit you're talking about, like an actual kind of, for want of a better term, a living sentient thing which exists in, if we just focus on ayahuasca, is it the same spirit that's in all ayahuasca, or the different vines have different spirit? How does that work? What, like as in what's the knowledge around that?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. So I mean, people do talk about like meeting grandmother. They call it like ayahuasca is a very motherly female plant spirit, whereas peyote is more masculine and iboga is more masculine as well. Now they all have both sides, masculine and feminine, but they seem to have like a bias towards one or the other. So ayahuasca, without any question, is more feminine, and is the people call it the grandmother. They also call it like madre ayahuasca and so on. So like the mother, and whereas the iboga is like the grandfather, etc. So and peyote is kind of a grandfather spirit as well. But people do talk about like when they consume these that they're like meeting the spirit in a way. But that doesn't always mean that they're like seeing some kind of like apparition, or that they're literally seeing some kind of a fuzzy thing. But they will refer to it like that they're like meeting, or they're like communing with grandmother ayahuasca, for example. It's kind of hard to describe, I guess, unless one has experienced it, maybe to some extent. But yeah, like when I'm saying spirit, I guess I'm not really talking about like, it's kind of hard to put into words, but like I'm not necessarily talking about kind of just like a fuzzy like being or something. I'm talking like some kind of being of light. It's like an entire intelligence, it seems. I mean, I would go into other components of like maybe the ether and like how these plant spirits, like where they exist or what they are. Sorry, I don't know if that fully answered it, but it's experienced by people in different ways. I mean, I guess like more describing it like as an intelligence, because people experience it differently. Like I said, some people it's like auditory. They're hearing, hearing in some cases like even like words or a voice that's coming through to them from the ayahuasca, but they know it's coming from ayahuasca. And I'm kind of saying like when people report it, what I'm saying? Like I could share my personal experience, but I'm also kind of trying to give you like a more general, if you have 100 people and they all do ayahuasca, what are they going to come back saying, basically, kind of thing, And then I'm also kind of somewhat trying to communicate from my experience as well. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways it's experienced, but people do like more so with ayahuasca, and compared to like let's say LSD or mushrooms, people will say with ayahuasca like they're almost like they can like ask questions, they can get answers, and they're like being shown things, and they describe it as something beyond themselves that seems to be that intelligence or the ayahuasca spirit kind of thing. And it's pretty universal that people do connect with it. I mean, maybe if it's your first time, you might not as much, like it could take 2 or 3 to kind of get to know or get to experience it, but it's pretty universal that everybody has like, I guess if you want to call it like a relationship with the ayahuasca intelligence or spirit, for example, with ayahuasca, and then obviously with peyote or iboga have their own as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for all of that. I've just got to jump off and phone my wife and see what she wants me to pick up for dinner. So I'm definitely not bored with the conversation, Gio. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, sounds good. No, cheers. Thanks for hearing me out. And there's definitely interesting questions to consider. It's kind of that thing of like every time you drink ayahuasca, you're like, okay, what am I going to be shown in a sense, or what's going to be like, what am I going to be faced with within myself that I have to face to be stronger, like some kind of truth within oneself. Like ayahuasca and iboga are both like truth medicines, where anything within yourself that you're like lying to yourself, or if you're hurting others, like it's going to address that in a way, and you kind of can't really hide from yourself. It's going to, and they can be kind of like stern teachers in that way sometimes, in a sense, but people generally like appreciate it. But it can be challenging. I mean, some of these experiences are not easy to go through, and there can be purging as well, where you're like releasing toxins from your body and expelling things, from your body. The different types of purging that can happen. So it can be
Sounds so
ruthless.
embarrassing though.
It can be ruthless at times if it has to get toxins out of you. Like it will uproot your demons. That's for sure. Get them out of there. No, that's fine.
Like, how do they handle that? Is it just kind of accepted and normalized type thing?
Well, so like
if you go in
That's why I gotta do it in the desert. Lots of places to throw up.
all right, so if I were just to give like, if we're going to talk about that part of it real quick, like if you're in a whole ceremony room, let's say like often there's like these beautiful circular buildings that are kind of shaped like a pyramid is where they do the ceremonies like classically. But if you're all like spread out around the outside of the circle and there's like 5 or 6 feet between each person, so you have plenty of personal space and you got your little, sleeping bag and your pillows, whatever you need. And you just have a bucket. So yeah, if you need to throw up, you throw up in the bucket. And you can go to the bathroom or you can go out in the jungle if you want to throw up outside or something. But generally, dude, yeah, pretty much every ayahuasca, not everybody purges every time, like throwing up style. Not everyone does every time, but people will be, like at least some will. And you'll just hear, you'll hear that. But it's actually beautiful. And it's actually not like, you might think like, oh, I would only want to do that by myself in my bathroom. But actually there's like this beauty to it where there's this acceptance and it's actually not like really nasty either. 'Cause you're not really smelling anyone else's. And there's also like this spiritual potency to it that's just so beautiful that the purging, it's really like cathartic actually, and it's actually beautiful. I know it's hard to think that because if you're puking on like alcohol or something, it's nasty, you're just in the toilet, like, but it's not like that with this. Like this is actually getting like toxins out of you that have been built up for years, and it's initiating that like that throwing up process as a detox, and it does it powerfully at times, and it's actually not the same unpleasantness as if you're like have the flu or something. It's not the same. And then you can have like the number 2, basically the diarrhea, or just having a bowel movement, which for that you just go to the bathroom, so you're by yourself in the toilet. And I have had some like diarrhea, as it were, that comes out because it's getting out, like it's getting out parasites, it's getting out toxins. I mean, but you can like expel, and this is why people like come back like cured of cancer and stuff. Like, what are they expelling out of themselves? But it's not altogether unpleasant either. It has kind of a spiritual kind of beauty to it as well. But yeah, you can purge out of either end with ayahuasca. It gets out what it needs to get out, so that's part of it. And pretty much everyone will purge at some point, but you don't purge every time. And like usually people purge a lot for like their first 5 or 10 ceremonies, and then after that, usually it lessens quite a bit to the point to where like if you've done it quite a bit, you won't purge at all. So it just gets out what it needs to get out, and then you're good. But some people have more than others, so some people have pretty intense stuff to release. Is that what you meant? Like, is it embarrassing if you're like doing that next to other people?
Yeah, like bring a backpack with a change of clothes just in case.
Well, no, it all goes into the bucket or the toilet. You don't want any party fouls. It's like, you want to get it into the bucket, and they have like facilitators there, usually to kind of help you. And
yeah, because I imagine like you trance out, like you go about the ceremony or whatever, and then you just kind of like boom, you're gone, and in that moment, whatever happens, happens. But you're kind of not physically there, but you are. That's kind of my impression of it.
Oh, sometimes, yeah. I mean, when you drink it with ayahuasca, like it comes on within about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It's faster, like it's with the DMT and everything. It's pretty quick, like within 20, 30 minutes. And everybody's different though. I mean, some people just lay down and close their eyes, and sometimes it almost looks like they're sleeping, but they're having a really powerful experience. Other people kind of.
That's what I do. That's what I do on shrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just fucking kick back, do way too much, kick back, and just enjoy the ride.
Really? I feel like the walk through the woods is the ultimate shroom trip.
Yeah, on like a really low dose, but I haven't done them in ages, right? I've not touched this stuff in ages. I've just been 100%, away from drugs. Well, I ran into somebody recently that cultivates, and it's pretty good stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, they were sending me like free stuff. I was buying some stuff, and I took around 10 grams, and I just was like, boom. That was probably one of the. It was powerful, powerful.
This is why people call them boomers. It is a very booming experience. It can be.
Oh yeah, there's just points in it where you're like, holy shit, it's overwhelming. But the craziest part was like, all my physical senses just shut off and went away. Like everything, like the hearing things, like because I remember, laying back, getting ready for it. It starts kicking in and everything. As soon as the lights intensify, I'm like, all right, time to go chill. I set up and everything, and then it's like I had this urge to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, no, I'm not getting up. No way. Like my mind is in a good place. Just ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. And it just went away. And then everything, like that whole, like just being aware of my physical body, it was gone. Like it didn't exist anymore. And it was just all in, all somewhere else.
All right.
And it was
Let's
quite
I got a question for all the trippers out there. And there is a correct answer to this, so be careful. All right. What is the one item you bring with while tripping?
cigarettes and a lighter.
Water.
Oh,
Water.
no, boo, incorrect. All of you guys are wrong. It's a fucking music. You gotta have that
Nah, I
reset
don't
button.
do it. I
Yeah,
don't do the
so
music.
no, music is huge. Well, okay, with mushrooms, people often do like light, the classic thing with mushrooms. Okay, you can do it out in nature. I agree with you, Cooper. I've had amazing mushroom experiences in nature, but that is generally for like a lower dose or like
Yeah,
maybe
like
up to
3
like
grams,
3
4
grams.
maybe.
Yeah, an
Yeah, but
eighth or
you're still
so.
aware of like you can still be like walk across the street safely. Yeah, yeah.
About an eighth, is good because like at the most, like a half eighth or an eighth, because you can get some booming visuals, but you're pretty cognizant of things. But yeah, if you're gonna go above that, like 4, 5, 6, 7 grams, there's the classic idea of like in the darkness with even with no music. I mean, you can do music, but there's the classic like silence and darkness with mushrooms. You guys know about that, where you go in complete darkness, with no music, and do a high dose of mushrooms. That's like kind of one way that's done. With
It's like
ayahuasca.
meditating on shrooms. That's what it's like.
Whereas with ayahuasca, usually the shaman or the other facilitators are usually playing live music, like a guitar, singing, a drum, or they're playing music if it's kind of like modern style. But they should be playing the music live, like with a guitar and little drums or different rattles and things. Is with ayahuasca, and the music's very important for the ayahuasca experience. Totally takes you on the journey and facilitates the ayahuasca spirit to do all the healing it needs to do. So music's really essential for ayahuasca. With iboga, it's also very, very essential when they do these iboga ceremonies, which is iboga's from Africa. It's a root. It's the root of a plant. It's like this woody root that you eat, and they have a whole thing where they are playing drums, all kinds of drumming, and they have like this huge bar that they clack on, clack, 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 and they do all these polyrhythms. And then they're also dancing. It's very important. The music is very unique too. It's all these polyrhythms, these for the iboga journey. And when taking iboga, you pretty much like have to listen to that music. Like, I mean, I have listened to other music on iboga, but the actual music they create, which you can, if you're there in person, you can do that. If obviously you can hear it live, but otherwise there's a lot of good recordings. You pretty much, and when you listen to that music on iboga, it is so beautiful, amazing. It is so perfect for it. And then peyote kind of has its own music to it. That's not really the iboga music per se, but peyote has perfect music, like with certain kinds of drumming and like repetitive drumming, because peyote is very like you're really grooving with it. And so like, anyways, but there's more like the Native American kinds of music and things with peyote. But yeah, with mushrooms is one that people do in silence and darkness without as much the music, or you can do music. But those other three all have like very. So when you mention the music, yeah, that's a good point.
There's frequencies I've done. I've tried like the different level frequencies, like the 50 hertz, the 900, like just different numbers. They relate it to this and that. I've tried that on shrooms, but it almost gets like a little bit I don't know, gets a little bit annoying. Like not annoying, but distracting. So I like the cognitive journey where you're just
With
lost
mushrooms?
in thought. Yeah. Well, on a high dose, you know what I mean? On a low dose, like I'll just go out, like fucking walk around and have a great time.
But I can usually think with the music because I dude, music on LSD sounds amazing. Dude, I've had times on
doesn't it
LSD.
change?
Oh my
Doesn't it
god,
change your
unbelievable!
visuals
It's
though?
like heavenly.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
for
music.
me,
I hear you about the mushrooms thing. Like, I actually agree with you. Mushrooms is the one of these that going without music kind of fits in a way. Like LSD though, dude, I pretty much always want music. And LSD, music on LSD is like incredible. I've had times where I can move my head around in front of the speakers and I can literally feel the sound waves and how they're actually moving through the environment. It's amazing. It's like
that's
extrasensory
pretty cool.
perception.
Yeah, LSD though, that's way more lively, I would say.
It's pretty electric. LSD is very electric. Yeah. Mushrooms are
Like
more
if I
kind
was
of
going to a rave,
boomy.
I want LSD, not mushrooms.
Yeah.
Like something
Well,
that's gonna like zap me up. Like shrooms, I'm just gonna like go into like a complete different headspace.
yeah, everybody's
Ha-
different as well. You can also do both, mushrooms and LSD, which I've done those at the
no.
same time.
No,
Dude,
I don't think I'd do that.
I've done them at the same time, but it's really I don't like it. It seems like the receptors are kind of competing for like positioning.
Yeah.
Although,
I'd be afraid.
well, I mean, doing like 150 mics of LSD with like 2 grams of mushrooms, it's pretty good. It's
All right, that's not,
it's
yeah.
pretty good. Yeah, like, but it'll multiply both of them though. It'll be more intense. But I still think that like molecularly, they kind of interact in a way that I actually just don't really prefer. I'd rather just do one or the other, really, myself. You know what is a good combo though is MDMA and LSD. Candy flipping is called. That
Yeah, I've
combo
heard about
is
that.
killer because those are both electric. You know what I mean? So you're putting electric with electric. Like MDMA is electric in its own unique way, and LSD is as well. So you can do MDMA with mushrooms too, which is what do they call it? They call it like hippie flipping, I think.
Yeah, I've been watching some channels, learning more about it so I can like understand it, better, like the DMT stuff. Trying to figure out, I mean that, and it's just a matter of, all right, if it comes across,
See, for
that way I'll
that,
be prepared.
I think that in my viewpoint for DMT, this is just my view is that it should really always be done from the right plant source because DMT will like carry the plant spirit of what it's extracted from. And so some people are extracting it from plants that really it shouldn't be extracted from, then they're having like sometimes very like frightening experiences. But if you do DMT where it always comes from like there's a word like shamanic master plants, like if I were to use that phrase, meaning that there's like certain plants that are like master plants in the shamanic understanding. And so if you always do DMT from one of those sources, like you'll always be supported in a profoundly healing way. So I'm just mentioning that. Whereas when people are making all these synthetic extracts and things, like they're kind of dancing with different energies. So
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
what
like
it
say it
seems
has
like.
to be like some recommendation. But I am kind of saying that like if someone wants the most like organic, with DMT, because DMT can be really intense, like when taken in other forms that are not like traditional in the plant forms.
Yeah, I want the powerful version. I think you said 5 DMOT. What is it? Fuck.
Yeah, five. It's
5
five.
EM
It's 5-MeO,
MEO.
but it stands for methoxy, so it's 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine DMT. So 5-methoxy DMT essentially.
So what is it? That's just like the process of pulling it, extracting it.
All right, so certain plants contain NN-DMT, which is regular dimethyltryptamine, NN-DMT, which is also found in your brain and all throughout your body and all that. But
All
other
right, that's the
plants,
one that's in you. All right.
that's NN-DMT. But then other plants, and also, I mean the toad, the Sonoran desert toad, actually has this as well. But there's plants that contain 5-MeO-DMT, 5-methoxy-DMT, and another alkaloid called bufotenine. That's why they call it the Bufo alvarius toad. The bufo comes from the bufotenine, and bufotenine is a alkaloid in its own way, and it's very like physically electric, like energizing. You can like shake on it. It's very like healing as well. But anyway, so bufotenine and 5-MeO-DMT, they tend to come together in nature. Like they come together in the toad, meaning they come as a pair in the same substance. And then with ayahuasca, you have the vine, and then there's two types of leaves that you can mix with. Well, there's many different master plants, but of the two ones I'm talking about, one of them contains regular just NN-DMT. The other one contains the 5-MeO and the bufotenine. So you can make an ayahuasca brew that has both NN-DMT and the 5-MeO-DMT, and you can regulate the dosage by how many leaves you put in of each of those plants. So yeah, the 5-MeO-DMT is a different alkaloid than DMT, and it has different effects, and it comes in different plants and things. Yeah.
Man, you really know your shit on this.
Can I ask a quick question?
So I got
before I got to get out of the car. Just quickly. So I've never touched a hallucinogen in my life, and I'm just curious: is this something where like you can just lose connection with reality temporarily and end up jumping off the roof of your house or running out into the middle of the freeway, or like is there that level of you know? Are you always cognizant of what you're doing and in control, or how is that something? Is there some level where you need to actually be supervised when you're doing it, or how does that work?
Start off light, dude. Start off light. Like if you say shrooms, for example, right? Just start off with like half a gram. See how your body reacts to it. If you don't like it, you don't like the way you feel is like you're going down a road where you're like, okay, this isn't for me. I want out. You know, you'll be safe. But if you enjoy it, you're feeling like good. You're like, oh wow, this is peaking. I'm peaking. You know, like all my senses are kicking in. You actually embrace it, and you can go up a little. You know, but for the love of God, do not fucking do a high dose your first time. Because I do believe people can go through psychosis where they just get a complete separation. They lose themselves in the trip. Like they just lose that connection to who they are. And
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, and you just end up running out in the middle of the road, because you've kind of lost connection with the fact that you're a guy living on Earth. That's what.
If you do too much, I could see something like that happen. I don't know. I know a kid in high school that we fucked around with acid and stuff. It changed him to the point where he disconnected for like a couple years, and then I met him like after high school and stuff, and he was just like a chill dude again.
Yeah. I mean, even to the point, just in a the 2-hour trip or whatever you're doing, where if you got a high dose, could you think, oh fuck, I can fly, and then jump off the roof of your house thinking you could fly?
I don't. Maybe other stuff. No, acid's never been like that for me. Mushrooms never. Peyote, mescaline rather. It's never been like that for me. Not even close. I'd say if something ever gave me that feeling, I'd say Coke. Coke has made me think I'm a monster, like I can do anything with a little, mixed with alcohol. That'll put you on like, it'll put you in a state where you feel indestructible.
Yeah, no, cocaine's a whole different thing in that way. Especially when it's extracted into like a powder, and it's a kind of whole different beast. But I mean, I'll just say, like, in terms of like, if we're talking about like the kind of classic, I prefer the word entheogen rather than psychedelic. Entheogen is a word that is used in replacement essentially for psychedelic, but it's more referring to like the spiritual and sacred use of these certain plants and so on, rather than like the word psychedelic kind of comes from a slightly different era in the 60s and so on. But if we're talking about like the classic like entheogens or psychedelics like ayahuasca, peyote, the plant ones, I mean, when people take these, John, I would say like they're always generally like to some degree of their awareness, of their personality, who they are. They might be seeing things, visions, profound things, but they still are themselves. They feel like themselves, etc. And they're cognizant in that way. They can get up and go to the bathroom if they need to and stuff like that. And with the plants, they're very natural in that sense. However, there are some cases where people have extreme like dissociative traumas where they were like abused repeatedly or sexually abused repeatedly and so on as a child, where they have like very deep suppressed dissociative traumas. And sometimes these experiences, they may need to like unravel that. And so these plants and things can bring that up for it to be healed. So, but I mean, if that's with like ayahuasca or peyote, like the person's not going to like get up and run around or anything. They might lie down and kind of almost like they fall asleep, or they might go through an experience, but there's always like facilitators there. So it's never really an issue with like the plant ones of any kind of like people losing their cognitive abilities or anything. But there are facilitators there that, help keep you physically safe, However, like LSD is also kind of a different story because it's not really a plant spirit and it can really activate people. And some people have like really deep traumas and, like I said, dissociative things where they'll go into a state with LSD where they're basically projecting. You know how people say, "Oh, you're projecting"? They use that as like a mocking, ridicule thing. Well, in this case, they are literally like, I'm talking, they're full blown projecting. Like if they have a trauma that's very challenging for them, they're literally their entire consciousness is flooded with the emotions of that trauma. So they can feel fear, they can feel being trapped, they can feel maybe, afraid, whatever it may be. And then they can project that onto others and quote unquote freak out. So that's when someone has like a freak out, quote unquote. And then if they don't have the support to go to work through those emotions, the people around them, they freak out, they take them to the hospital. "Oh, my friend took LSD." But that's just a misunderstanding of what's actually going on. If they were to actually go through the process by going within, they would actually be able to heal whatever's coming up. So that's what I would say. There are some cases where people have to work through things like that, but I mean, 98 or 99% of the time, or whatever, a very high percentage, people are cognizant through the whole thing, even at very, very high doses, like whereas, with ayahuasca or iboga or something, I mean, even through the full high doses, they're themselves through the whole thing, but going through very powerful experiences at the same time. So yeah, that's kind of my response to that you brought up.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. I better go and pick up this dinner now. Have a good night, guys.
You too. Yeah, cheers.
Or day, whatever, wherever you are. Enjoy the rest of it.
Have you grown the plants? The source plants for the DMT? Because I'm thinking about shit. That might be the only way to go about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different plants that contain. There's like the acacias, many of the acacia species. Also, do you know what yopo is? You ever heard of yopo?
No.
So, okay, do you know what a shamanic snuff is? Or like the word like?
No.
Well, the word
Never
snuff
heard.
may actually be used in other contexts too that are not what I'm talking about, but it's when a like plant that's been powdered is blown into the nose. So you don't snort it like cocaine or whatever. It's blown into the nose. And there's like a tube, often made out of like animal bone, for example. And the powder is put in the tube. And then another person can apply it to you, meaning they put their mouth on the tube, the powder's in the tube, and then they put it up to your nostril and they give a little air, and then it blows the plant up into your nose.
Your whole sinus cavity? Like,
yep, right up to
Alright.
the pineal gland, to the pineal gland. There's also a medicine called hape, which is tobacco mixed with other plants. It's also blown into the nose. It's very healing. Tobacco is profound. It's very healing. And it's like, wild jungle tobacco, ideally, mixed with different like plants and compounds. It's called Hape, and that's something that people do like, regularly. But the Yopo seeds are these seeds, and you grind them up into a powder, and you can also self-administer. It's like you can have a little thing that's in the shape of a V. So you put your mouth on one side and then the other side in your own nose, and you give a little push of air. But you want to kind of like close you don't huff it up though. Like when it's blown in there, you kind of hold, how you kind of hold your throat closed, but how you can kind of hold your nasal thing closed, you kind of close it like, so you kind of close it. You kind of just hold it. Like you don't go, like you're breathing in it. You don't try to like breathe in snot or whatever. You're not doing that. You're just like holding there and you're kind of blocking it and you let it be blown in there. It is very close to the pineal gland and it's a very powerful point of activation for these medicines. And it's also not damaging if it's the natural plants. Like it's not like cocaine or whatever. So you don't get like bloody nose or anything. It actually feels good and it's very, very healing. And sometimes it can feel a little bit sharp in a sense. Anyways, the Yopo seeds contain 5-MeO-DMT and also the bufotenine. So that's another way to experience DMT is that method. And that's just one, the Yopo seeds. And there's other ones as well. And it can give like a very powerful DMT experience that can last for like about 45 minutes to an hour.
45 minutes to an hour?
Yep. That's for that method. Sometimes an hour and a half.
Wow. That's what I wanted. I want to do something like that.
Yeah, not too long, not too short. Like it's good, like ayahuasca is like 4 to 5 hours. So if you got the DMT and all that, so you're getting about 4 to 5 hours worth. The ones that are blown into the nose usually are about an hour, sometimes longer. The thing is you can keep retaking more though. So you can do some and then take a little more, you can keep, if you want, you can keep doing it. You can do that with ayahuasca too. You can keep drinking more of it.
How powerful is it though? Like, is it more of just a longer trip instead of a shorter, more powerful trip? Because they talk about having a breakthrough.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. That's what I want to hit. That stage.
Well, so DMT, like in ayahuasca, since you're drinking it like, like orally, you have to like, if you really want really high DMT, you have to make a brew that has a higher concentration of the DMT, which means you have to put more leaves in order to get, in the final liquid, which is only like 1 ounce of liquid, you would have much more DMT in the potency. And if you really go high with that, or if you drink multiple cups, you can have a really high dose DMT experience with ayahuasca, like as high as you can get, and you're in it for like hours. So that's that way, but you do kind of have to dose it right and stuff to get that high of a dose. And not all brews are like that potent. Sometimes they're kind of more moderate DMT. And you can still have really healing experiences even without huge amounts. Anyways, but with like the ones that are blown into the nose, like the snuff ones, those you can get really high doses, yes, but like you generally might want to do it like kind of like it builds. So if you take some and then a half hour you take more, half hour take more, you know what I mean? It peaks, it builds like that.
Yeah.
So you might not get it like in one administration, but if you kind of build it, you can get really high. And then the vaporizing, like where you're smoking it basically or breathing it in, there's like the DMT, like crystal DMT, which yeah, of course you can get like a really high dose if you take huge. But then the toad medicine, which comes from the toad, the Sonoran desert toad, there's a secretion that the toad secretes, and then you just dry that and then vaporize it and smoke it. You can get really high doses with that. And that's the 5-MeO-DMT and the bufotenine is what that has as well. It's like different than Yopo, but
what does the bufotenine do? Like how does that act?
Yeah, well, it's an alkaloid in and of its own right. Like it has its own entire like kind of psychedelic as it were qualities. It has it makes colors really rich and deep, I've noticed. And it's also kind of like a body. Like there's like a buzzing and like an energy in the body that's prevalent with it. It has kind of a physical electric component. I think it does also have like a euphoria, I think component. It's kind of hard to separate them in my mind though, because if you do them in that form, you're getting the 5-MeO DMT with the bufotenine, you know?
Yeah. Well, I get cautious with mixing.
Well, that just comes in the plant. Those alkaloids come in there. But it's kind of like I've never taken bufotenine on its own, really, you know, because I've always done it in the plants. That I think there is like synthetic bufotenine, but I've never like taken that. I've always just done it when it's in. But I can tell a difference. Like if you have an ayahuasca brew with, so the chacruna are the leaves of the 5-MeO. Sorry, the chacruna is the name for the plant, which is actually Psychotria viridis, but the kind of plant name that we commonly call it is chacruna. That has the NN-DMT, but then another type of leaf called chaliponga contains the 5-MeO DMT and the bufotenine. So I mean, if you have an ayahuasca brew with just the regular chacruna, you'll know what that is, and then if you have it with the chaliponga, you'll be like, oh wow, this is what the 5-MeO and the bufotenine does, you know, different, or what it adds.
Yeah, I kind of get hyped up thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, these are profound plants and they bring such like deep, profound healing within people. So it's a beautiful thing. It's not always easy to go through though, I will say that. Like, I mean, it can be incredibly euphoric and beautiful. And people always feel better after, like across the board,
Well,
you know. Like,
that's the sometimes the ride sucks. But in the end, you know, like that journey, you always. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when I did that, you know, that high dose of shrooms, it kicked my fucking ass, you know.
Yeah.
But I came out and I'm like, all right, yeah, that was good. I'm glad I did it. I didn't regret it at all. But now I'm at the point where it's like, I don't really look at shrooms as like something to keep doing. It's almost like, you know, you do it, you get what you need from it, and then you just don't need it. Like if I was gonna do it, I would do like a real low dose, I think. Maybe a gram, maybe a little bit less, just to get like the, you know, slight visuals, the senses firing a little bit, you know, more intensely. But I have no desire to do like even like 4 grams, 5 grams, whatever. Just because like I feel like it did its work, you know? Like it showed me what I needed to see. That's kind of where I'm at with shrooms now.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't know. I am still maybe a little bit like, yeah, I want to do like another large dose, but I don't feel like, I don't know. I don't really have that urge like I did before I did it. You know, because I did a few high doses. I was doing like I did like a 5 gram, a couple 7 grams, and I jumped around somewhere around 10. I think it was really 12. I don't remember though. So I just say about 10.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a lot. It depends on the potency though, because like if they're old or if they're not potent, then 10
No,
could be similar to
they're
4,
like
you know.
they're whole pieces, you know? It's like the whole mushroom. Fresh, clean.
Okay. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
you mean like not dried, but like wet, like wet mushrooms, like fresh ones?
Well, not wet, but you know, like they're dried out and properly, but they're not like they haven't been sitting around. You know what I mean?
I got you. Because they
They
do
look
lose potency over time. Like I've eaten mushrooms that are like 5 years old and they're like a
Yep.
dud. They like barely work. You get a little glow of colors and it's like that's it. Like even if you eat a
Yeah.
lot of it. So yeah, you got to eat it within like a year or two maybe, or you know, depending on how, if you keep them like, you know, airtight, it'll last longer, that kind of thing, or away from air, obviously, because air degrades it probably. But whereas see,
Yeah, keep it sealed and in a
ayahuasca is
dark
different.
place, I was told.
Ayahuasca is the opposite. Like the longer you keep ayahuasca, like after you've made it into the liquid, like you cook it all down into a liquid, it actually like it keeps its potency or even gets more potent. Like you could have ayahuasca that's like 20 years old and it may even be more potent than it was 20 years ago. Yeah. It's like a true elixir. Like it does not lose potency. Ayahuasca doesn't. Even if you just have it in a bottle in your fridge, you know. But that's after it's been cooked. Before it's been cooked, out of the plants might not last 20 years, you know, but after it's been cooked, it will. It's kind of amazing. There's like an alchemy, like a spiritual, sacred alchemy that occurs there.
Yeah, I think that's why I was so excited to do like a big dose, because I knew they were good. You know, I gave my buddy some, and I'm like, all right, what do you think? He comes down, he's all geeking, you know. He's like, oh, like happiest motherfucker on earth, you know. And then 10 hours later, he comes down. He's like, dude, I'm still tripping. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, yeah, a little bit, a little bit. I was like, holy shit. Because usually I remember doing them when I was younger, and it's like, yeah, you get about 6 hour trip, you know, typically.
Yeah, depending on how much you take. Yeah. Or the thing about with mushrooms, you can keep taking more, which is what's cool about it. You can step it. So you can like eat like
Yeah,
a
that's what he
gram.
does.
Yeah, you can just eat like a gram, chill for a bit, feel it a little, just gotta look, you feel it a little, take another gram, feel a little more, you know, and then you can just kind of like do what you want to do. But you can just keep taking grams for like, I mean, there is that tolerance, like you said, like mushrooms, like these are the indole alkaloids. It's the type of alkaloid. They're indoles. And yeah, the indoles in that family, they have that tolerance and also cross tolerance. So like if you were to keep stair-stepping mushrooms, you can do it for like probably 2 or 3 days if you're doing like a really long ceremony and you want to go all out. But after that, you kind of have to stop. But you can extend it out easily, like if you want to stay up all night kind of thing, and keep spacing it and just take a little more. It works pretty well for that. Ayahuasca does too. Like you can drink ayahuasca and like once it's kind of wearing off, 4 hours later, drink another cup. That'll extend it for like 2 more hours. Drink another. You can basically keep kind of rolling. And it doesn't like fatigue you. Mushrooms they're a little bit of like a food poisoning, so they kind of fatigue you, but ayahuasca like just like rejuvenates you. It's amazing. Like you feel like the opposite of hungover. Like even though you only got like 2 hours of sleep because you were up in the ceremony until 4 a.m., you might have only slept for like an hour or two, but you wake up feeling like you just slept for like 10 years. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, shrooms don't do that. They don't
No,
kick my ass though.
You don't think so? I think they kind of do. Shrooms do a little bit. They kind of extend your receptors, I feel a bit. Like I always feel a bit, you know. Not really
like
hangover, but-
cognitively, yeah. Like mentally drained, absolutely. But
and even physically.
It's like a little bit. Like, you know, the whole bathroom thing next morning from having all that stuff in your stomach.
Right.
But other than that, it's like then again, when I did it, I wasn't really going out and running or, you know, doing anything physically active. I was just sitting around the next day. Pondering.
Yeah.
You know, mostly distracted by like the experience from the day before.
Yeah, peyote is you're a little tired the next day. It does kind of extend you a little. Although you also feel really rejuvenated and like incredibly blissful. And then iboga, you don't feel tired at all. Like iboga is the longest lasting. Like if you do a high dose of iboga, it's like 30 hours, 30 to 40 hours. So if you do like what they call a flood dose, and you actually, yeah.
I used to a fucking week. That's like a week's worth of work right there.
Well, I mean, if you start at like, you know, like 7 p.m., you take it at like it's called a flood dose. Yeah, you're like, it takes like an hour or two to kick in, but then once it kicks in, if you take all of it, like if you space it out, it might space it out. But if you did all the flood dose like up front, you're gonna be having like full blown like visions and experiences for like the first phase is like 12 to 15 hours of just full on, and you're just lying there. Like your body feels heavy. So you're not like, you can't get up and dance or do anything crazy. Like you're just literally lying, almost like you're sleeping, but you're awake. And you don't even feel tired, even though you're staying up all night. So if you start at like 7 p.m., yeah, you're going to have like 12 to 15 hours of like visions. And then it's going to go to like phase 2. And then you have like another 10 to 15 of like phase 2, where you're still having some visions, but you're like kind of integrating and reflecting and putting the pieces together of your life and all that. And then there's like a phase 3 that like goes on even longer, like at least another 10 hours, let's say, to call it like 30 to 40. but then you're in like an afterglow for like 3 days. I mean, you sleep after that or whatever but you can't sleep on it. Like you can't sleep on Iboga. Like even though you're like lying down and your body feels heavy, it will keep you awake basically, which is interesting. So, yeah, but that's kind of how that one goes.
That sounds intense, dude. That sounds really intense.
Iboga is the most intense one. Like it's the longest lasting because peyote's like 15 hours, 12 to 15 kind of thing. Depending.
And you feel like you feel fresh afterwards, though. You don't have that. Because I think the longest trip I've done is acid, where it felt like over 12 hours. I was just tripping. Like I woke up the next day and I'm like, am I still tripping? What the fuck? Type thing.
You go to sleep and wake up, you're still tripping. That's always
yeah.
And
it's like, yeah, but I feel like shit after doing acid. That one kicks my ass.
Yeah, well, I think it has to do with the purity because there's other alkaloids in the LSD production that can give you like the body aches and because it's alkaloids that they're not purifying out of it because it's a whole chemical process. So yeah, I was gonna bring that one up earlier. Like in terms of the hangovers, like LSD you can feel pretty cranked the next day if it's not pure LSD. If it's really pure, like the purest, you actually feel pretty rejuvenated. Although you might still feel tired. Like it doesn't really give you like rejuvenation. Maybe it does kind of in its own way. But the Iboga thing, like, I mean, I can't. I'm not gonna say you feel like totally fresh, like ready to run a marathon after that or anything. But you do feel like incredibly like your body. You don't feel like you miss sleep, and you feel very like reset and rejuvenated and grounded. And it's definitely not like a huge like hangover type thing. But yeah, you might be like resting, and you might want to like catch some Z's after that. But ayahuasca is the most like rejuvenating, like I would say in that way, because Iboga does have a little bit of a fatiguing, like not really, but kind of like it is intense.
You've done the 20, 40-hour trip?
Oh yeah.
You've committed to that?
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that must have been fun as hell. Because I mean, sometimes you come out of a trip, right? And you're like, fuck man, I wish that part of the trip lasted longer. Like I was having so much fun if I could just stay in. Because for me, I have a blast in the visuals. Like, when you get all the like the geometric shapes and like the flooding of the colors and the shapes and the distortions and everything else mixed between. That's just fun.
Yeah, there's like the aesthetic beauty part of it, of like seeing like like the fractals and geometric. Yeah, I mean, all of these have like, I mean, dude, the DMT when it's with ayahuasca, like some of the most beautiful, like stained glass work, like in a church. Like, I'm not putting churches down, but I'm just saying like the most beautiful like artwork one might consider. Like, I'm just using this as a descriptor. Just can't even compare to the beauty in these. When you're actually seeing like the like what are we seeing? Like, is that like ether? Like it's something profound, like and direct. Like, because you're not really seeing it with your eyes, really. It's
your eyes are closed. It's like and that's what I was saying earlier about the sound. That's why sometimes I don't like the sound because it'll change the visuals.
Oh,
like
I see
for me, it'll change like what is coming up in like my mind. I guess I don't know whatever you call it. But
well, people like that though, like going to concerts and shit. Like raves or whatever, but also like that band Fish, which I love a lot. They're similar to the Grateful Dead, I guess. They're kind of in that category, but like jam band. But they have the whole light show, and then people are usually tripping with mushrooms or LSD. Some large percentage of the crowd is either on mushrooms or LSD, maybe MDMA. Not really like ayahuasca and stuff. People, you wouldn't really do that at a Fish show. But what I'm saying is that people like the lights, all the different colors with the. So you're saying, I mean, I'm saying they like the music with the lights that kind of drives the experience with the lights, but you're saying in this case that you feel like the music kind of shifts it in a way that you'd prefer to have control over it rather than the music, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I was on that dose, like I tried the music and I'm like, fuck no, dude. Like bring me back to that zone before I put the music on, But I mean, I've taken like a gram or two and it's like, yeah, dude, I'll listen to some whatever, just like electric music electronic, no real vocals, maybe very little vocals or like modified vocals, right? Then it's not really saying anything. And I'll listen,
Right.
and that's fun, right? It sounds amazing. Like I've listened to music tripping, and then that song never sounds the same again. It's like, why did that song sound just so beautiful when I was tripping balls? And then I look forward to afterwards listening to it. I'm like, oh, fucking, that song was so good yesterday. I'm gonna throw it on. It's like it doesn't sound right now. Like stuff like that. But when I go heavy, like a powerful trip, I just like to do like the meditate thing and like
Yeah.
get the mind clear and like almost like meditate trip type and go into that phase and then just boom, gone. Like
No,
get
I
my
actually agree with you. Actually, in my own personal kind of sense of it as well, like with mushrooms, like medium doses or maybe even like medium high are fine with or good can be good with music. But yeah, like really high dose. I know what you mean about the music almost could be interfering. Like with mushrooms in particular, maybe like I could see where you're coming from. I'm kind of 50-50 on that though, but I do hear like that you could have that what you're saying. Like I understand where you're coming from.
but almost like an overload, you know? Maybe that's
Yeah,
what
like,
all it was just too much.
yeah, like if you're really overwhelmed by the experience and then the music is adding to it, yeah, it could kind of. But I don't know. See, that's with mushrooms. Like, dude, with ayahuasca, like the music is like beautiful. It's so like nobody ever has an aversion to the music, and usually, like I said with ayahuasca, it's like being played live. So like they're like actually singing, playing guitar, playing a drum or like rattles and things. To where it's like live, and it's like incredibly beautiful music. And so on. They have what they call icaros, which are these in the ayahuasca, they're called icaros. And these
Yeah.
icaros, they're like melodies, and the shamans get these icaros like from the ayahuasca. Like they're taught the icaros from the actual ayahuasca, and then they sing those melodies during the experience. And it is like I've never really heard of anyone having an aversion to the music. And in fact, the music actually like powerfully fuels the visions. It's almost like the ayahuasca spirit like uses, the shamans that are making the music because they're kind of allied with them to actually like facilitate the experience in that case. And same with like Iboga and peyote, that the music goes really, really with them. But yeah, mushrooms, I see what you mean. It could be like kind of 50-50 or people have different views on how the music can link with mushrooms.
Yeah, it could have just been, I was already overwhelmed and it was like, no, I don't want this. I don't need this extra. Because I mean, when I do low dose, it's like, yeah, dude, put some music on. Like I'll listen to people talk in here while I'm playing music and I'll just start laughing when they start, like I remember I came in, it was like right at the beginning of my trip. I was on like a gram and a half or something like that. And I remember being in Discord. I put SoundCloud on and I'm listening to people like argue with each other. I just start laughing. I'm like cracking up to myself, like, why are you guys mad, dude? Like my head was just in a completely different space, like the whole debate thing just didn't make sense to me. And then I just went off and, took off after that.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, at those times, it's like the music's fucking great. It adds to it. It's like that extra little bit. I did mess around with the frequencies. That was fun. I don't know. I still prefer the house. I don't know. What would you call it? House music, EDM type music. Like basically rave music. I think
Yeah, we
that's
have
what-
like all kinds of different types of music for these like if you're doing it like in like a spiritual journey type of way. Like mushrooms can kind of be a mixed bag. Like there's different kinds of blends, but like for LSD, there's some really good LSD mixes. There's kind of a type of music where like with LSD where it could be like world music or stuff with drums with different instruments. But like generally stuff that doesn't have like English words So it's not like, I love you, my darling, my baby. You know what I mean? It's none of that. So, because if you're in the trip and you're like hearing the lyrics and you're like, wait, what are they saying? My baby went to the river. You're trying to like, and so, and so a lot of the music that's used like in the more spiritual is where it really doesn't have any like English words. Now I realize like if you speak Spanish, there might be some that could have some Spanish words, but it's still not like complex lyrics. Like it might just be, et cetera, or these, the Icaros really don't have any words. Like it's like a melody language, but it's not like an actual logistical.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about with the Icaros, where they say the shaman or the shaman, whatever the proper word is, they have like their own custom Icaro, if I remember it correctly. And different shamans they'll give different Icaro. I don't know if I'm remembering it right, but I was watching a video. Some dude went on some trip to another country. I think like they do a different. If I'm getting it right, correct me if I'm wrong, but they go to like this guy was doing a different Icaro or song, like the humming, type thing. He was doing it different for like every single person, like a custom version for them. Or I might just be talking about something completely different. My bad.
Well, are you talking about the meditation mantras that
I don't know. I thought
do
it
a
was
mantra?
Icaros.
Well, so like
Man,
with the mantras, like in India, they claim that like the guru has to like give you a mantra and then you hum that mantra when you meditate. If that's not what you're thinking of, I mean, it could be, but or it reminded me of that a little bit. The Icaros, they kind of they basically like pull, like the shamans, like it could be said they like pull the Icaros like from the ether or like from the ayahuasca spirit, however one might define that, and so on. And they do share a lot of them. Like they're clearly pulling them from the same source because like one shaman in one area might have the same one or similar to another area and those people have never met. So they wouldn't have like taught it to each other. So
oh
there's kind
wow.
of like, yeah, but at the same time, there are a lot of them, and certain like shamans will have like certain, somewhat custom ones or like ways that they combine them as well. So some people might go to like a ceremony for the first time working with a particular like shaman or facilitator, and they might be like, oh, their Icaros were amazing, like really beautiful, and and have some like uniqueness of how they string it together. And then there's also like other different traditions too, the Shipibo versus the Yawanawa and these different tribes that have their own kind of unique styles to them.
Yeah, something like that. If it's like, all right, yeah, music comes with the territory. It's about the trance, getting you in the zone. Like, all that makes sense. Like even with acid, it's like, dude, I want music if I'm on acid. I want noise. I want something going on. So what do? You go to like South America? Or you got like well, I don't want you to say too much, you know what I mean? But like do you do it like
Well,
stateside? Do you have like a group stateside? Or is it more like you travel for it?
so pretty much both. There's groups that do ceremonies. They travel all over, sometimes the world. I mean, I know a lot of different groups just from my different communities and friends and colleagues and so on throughout the years. And so, yeah, like I'm connected to various groups and that have been working with these for many years. And so some of them like take people to South America and do ceremony there. Some people that I know have their own properties in certain countries where it is legal as well, where there's no legality issues, and they do ceremonies there. And then they have some of those groups have like shamans that come from South America to their private property. Then they do ceremony there, and then people will fly in from all over, to
Oh,
do
they bring
ceremony.
them in. They bring them
Yeah,
into their home.
yeah. Well, they bring them into their like private properties and homes, like from South America. So basically, all of the above. Like people do ceremonies in the United States without shamans from South America in some cases, or maybe they have their own shamanic abilities, let's say. And then people have other properties outside of the United States, let's say, where they either have certain groups come from South America, or they have their own traditions and so on, or people go to South America, Peru and various countries and sometimes like people go to like, obviously there's like all the retreats and stuff that you can go to like the whole kind of like tour ayahuasca tourism kind of thing, where you can pay to go to places. But I also know groups and people that have properties and work in places where people come to them basically down there.
Yeah, it seems like a resort like would be like a good entry, but like a true experience would probably be like live amongst them, or like like a more unique experience, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. There's different kinds. Like, I mean, the first time when I went to Peru, like, it was a group where there was like 15 of us, and we did like traveling to the sacred sites, and then we did plant medicines at the site. So like, we went to Machu Picchu, and we did
Yeah.
San Pedro, the San Pedro cactus, the Huachuma, which is it contains some of the same alkaloids as peyote, the mescaline.
Yeah.
If you're
Oh,
familiar
that
with
must have been fun then.
Yeah, we did do. We went to Machu Picchu. So San Pedro is kind of like the Spanish name for that entheogen, but it's a cactus. But peyote is like a little short cactus, whereas this is a big, long. It's like a big shaft kind of cactus, and then you cook it down into a liquid. It's called Huachuma. Is kind of the more like South American Quechuan, the Quechuan language. They speak Quechuan, and Huachuma is more the proper word for it. But the Spanish, when they came, they called it San Pedro, so that's kind of what people call it. Anyways, but yeah, it's like similar to peyote, but it's more. San Pedro is like very blissful, and you're a little bit more energetic. Like peyotes, you kind of more want to be sitting down, but for San Pedro, you can be like dancing and stuff. It's like really kind of uplifting. Anyways, we took that. We were in the town of Agua Calientes, which is at the base of Machu Picchu. And since it's legal there, it doesn't matter. We all just sat at a table and we literally drank the liquid. And then we went up to Machu Picchu. And then we were there all day, like on the San Pedro. And then we went into this little side cave on the side of Machu Picchu. And we smoked a pipe with like tobacco, cannabis, and mushrooms while we were on the San Pedro.
Mushrooms.
Yeah.
Smoking mushrooms. I've never even thought of that.
Psilocybin, tobacco, and cannabis while on San Pedro. It was
Oh, that's
very,
fun.
very powerful, very cathartic. It was awesome. But we did that in a little side cave where like away from, because there were other people like walking around like tourists, even when we were on the San
Yeah.
Pedro and we're just like talking and hanging out. But that was when we were able to kind of close our eyes and go a little deeper. We went to the little side cave. But yeah, we like traveled around different sites doing medicines and things. And for the first week, and then the second week, we were at the they call it a hacienda, but basically the property where we actually did the ayahuasca ceremonies. So we did like the second week, we did like 3 ceremonies. So that was the kind of thing where it's kind of like traveling and doing ceremonies, but it wasn't like in the jungle necessarily, but it was still in like a very like still considering a traditional type of way of doing it, even though it wasn't technically in the jungle, that one, because his hacienda was like a whole property that was not in the actual jungle in Cusco. The city of Cusco.
No, I'm not sure what that is.
It's in Peru.
All right. Yeah, it seems a little intimidating too to go out into the jungle, but it's like, fuck it. If you're gonna do it, might as well go. Go big, right? Go out into another country and just fucking wing it.
Yeah, there's kind of different ways to do that though. If you go really traditional jungle, you're like, there's mosquitoes biting you. Like it can be a bit uncomfortable. But there's like ones that are like in the middle where they have like some kind of somewhat luxury. You might get your own bathroom, your own room, like, and then a more of like building. It's like still in the jungle, but the building is like a little bit upper scale to where you're not getting like eaten by mosquitoes.
Yeah, or killed by like a fucking wild snake or some animal.
Yeah, it depends on like how jungle you want to go. You want to go full jungle. You want to go luxury jungle.
I don't want to wrestle anacondas or anything like that. I don't want to go that far. Into
All right,
the
you're in the
jungle.
middle of. You're like seeing visions of like snakes and spirits and like animal, all kinds. Well, you can see I mean, sometimes the snake spirit will come on ayahuasca. But anyways, yeah, you might be like having visions, and then meanwhile there's a real snake like crawling up your leg. You don't want that.
I would lose my shit. I don't know if I'd recover from that one. I might be permanently scarred.
I mean, doing ayahuasca like in South America is it's really the most quintessential way to do it. I was going to post this image right here. This is some artwork, and you can see there's some of the snake spirits in there. This is some ayahuasca artwork where they're kind of making artwork based on the visions to a degree.
Now, can you relate to these? You relate to the drawings?
Yeah, not to say that I saw that exact thing, but I mean, a lot of the themes here, like
you can see what they were seeing. You know what I mean? Like you can see how that experience allowed them to see something, images like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of the artwork that are in some of these, like the actual patterning.
Yeah.
Like some of like the fractal and some of these, and the DMT with all the bright colors, and it's in their clothing as well. Like in the, they weave the clothing, which has these like fractals and these different sacred geometric. But I was saying, like, one thing about ayahuasca, there's something about the ether, it seems, where like if you drink ayahuasca in South America, you get like the most quintessential experience. Like you get like the deepest like healing and most like full experience of what ayahuasca is. Whereas if you drink ayahuasca outside of South America, like if you're in like Hawaii or if you're in America, it's still ayahuasca, but it's not like, it's hard to describe. I'm not going to say it's not the full thing, because it's still ayahuasca, but there's something about being in South America. And I don't know that there's a way around that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if you brew the medicine in South America and then take it to the United States, that's like better. Where, and then what's the furthest from it is when I've had ayahuasca that was grown on Hawaii, because it grows well there, because of the climate. It doesn't like grow in Northern California. Like you can't, I mean, you could maybe grow the leaf part, the chacruna, like in a greenhouse or something. But the vine, like the ayahuasca vine is this huge, thick vine that grows up the side of these huge trees. So like that's not going to grow in like, necessarily like in California. But in Hawaii, it will grow. Anyways, but I've had ayahuasca that was grown in Hawaii and brewed in Hawaii. And like, it's like the furthest from ayahuasca in a way. I mean, it's still ayahuasca, but it's the furthest from like embodying the full thing. So yeah, that's one thing. Whereas other ones are not like that. Like iboga, it seems like you have to grow it in Africa. Because I've had iboga that was grown other places, and that's problematic. But you can take iboga elsewhere, and it's still full on. Even though being in Africa is like obviously still the most kind of quintessential. I think with like peyote and other ones, like, I mean, I guess it's always good to be in the native land of the plant, though. But ayahuasca is like more so like that, it seems, and people say that too.
Yeah, I think there's merit to it. Yeah, it's like I see yeah, because like even in this picture, right? It's like I see the crossover with people posting visuals with like DMT, like the geometric shapes. Even like shrooms, like I see the crossover in that. It's like, yeah, I've seen very similar shapes. Not that, but it's like, then again, it's no matter what picture I see, nothing can compete, right? But it's like the general idea and the setup of it and the pattern of it.
Yeah, like see that one, like, yeah, the color, the really rich colors, because DMT is like really colorful. Like it can bring out, I mean, all of these can have, it's like seeing colors like you've never seen them before.
Yeah,
like
that don't exist.
Yeah, it's like, that's blue? Are you kidding? Like that, it's like it's like blue with a capital B. It's like the blue, It's not just like light reflecting, like, oh, that's a version of blue. When you're like just looking around normally, you're like, oh yeah, that thing's blue, but Like you can see like the essence of blue. But anyways, I was just gonna say too, like the shirt that he has on there, that kind of shows like those fractal shapes, and that's in a lot of their like their clothing, and that they get like
Oh
directly,
yeah.
like
Yeah,
almost
I
like
don't
the,
see a
the
whole lot of
circuit
that
board,
one.
like the circuit board DMT fractals of like the nature of reality. Well, you would see those on ayahuasca, like that's kind of more, because like that shirt of his basically like that kind of structure is you'll see that in all of like the ayahuasca or in South America, when they make like their textiles and things like
Yeah.
rugs and wall hangings and their pants and shirts and stuff, like it's all over. Like when you go to South America, even though all those people, they're not all doing ayahuasca all the time, but they know about it and it's so deep in their culture that it's just like in their clothing and other kinds of textiles. Like it's just inspired by the plants in that region and the whole
Yeah, like
tradition.
this last one you posted, it's like, yeah, I can really relate to this one. It's like dimensional shapes, like towards the outskirts of the picture, or the edges rather, or edges of the circle. On the outside, it's like I could see that with just like depth, and like moving and floating and kind of like shimmering. Yeah.
Are you talking with, so mushrooms have like, they do have a DMT. It's got 4-ACO DMT, like psilocybin, which turns into DMT. So, I mean, even though it's not the same DMT as in ayahuasca, there is like psilocybin is like a form. Are you talking about with that, or are you talking about with LSD? Because, dude, with
No,
LSD, you can get like
LSD.
really like
LSD's been
sparkly
a long.
fractals in some
Yeah, it's
cases.
been a long time since I've done that. I've seen some like legit eyes open uh hallucinations on LSD. Like just looking into the trees and just seeing stuff. Like yeah. But as far I've never done the whole acid, close my eyes, meditate, and just like focus on the trip. When I was
Oh,
doing it,
okay.
I was always doing other things with friends,
Right. That's a
So
big
it was
difference with
like,
LSD. Yeah. Like if you have your eyes open and you're like distracted, it could still be really good and you can get like rich like colors and have the kind of euphoria feeling or like get insights, but it's almost like a whole nother beast if you like close your eyes and go
oh
within.
my goodness.
Like
Yeah.
there's some people that have done LSD like 100 times at concerts, but they've never really actually closed their eyes fully and gone within. And then they'll do like one, like more like an LSD therapy session, even though they've done it 100 times. But like the 101st session or the 101st time they take it, they do it like in a therapeutic way where they're like generally with LSD therapy where you like, you have like headphones on or you have speakers that are playing the music, you close your eyes or you have eye shades on and you're kind of, supported to kind of like lay back, and just relax. And there could be a facilitator there, that's kind of like overseeing it. But the idea is to like close your eyes and go within. And like, yeah, even though people have had like 100 experiences at like concerts and doing stuff, but when they really like actually do it in that way where they close their eyes and go within, it opens up like a whole another realm of experiences that they've never even had before. So yeah, it's a big difference with LSD, like whether you focus your energy, because it's like an amplifier of your unconscious. So it's like, how are you amplifying? Are you amplifying with your eyes open and being like, "Bro, I'm at a party," or are you amplifying like, "Whoo, like let's go within myself,"
Yeah, the internal stuff, yeah. It's way more powerful with your eyes closed. It hits you so much harder. Cause like, yeah, when you got your eyes open, there's so many other distractions, right? Like you
Yeah, I
got this
find that
going
like
on, you got that going on. It's more lively.
if we think about like that we have like our conscious mind, then we have like our unconscious, like that which is like buried within us. Like all these different things can like activate that unconscious, but LSD is like one of the most like amplifying of the unconscious. That's why some people can like quote unquote freak out, and it doesn't really have the plant spirit there to kind of guide it the way ayahuasca does or like peyote does. So like with LSD, that's what I was saying. Like some people like can literally get triggered, and I'm not talking just triggered like mad on the internet at someone, or I'm talking like full blown like in the
Panic
full
attack.
yeah, like could come through as like extreme fear or extreme loneliness or extreme abandonment feelings, like people that maybe as a child, like, you know, their parent like didn't give them enough attention and there's some like abandonment issues or whatever, and they can feel like it's not just like a little emotional reaction, like I said, like, you know, getting angry at someone. It's like they're full on in it and they're projecting it in such an intense way that like they can even have hallucinations where they see, like, let's say the person had an experience where their father physically beat them when they were a child. Okay, like physically hit them, but now they're an adult and that was in the past. Well, if they take LSD and they close their eyes and they go within, it could activate that unconscious memory of when they were being hit by their father. And it's actually bringing it up to heal it. Like the idea is that if you face it and you confront it, you know, like a warrior, and you really just stay strong and you confront the emotions, it will actually heal it. But it does bring it up. It's not bringing it up to like repeat the trauma. It's bringing it up to move it out. But if you don't feel the emotion or let it go out and you just project it, that's where it could go. I'm just specifically kind of talking about with LSD, because like I said, with like ayahuasca and stuff, like the plant spirit has like an intelligence of helping you through that process. But with LSD, like you can just be like, you know, kind of like, and that's why some people end up like in the hospital and the doctors are like, oh, like, you know, it took LSD, and they don't know how to handle it. Because if you just go through the emotions, you can go through it if you traverse through it. But if you resist the emotions, you know, you're feeling afraid or you feel, and like I said, you can actually like open your eyes and look at like the facilitator that's sitting with you, and you can be seeing your father's face on his face. Like that's how much the projection can happen with LSD. Like you are projecting, like you're literally seeing this other person as your father. You know what I mean? So that's where like you do have to kind of be cautious if people have really intense traumas, and you need to make sure that you keep them physically safe. That's why LSD may not be like the best one to work with people that have really deep stuff, even though it can be really healing. It's you got to be able to handle your projections.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like you got to be mentally strong for that stuff. Like just the trip in general. Like I would never want to trip with somebody that was like not emotionally strong. I'd be so worried about them the whole time.
Dude, you guys are talking about my favorite psychedelic, man. Who's got the acid? Where's the gallon jug at? Going over.
But I've seen panic attacks. I've seen people flip the fuck out, like losing their cool. Like what's going on? Like just panicking, like start getting almost like a paranoid. Like they were worried that they were gonna get caught. You know, like they were gonna get caught. Everybody knew they were.
Yeah.
Tripping. It's like, dude,
fear.
Relax.
I think I only got that with salvia. Salvia fucked me up. That was the worst trip in my books. It was salvia when I smoked it. It was just I forgot my name, bro. And I've done so much acid. It's like, dude, salvia is just horrendous. Or at least that one experience with it was just bad.
So what you said? LSD's your second favorite. What's your first?
Oh no, it's LSD, bro. It's my number one, man. Absolutely, bro. I've done so much of it. Just love it. You only need one dose per me. One dose every 2 years. Because I would do it for a month straight, taking a day off in between. So 1 day on, 1 day off. And I did that twice, 2 years apart. And from my notes, very consistent. That first trip, 2 years apart, was the one where the mentor, I call it the mentor, comes out, and you're like, so, what have you done in the past couple of years, right? Since your last trip. Yeah, that voice sucked, right? It's like, oh, it's like, shit. What have I done? Look at your life, and it's like, oh, fuck. It's like, you know, I like that. That's why I like to take acid. It's this internal audit with the voice inside your head.
Yeah, it can definitely act like that.
I get that a lot with LSD, yeah, where it's kind of like I don't really experience it as much as so the idea of like a plant spirit or like a plant teacher kind of thing with like maybe ayahuasca, but with LSD it's not as much that, but it's more like introspective. Like it somehow activates like the introspection of yourself or your own ability, you know, to kind of almost judge yourself or kind of
Yep.
evaluate yourself. Like, what am I doing? You know, what do I need to improve this part of my life or whatever it may be? And it's very like almost or it can be almost like psychoanalyzing yourself, but in a good way, like to be able to understand like the nature of your own mind. It seems to like activate that.
I agree, for sure. It made me like change essentially like the way I treat my house. So I just looked around, man. Everything was a mess. Kitchen was a mess. Was a mess. Bathroom, living room, bedroom. Just I was like, this is a fucking disaster. While I'm just tripping balls, man. I'm just like, all right, this is madness. Let me get this shit organized so I could have a better trip. And I did. So, I don't know. Made me change.
Nice. Yeah, you're like, I gotta clean up my life here. What am I doing? That's funny.
Yeah, dude. You wouldn't expect that from like, hey, oh, I'm about to do some psychedelics. Haven't done it in a couple of years or so, and I'm about to have a blast. Well, I did have a blast. It was just kind of serious, right? It's like a serious blast. You're like, all right, I actually have to do something about this. Can't ignore it.
That's like Adderall. Take Adderall. You start
Yeah.
tidying up. Next thing you know, 4 hours have gone by. You're like, what the fuck?
It's different
am I still
though.
cleaning?
I'm ADD, or like prescribed Adderall too, but I haven't taken it now. But so I'm familiar with it. It's very productive, but there's no that deep thought, man. The resonance that remains with you, it's not there, right? Like you need the Adderall to stay in that groove, versus like the acid, it will stay with you, man. For
Yeah,
like
Adderall's just like a
couple of years at least, no problem.
It's like while you're on it, whatever you're doing, you're just gonna keep doing it. You know, that's what I got
Right.
from it. Like if I don't care if I was cleaning, if I was playing a
Mindless,
video
sort of,
game,
yeah.
I was just doing whatever I was doing when it kicked in. I just kept doing it, and I was highly focused on while I was doing it. But it's like after that, I didn't like the side effects, any of it. Then I found out what was in it. Oh Jesus! Started reading up on it. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not taking this shit.
It's amphetamines, bro. It's amphetamines. It's not methylated amphetamines, but it's amphetamines.
Yeah, I was never like prescribed Adderall, but I've definitely taken it. Like a few friends here and there have like given me some or whatever, but I never really liked it. It just kind of seemed like a much worse version of MDMA, but like not even close to as good, kind of.
Oh, you don't have ADHD. You got high off it.
Well,
I do have
I
ADHD.
can't get high. I tried doing so much to get high because I heard stories. I'm like, oh, I'll just take this. And I'm like, didn't get much.
Did you have the extended release, or
No.
was it the gel
No.
cap?
No time
Okay.
release.
How many milligrams did you do? And how much do you weigh?
I'm trying to think what I got. I remember they had the
'Cause you
number
gotta-
written on them.
I don't know. It depends how irresponsible your doctor was. If your doctor prescribed you more than 20 milligrams a day, it depends. Again, it depends how much you weigh, right? So if you're like, 250 pounds, yeah, you can do probably like 30. No, it's all about body weight. Whether it's muscle or fat, I don't care what the composition is. But proper doctor would treat you like a dog, weigh you, and per body weight, let's try this out, right? And they would start you off little, right? 5 milligrams, then 10.
That's what I'm
see where you're at.
thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
They don't do
were
that shit
5.
though, bro. Oh, 5s?
I think so. I remember they had a number on it. I just don't remember what that number was. But I want to say, like, I kind of recall talking about it. But I remember I took a lot. I took a bunch of them. And I'm like, yeah.
How many days? How many days did you stay up?
No, it wasn't like that. It didn't work
Wow.
like that. I had like a little bit of wine. I'm like, yeah, I know if like a little bit of alcohol, that'll like, kick it in. And I just thought, yeah, I'll get a little high tonight, whatever. I heard you get like, euphoric feeling off a bit and everything else. So I was like, all right. I took one, took 2, took 3, 4. Took a bunch of them within the course of like 2 hours. And all I did was fucking nothing. Just sat, played video games all day. Never even like thought. I'm like, oh, I'm feeling high. Never got that feeling.
Good for you, man. Because it turns out, even on Adderall, any amphetamines, when you take it to the point where you feel euphoria, that's neuron toxicity equals neuron death. So yeah, you feel euphoric, but you're actually killing your brain. They did the studies on mice, and so there's like a peak. It's a bell graph. So it's depends on who you are, and everybody's different. There is one specific dose where I forgot what they called it, the neuro something growth factor. You're gonna have to look up these studies, where AKA plasticity, neuroplasticity, which you can learn new tricks now, right? But if you go over that, you're gonna enter neuron death stage, right? And you're gonna get euphoric and shit. So you want to stay under the euphoria. So you're taking Adderall like therapeutically.
I've done an
You gotta figure
extended
out
period,
euphoria,
but I never fucking got that feeling. I've taken a bunch of it,
good.
but I never.
Thank God. I'm telling you, that's really good. Because whenever you get to that euphoria, like, okay, to figure it out how many milligrams it is for you, sure, one time it's not gonna damage your brain, but it is brain damage. So it's like, that's why methylated amphetamines are like 30 times more potent than Adderall. Like, bro, it's insane. That's why there's no dose that's therapeutic. It's just instant, like you just do a little instant neuron toxicity. So that's why methylated amphetamines are not good.
Yeah,
But
that's interesting.
amphetamines, they will prescribe it. Okay, bro.
So MDMA is methyl because methylene dioxymethamphetamine. So is MDMA different? Like are you saying
I
Adderall
believe so, but I'm
is
not an
not?
expert in it.
You're saying Adderall is
Yeah, I don't.
non-methylated and MDMA is methylated?
Adderall is non-methylated. Crystal meth is methylated amphetamines. I can give you the lecture. It was Dr. Andrew Huberman with his neuro stuff. And I forgot which lecture it is, but he's got a bunch on Adderall. And I think one was about neuroplasticity or something like that. He covers those numbers, and he does not bring up MDMA, I think. Or maybe he did, but nothing was as bad as crystal meth. Crystal meth was just... It's so bad that there's actually like 1 or 2 diseases in the medical book that they could use it for, and he didn't even mention it on the podcast. That way nobody knows. I was like, damn, I wanted to actually know just to know. It's like there's actually something you can use it for. It's like, what is it? So there is actually a medical use, but like 1 or 2, and that's it. So you can just say nothing doesn't exist.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never been into any of like the amphetamines really. I know I had like speed, like was probably. I know I had at least 1 vial of LSD that definitely probably had speed in it. Unfortunately, it's probably the only time I've ever like purposely taken speed is I was in liquid LSD. Unfortunately, and then I think it was probably in some other MDMA like ecstasy pills or whatever. But I've never like wanted, I've never like purposely like seeked out or like taken speed. It's just probably been in stuff like a few times, unfortunately. And then like meth I would never even like touch. And then Adderall, I did it once or twice and it seemed pretty whack. MDMA, on the other hand, like ecstasy essentially, but the actual MDMA, that one's pretty interesting. Yeah, I've done that a lot. I don't know that I really. It's still synthetic, or semi-synthetic, but MDMA is interesting. Have you guys done that like at high doses? Like that's a
No.
It's like incredibly
Nope.
heart opening. That's like an amazing compound.
It's on the list.
I'm yet to source clean, like from, let's say, the person that I get my LSD. That person has a hard time finding clean
Need that
you know,
Molly. that clean
MDMA.
Molly.
So yeah, clean Molly. It's hard to find, sir. So
I-
you know, if you know anything, hit me up. Feel free.
Well, I hear you maybe on the, I know, kind of, if it's a little bit more of like a, I'm just going to say like a street source, you know, that might be harder, but in the therapeutic communities, like it's flowing, like, cause there's certain like chemists
Okay.
that make it really, really clean. And, to
So
get
I need
like,
to
yeah,
find a church. Is what you're saying? Yeah.
or
Okay.
a group or someone community that,
Yeah.
has kind of the connection to the more therapeutic sourcing of it, I think, because, they want to make it really pure for therapeutic, like, you know, helping people with like PTSD
Of
and all
course.
kinds. So they want it to be really
Yeah.
pure, but still, that's not like easy to get. That one's the closest to being legalized. Like I think they have that in phase 3 now at the FDA. So
Nice. Okay. Nice. Hey, if it gets legalized or in the experimental phase, it will still leak through the laboratories. You know, always happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the availability. I mean, dude, all the drugs that big pharma sells us, like the fact that we can't just get pure MDMA, it's like, come on, like it's just ridiculous. We should be able to
If
get
you have
that.
a vial, you have an original vial of LSD-25 on it, the original glass was like, do you know how much that's worth? Like, it's insane. Like, it's good luck. What? An original vial of LSD-25. It's like, wow.
Dude, that'd be
We
crazy.
should be able to buy it. Like back in the days, right? 1900s, you can go just get your cocaine for toothaches or whatnot, your heroin for this, and it should. The drugstore should be like that.
Well, when LSD
But-
before LSD was made illegal, you could just mail order buy it. Like, or you could do a mail order purchase from like a chemical company and just buy it. Back in the 60s, they were just like literally getting it from pharmaceutical. Yeah, it's insane that they made these things illegal, and the whole like government backlash against the hippies or whatever. It was all crazy, and then it's just so like wrong how they made these all illegal. But yeah, MDMA is an interesting one. Like,
right.
It does have that, like, it really pushes your serotonin. And the next day, like, you definitely feel like you're lacking serotonin in my experience, but it's very profound though. Like the way it makes you feel. It's very, that's why, like, it's really healing, because people that have like PTSD or like sexual abuse or physical abuse, the MDMA like warms your heart and makes you so like loving that you can love yourself. And you can very quickly make connections within yourself that can be really healing. It's not really like a psychedelic in that same way, but it just makes you like accept what happened, you know, in such a way, because it's like I think it's very heart opening. It's like connected to the heart chakra kind of thing. So yeah, it's an interesting one. And the feeling of it is like amazing. Like, especially at higher doses. Like, I don't know that there's a better way to feel, basically. Like, you feel complete and just completely, it's just amazing. Yeah.
But that's risky. That is risky to play with. The way you worded that one, I don't know how to, you know, feel better. It's like, oh,
it's risky.
yeah.
If I have
like,
an unlimited supply of it. But hey,
Yeah.
if we just meet up, bro, we're gonna have a blast, and you just hand me that, okay. And I trust you. You're like, yeah, this is good shit. I'm like, all right, that's good. Because I can't access it anymore. So I know, I'm sure I'll want to do it again, right? Based on the description. But if it's hard to get, it's okay. It's hard to get, so let's keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, what you said, like, I mean, I was saying, like, that you feel complete. I guess kind of what I meant by it is like biochemically, like something, however it does with the serotonin, it's like your serotonin is full, you know, like your tank is full. Whereas normally, like, our serotonin maybe isn't always full, you know, just because of our diet, the way we're sleeping, you know, various things like that people have. Also, like, they say that like if you have like depression or anxiety or like different traumas from your childhood and all that, it can like affect your serotonin levels. It's almost like the trauma affects the serotonin, and once you heal the trauma, the serotonin comes back. So like, yeah, arguably, like, a lot of people could be very low in serotonin. And yeah, MDMA is kind of like a shortcut in a way. Like, you just get your tank filled in a way. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that MDMA has a dark side, but the way people use it, some people can have a bit of a dark side, like if they go overboard with it or they want to be in that state all the time, because it is very like blissful, but it's not necessarily like physically addictive. So, but yeah, it could arguably
if
has a little
it's-
bit of a double-edged sword.
Because like with acid, I don't know, acid and DMTs, like specifically, I keep them in the freezer, and they have a calling, dude. Like I can hear the drum beating when it's especially for DMT. It'll sit there for weeks, sometimes a month. Like, nope, this is not time for a session yet. Then just, you know, one day it's like you hear the drums beating, boom, 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 let's go. Like, all right, it's time to open up the freezer. Where you at? So acid, similar situation. So if it's like that, cool. But if it's like super euphoric, ultra blissful. It's like, oh man, I don't know, the stuff that you want to do every day, right? It's like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If I want to keep it in the freezer.
You don't.
All right, I don't know.
I mean, I think like meth you want to do every day, like that kind of darker thing. Because even though MDMA, it is technically an amphetamine, like it's methylene dioxymethamphetamine. And there's also MDA, methylene dioxyamphetamine, without the methylated or whatever. Which is funny because, dude, like smoking Newports, like I don't really smoke. I wouldn't really smoke a Newport these days, but like MDMA and Newports is like, oh my God, it's like a match made in heaven. There's something about
Really?
like, yeah, like, and I'm
a cigarette.
yeah. Well, I'm never really a fan of like, like the
menthol or
menthol. Yeah. I'm never really a fan of like menthol cigarettes. Even back in the day when I was like, but dude, just with MDMA, there's something about the menthol with like the methylene
cooling
dioxide.
effect.
Yeah,
on
dude,
your
there's
lungs
something
or
about it.
something.
Yeah, dude, there's something about it with MDMA that, and a lot of other people say that too. Like it's unique.
Hmm.
I'm not saying you have to smoke
Okay,
it.
all right, I'll get no for sure. If I'm gonna do some MDMA one day, you know, God willing, I will grab a pack of Newports, sir. 100%. It's like, yep, I've heard this online from my friend Gio. Let's see. Let's try this out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you try it, you might be like, all right, I see what he's saying. It's most likely you will, because a lot of people kind of have. There's something about, yeah, like the menthol with some that type of amphetamine, I guess. I mean, I've never done like, you know, like speed, like meth basically, or like speed. I've never really done those like to experiment enough. But I mean, MDMA,
Same.
like MDMA is more of a kind of healing spiritual thing, you know, rather than like, because meth is like not really healing or spiritual, but MDMA is like,
Right.
people can heal like PTSD, or like you can also just have like, I mean,
I'm with them.
You can work out.
I like the European scene.
You can work out issues with people like instantly. If you're both on MDMA, you're like, oh my God, I love you. I see why you're doing that. Like, nope. You can like forgive people. Like, it's amazing.
Right. Super loving, yeah. Sounds
Well,
like
they used to use it for like marriage counseling back in the 80s before they slapped the law on it.
What? No way.
Yeah.
Really?
That's how MDMA originally was being used in medicine in the 80s, was for marriage counseling.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, dude. They would
what? That's fucking crazy. Wait, now it's illegal? Hold on.
Like 200 to 300 milligrams is a pretty high dose, but if you and your partner take like 100 milligrams, 150, dude, you can just like work out every issue you've ever had. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's just guaranteed for everyone, but it's very commonly the case that you can work out issues like at a very accelerated rate, or with friends, because you have this like heart opening energy, and you can like understand where they're coming from and then forgive them with like with the heart. You know, it's really profound what it can do in that way too. Like grudges that you might have had, or like huge misunderstandings that may have been like conflicting in a relationship for like years, you know, can sometimes be resolved in like a few hours.
That's badass. So I need to build a time machine, teleport back to the 80s, go to a pharmacy, buy it legally, come back to the future, and just share it with everybody here, right? So like, I bought this, I got the receipt for it, officer. Everything's good, right? Stupid.
I don't know if it was ever sold like, I don't know if it was ever sold like over the counter, but it was used in, you know, medical types of environment.
Bribe a doctor or two.
But I think also you could buy it from chemical companies back then, maybe too. You could have like just done like a mail order thing, and because like some of these things before they made them illegal, like you could just buy them, you know, in that way.
Yeah, the 5-MeO is like that too. Just buy it online, research chemical. Never got a chance to do that one either, so gotta hunt down a Bufu toad. Bufu? Yeah, Bufu.
Hunt down the Bufo toad. Bufo.
Yeah, dude. Old school way. Milk it, whatever. What they do? Just dry out the venom and just smoke the residue.
Yeah, they kind of like, there's these little glands that squirt out this little milky substance. So yeah, they kind of squirt it out onto like a piece of glass, and then it dries, and then you kind of scrape it into a little powder. Then you basically freebase it, put it in like a pipe and smoke it, and or vape it. You know, I guess It is the same way they smoke crack, but it's not crack. It's toad medicine. But you kind of, like a freebase pipe with a little like, and then you put the lighter under it and it heats it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
you do that, and then you really only need like 3 deep inhales for like.
Yeah, man. If it's as harsh as like Sangha and everything else, is like, good luck. I have to keep my lungs clean from smoking for like a month, so I could take 2 good rips.
It's pretty smooth, actually. It's pretty smooth. Like it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, like some
Does it
people
have that disgusting chemical? Just what did I just smoke, or no?
No, not with the toad medicine. Well, because are you thinking of like the DMT, like in a crystal form?
Yeah,
like,
crystal DMT. Ass.
Yeah,
ass,
it tastes like
just
petroleum.
ass in crystal format. So bad.
Yeah, it's because there's like petrochemical byproducts in the extraction of the crystal
it's
DMT.
not super.
It's nasty.
I'm assuming the chemist didn't do the greatest job in recrystallization or whatever they got to do.
No, if you have like legit toad medicine, the toad medicine is what it's referred to, like the Bufo alvarius toad. It's actually pretty smooth. Like you don't even really feel like you're taking anything in. Like it's not all harsh. Like you're not coughing like you would like a huge bong toke or something. Like it's actually pretty smooth. Like, I mean, maybe everyone's experience varies, but it's not very harsh of like a vapor. It's kind of, so it is actually pretty easy to kind of, I mean, one way to do it is just take one long drag. That's often how Bufo is done. Like, you know how you can like, you take like 3 deep breaths before, and then you put your mouth up to the pipe once it's ready to go, and then you just do one huge inhale, just all the way, and just keep taking in and in, and then you hold it for as long as you possibly can, and then you let that out. That's really all you need, actually, with Bufo. Like, you don't have to take huge rips of it.
I got it. I figured out the DMT thing after a couple of first couple of times, therapeutic sessions. The smoke is harsh, so I figured it out. I was like, all right, I'll do a bong rip, but I'll slowly milk the bong, right? Like back in the days, get a large bong, slowly milk it, so just dense yellow smoke, and just get ready for death, and just rip it all at once, right? And that did it. So that was good.
Yeah.
But you pay for it though, so whatever. But you'll get enough smoke in. So sorry for the toad medicine.
Yeah, and if they extract it like really cleanly, it can. I mean, I've had some that taste like flowers, and I almost taste like nature if it's like made really well, because there's other like alkaloids in the plant that they extracted from. Like, have you ever had DMT that's more of like a yellow color, or have you had some or is it like red?
No.
Yeah,
yellowish, but not like yellow.
Because there's some that's kind of more of like a yellow crumble, almost like a crumble of like more of a yellow, and then there's others that's like a red crystal that's like almost like salt crystal red, kind of consistency. I think to me those are the ones that are usually have more of the. It's just different ways of extracting it, but yeah, those can be like really petrochemical and kind of nasty, which is really not ideal, dude. I've had times like that where I like smoke DMT that's like that type of quality, and it's like, what did I just do? Did I just smoke like like melted car tires?
Right. Yeah. That's the flavor profile I got. Just some sort of plastic car tire I just smoked. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're doing like a sacred, like an entheogen, like a psychedelic type thing, and you're like, it's got like car tires in it. Well, it's because it's like similar petrochemicals. Yeah, it's nasty because of what they extract it with.
It was great, bro. Yeah, it was lovely. It was like a warm hug. It was so nice. I still remember, dude. It was so profound. I mean, DMT is like, I want no bullshit like visuals. You just want the world to melt. Just look, cut the bullshit. Here you go. DMT for Changa. So it's like 20 minutes, and keep your eyes open. I fought it especially with the bong grip, because it tries to put you under a little bit. And I'm like, this is so much fun. I'm absolutely going to enjoy it. So I had my foot resting on the cedar wall, I remember this, bro, because my toes melted into the wood, and it became one with the wall. And I just started cracking up. And I wrote this down in my notes. I was like, my foot melted into the wall. It looks so alien. It's not. It's like it looks like it's not even my foot. I'm just cracking up the whole time. Then the wood grain popped out of the wood. The wood is just like a brownish color, like an old cedar. But the wood grain was blue in 3D space, and it started like shimmering, like it was moving. And I started like focusing on the grain because I thought the grain was like flowing like a river, but it's more like shimmering, but it's blue. And it sticks out in 3D space, like popped out of the wood. It was just profound, man. So DMT just I don't know. For me, I like fighting it to enjoy the world. Kind of do this that way. To if you want to see the world melt, it's kind of okay. Just fight it a little bit. Don't go to sleep. Enjoy it. It was awesome. I don't know. I don't know. It's just your mind. You notice that everything is just like it's not supposed to be like this. It's absolutely melting. Like it looks like it's melting, and just what is going on? Fractals. Every time you blink, there's nothing but fractals everywhere. Every time you blink, everything turns into fractals. Like what? And you're just laughing and having a great time. Quite aware of what's going on. Not crazy enough to go for a drive or anything like that. I like it.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea that like reality is fractal is interesting when you see fractals, when you consume these unique types of substances that when they come in plants and they've been used for thousands of years by people, it's like ingrained into us. And I mean, people see them in dreams and things too. Or like even, how like if you push on your eyelids, like with your eyes closed, you just gently push on your eyelids with your eyes closed, you can get like those like explosive like colors. And like you just do that sober, I'm saying you just close your eyes and then push on your eyeballs or whatever. You can get this like, and sometimes you can see fractals there too. Have you ever seen with?
I think that's because you've done a lot of psychedelics.
Well, no, but anyone can just do that sober though, the eye pressing thing. But your results may vary. But if you just gently press on your eyeballs with your eyes closed over your eyelids, you can like, it's not really dangerous to do. You're just pressing on your eyes gently, but you can actually get kind of that, like some of the explosive kind of vision sometimes.
No, I know what you're talking about. That's why I'm like, yeah, because you've done a lot of psychedelics. Because that was the residue of like the last acid trip I did for men. Still, now it's super faint, but that X fractal, when you press on your eyes, sometimes for me, I get in like an X, right? That stuck around for years after that, where I would just shut my eyes, just blinking, and boom, the fractals, it would just fractal. It's like, dang, man, whatever the LSD opened up my brain, is still open, did not shut. I'm seeing fractals where I am absolutely sober. A couple years later, it's like, this is not good. But whatever. So I backed off the LSD a little bit.
Yeah, the kind of flashback thing, or like seeing that whole thing of flashbacks, which there's like different forms of them. And that's the one thing with LSD. It is kind of semi-synthetic, so it's like, what are you kind of really dealing with? Like we might not know everything, whereas if it's from nature, then it's more guaranteed that it's natural. But yeah, no, I've had that too. Like, I mean, I've done lots of LSD overall in my life, and certain times like very, very high doses and things, to where I've even like maxed it out, like taken like thousands of micrograms just to see what that's like as well. There's no like outward like danger of doing that, but there's kind
Tell me.
There's kind of a cutoff point.
What happened?
Just drink half a bottle, see what happens.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, so how did you survive that? How did you breathe? Like, did you remember to breathe? Like, how'd you do that?
I did not remember to breathe. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, how'd you do that?
I don't think I breathed for at least 5 hours. No, but
okay, because that's what happened to me at a high dose. It was when it was getting really dark. There was that voice that came out. It was like, "Oh yeah, remember? Breathe." But I wasn't breathing, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then everything was fine. I was like, "Okay." So I was like, "Yeah." So how far did you? I want to know. Tell me.
Well, like in the like therapeutic kind of like work with LSD that they've done, like they found that there's about a cutoff point at like 600 micrograms that like any more LSD, beyond 600 micrograms tended to not necessarily bring like more like content in terms of like, the visions, or because these are like when people are having like closed eye, experiences, like not like at a party where your eyes are open, but like closing your eyes and like going within. So like there didn't tend to be like more visions, like meaning like 600 does it kind of thing. But if you do more, it does kind of like add an intensity. Like it doesn't really add in how much it's opening you up at that point, because at 600 you're like fully open, basically you're unconscious, but it does seem to like just have like an added intensity in my experience with it. So yeah, like doing like 1,000 micrograms or even 2,000 or more, it's like
were you able to move around like hour and 20 minutes after you've dosed?
Well, dude,
like
some of the ones I
physically,
remember,
what's the report?
well, the ones I remember that I did really high doses like that, I was more like sitting down, lying down, because the visual effect is like so strong that like I wouldn't have wanted to be moving around the world. Like it's just such like a profusion of like colors
Intense.
and fractals. The intensity, yeah. So I remember most like lying down, and it was overwhelming. Like even to the point that like I didn't really want to repeat that. Not that it was bad, but it just didn't really seem as productive in a way.
Okay. I've done DO from Europe. Got it from European chick. DOM. I call it dome. Well, that's what they call it over there in Europe. So it's like an LSD offshoot. That one I've noticed. It's got a delayed onset, and my God, it's so intense. Like when the wave hits, it's just like, wow, this is too much. There's too much electricity coming up from the earth, where it's like, okay, this is a little bit too much. And it was like, it's just, even though at a normal dose, I've just noticed is kind of quite intense. So I could only imagine what you were going through at that dosage. So that's too much, man, I think.
Oh yeah, dude, with that
Yikes.
extreme, like
Yeah.
even with like 500 or 600 micrograms of LSD, like you're full on, but more than that, yeah, it's like visually overwhelming to the point to where it is almost like too much in a sense. That's interesting. I've never done that DOM. I guess they also call that STP. I've never done that.
STP. I don't know what they call it here in the States. Because
DOM?
like I said, I got it from Europe. So DOM, I did 2CB. I haven't tried 2CE. 2CB is amazing. DOM is very intense. LSD is milder like, in intensity. It's hard to explain. Like, it's just hard to explain. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, yeah, because DOM, I was just looking up the chemical name. It's 2,5-dimethoxy-4-methylamphetamine. So that's kind of in the amphetamine family. It's a phenethylamine, which is the same family as like, I mean, technically, mescaline is actually a phenethylamine. So
okay, super psychedelic.
You know how you have like
God, it's just
that's interesting.
It's just so strong. The voltage. It is very psychedelic, man. Very psychedelic. Onset is delayed, quite delayed.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, so it's like one of those 2-3 hours before it kicks in, which is the way some of those
yeah.
The phenethylamines are all like that. Like peyote is a phenethylamine, mescaline.
Okay.
Those are the ones. Yeah. So it's same. It took like 2 hours to come on. Yeah.
At least because I look at the clock. An hour and 20 minutes in fasted state, like any psychedelic. Like, okay, I should be peaking. Like, this was strange, and we all looked at each other, and we thought it was just garbage and weak. But then, I started noticing faces in the rocks, in the mountains over there, like we were just in nature, and that's when I was like, okay, that's interesting, So, but it was still, it was so delayed. The onset was so late, man. It's like at least like 2.5 hours. It was so late, and then it's like, here you go, tsunami.
Interesting, man. Yeah, I've never done that one. I guess they call it STP because it stands for Serenity, Tranquility, and Peace. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page for the DOM.
Okay.
DOM. Yeah, man, that's because that was first synthesized by Alexander Shulgin, which he created tons of these phenethylamines. You know who he is? Yeah, he.
No,
had this-
tell me. Let me see.
Well, Alexander Shulgin was a chemist who from Berkeley, like he went at UC Berkeley. He was a chemist there, and
Okay.
he didn't invent MDMA, but he was the one to resynthesize it, like in the late 70s and 80s. So he's pretty much the one that kind of brought MDMA like to the forefront. He like resynthesized it, but he was a brilliant chemist and kind of went from being like a professor chemist at UC Berkeley to kind of branching off into all the spirituality and healing and all the other kind of psychedelic worlds of it all and so on.
Nice.
I think the CIA like raided his whole he had like a laboratory, like a custom lab like up in the hills in Berkeley, and I think at one point like the CIA came in and did a whole like BS, like taking all of his chemicals and stuff. But he basically he invented like thousands of new chemicals that had never been even made before. Specifically, he has two books called Pihkal, Pihkal. Then the other book is Tikal, Tihkal, and it stands for the Pihkal stands for phenethylamines I have known and loved. And then the Tikal stands for tryptamines that I've known and loved. So obviously, like DMT is
tryptamines.
Yeah, DMT.
Right, I'm writing this down. What's his last name, please?
Shulgin, Shulgin. Here, I'll post the Wikipedia in the live stream chat. This is the Wikipedia form. So yeah, Pihkal and Tikal, which are books that he wrote documenting, all these phenethylamines and tryptamines that he literally like created for the first time, and then he was like using them for the first time and like writing about them. Like he would invent a new one, and he had a whole little group of like tripper friends that they would all like. He would invent a new one. They would all get together. They would take a low dose, see how they're feeling, write in their journal, take a little bit more, see how they're feeling, and they were like documenting. But he was the one who invented the DOM and also 2CB and 2CI. Like I think he invented.
Oh, okay, all right. Because so like the girl that got that for us, she's friends with the chemist that made it. So it was very clean stuff, like very like a high level educated chemist, education. So it was good shit. And that's why we wondered like what's going on here. It's just not working. But my God, like I don't know. Like if we're in a party, flat earth, like get together and there's DOM on the table, it's like, oh my God, that's intense. You know what I mean? It's like, am I ready? I would have to so let me sit down. Let me think. Am I ready for this? Versus like acid, don't give me that shit. Like, okay, cool. I'm familiar with this. I understand. This is like acid in I don't know, cubed or something, but weirder. It's not like acid.
Yeah, that's wild, man. See, I mean, like
I'd love to read his notes on it.
Yeah, I just posted the page for DOM as well, which talks all about Shulgin and how he reported it in that
Nice.
wiki for the DOM. Because and he talked in terms of kind of his knowledge and understanding of it or the effects of it. Yeah, man. I mean, I've done like LSD and MDMA and all that, but the whole like research chemicals, especially like psychedelic research chemicals, I've always been a little weary, to like jump into those too much. And I just don't really know if I want to be the guinea pig as much, for some of these things. But it's interesting you've done DOM. And I don't necessarily think that they're like bad necessarily. I mean, like who knows what they're actually doing like at the end of the day. But
dude,
but
you know how you can read people's minds when you're on psychedelics, right? So you think you can, and you understand that you're on psychedelics, but their thoughts are out there in the air. Right? Some are more than the other. DOM, dude, you can freaking pick them out, and you're so right. And because of the situation, lucky for us, that ended up being a horrible trip because of an asshole friend that did not trip with us. Anyways, ended up being some fucking drama. However, all three of us that were high, we saw through his bullshit immediately. And we all agreed later when we talked about exactly what we thought, what he was thinking, and we were right, all of us. It was just crazy how it's like, huh? It's even though you're tripping balls and just this is a bad trip and everything is going on, your perception of reality, of like what's beneath, like the skin shield of the human, you can really see, man. It was so weird. It was so weird. But so maybe I'll take it again for that, to experiment with that. Sure. Now remembering that situation, it's like that's the positive that could come away with it. Like dude, you can really see through people on DOM. Like the negative shit, it's like, oh, boom, like, bro, you are thinking this way, and yep, I'm betting on it.
Interesting. That's very interesting, and it's like a group effect, because like that could happen. Like even if like a group's on peyote or something, you might be able to kind of resonate or like do that, or like almost have psychic kind of understanding of what someone else might be going through, or even like say something that's like what they needed to hear, kind of almost like functioning as the medicine. But yeah, the way you're describing that is interesting, almost like a group psychic connection of like kind of are you almost like the truth of what was going on with him, and like seeing under the
correct, the truth.
surface.
Yeah, 100%, and it was true. That was a scary bit. Like what, sir?
Shared insight.
Yeah, it was. And it was true too. Like, after we sobered up the next day and all that, we talked about the situation. And dude, since that day, that guy, best friends for like 4 or 5 years, all of us together. That's it, buddy. No more friendship. Believe it or not. That was it, dude. Best buds, eat, breakfast, lunch, and dinner together and shit. And that was it. Because we just saw through that, and that was the end of that. Ended up being true, so it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting with DOM. I've had that with LSD. I'm thinking of, there was a few times, I know one time, I mean, I won't go into the entire story, but I was with several people and some friends, and we, like, it kicked, this was with LSD, and we were in nature, so we were in a natural environment, but like it kicked in, and one of the guys, like, he started getting pretty paranoid. He was like, oh my God, he's like, I can like hear like my own thinking. He's like, I can hear my own thinking, and like it's kind of uncomfortable. And he was getting a little paranoid almost, and he was kind of like, this is intense. Like he's like, are you feeling this too? Are you feeling what I'm feeling? He was kind of like he was kind of like,
you never tripped before? Yeah.
Well, he had like, I think on like lower doses of things, but he never had like liquid LSD of like that high, that high potency.
Yeah, he started hearing the mentor voice, right? Your voice, your higher self.
And actually, like, he may have done mushrooms before, but not LSD. I'm not sure. So it might have been his first LSD. But anyways, I mean, I won't go on and on with the story, but basically he was like somewhat wigging out. And then I had music on, and I went down, like, I had like a boombox like on the rocks, like out in the sun and stuff. And I just laid down in front of the boombox and I was listening, and he came to the music, and he came up next to me, and I was actually listening to Fish, the band Fish, who, if you know Fish, you're totally like good with it. But if it's kind of new to you, you're like, it might sound a little goofy or whatever, some of the songs I'm saying. And it was one particular song that was kind of, it was kind of like well, anyways, it kind of had like one of their more kind of like lighthearted, kind of goofy sounding songs. Like when I say goofy, I'm just meaning like, well, anyways, that part's not really as relevant. But so, and I was sitting there listening to it, and he's like, and he was trying to calm down. So he's like, I'll just do what you're doing. Like he thought, because he saw me so chill, like just laid back listening to music. He's like, because he was kind of wiggling a little bit. He's like, all right, he's like, I'll just do what you're doing. Yeah, because it's like, you seem really calm, so I'll do what you're doing. And then he sat down next to me, and he listened to the music, and he's like, what are the lyrics? Like, what is this guy saying? Because he didn't really get the music, Anyways, but after that, like, we just had this whole kind of like almost like a group session of like talking with him, where it just reminds me of what you're saying, where we all had kind of like a psychic connection to like his process, and what he was going through. And the other ones of us that were together, like we all kind of had almost like group therapy, where we were able to kind of see through, his like, kind of like shortcomings, or like maybe not shortcomings, but you know what I'm saying? Like his kind of issues, like you were saying. Yeah. So it's kind of a similar experience to what you're saying with that, where we all had kind of like a psychic ability to kind of like see what was going on with him, and then we were able to share it with him, and he was able to like glean from it and be like, yeah, you're right, I was doing that, you know.
Psychic resonance or whatever. Psychedelic, my bad. Psychedelic resonance.
Well, it's like if it like opens up your unconscious, it's like there's like a collective unconscious connection that might be able to happen, where you can like almost psychically tap into. Because I've noticed with LSD too, like if I'm on LSD and someone else is not, like you could like see through them, dude. Like, you could see what's going on like under the surface, you know, like if they're nervous or like if they're lying, you can like pick up on it much quicker. Like, yeah, it almost gives you like a supernatural ability to kind of read
It's
people.
okay. So I've done 2 drugs from that guy, 2CB and DOM. Okay, because the 2CB is insane too, bro. 2CB was just so profound.
A lot of friends have done it.
Bro.
I know about it, but I've actually never done it. So that's interesting.
I got lucky. I guess I was just, everything was set up right. Full moon, on the beach, barefoot and everything. And just, bro, the way I was connected to the earth. And at the time I was reading about like John Keely and Tesla and telluric currents and all that. So I think it was all like preconceived notions. However, when it hit, when the wave would come, right? You know how like acid and like you would have waves, right? It comes and goes. So when it peaks, dude, the vibration that I could feel from my feet coming up like from the earth was insane. And when so we're all chilling like in a circle, playing some music on a beach. And every time I would look up at the moon, so after like we sat down, when I would look up at the moon, I was laying down, and then I laid down. When I was flat on my back, looking up at the full moon, I was feeling like I was being charged. Like it was just amazing. And I would sit back up, and I would feel like I was being drained. So I was like, you know what? Let me go back, recharge position, and I don't know. It was just cool. I was just experimenting with like nature. Everything felt so different. The sand like underneath my feet, you can feel electricity come up. Like when the wave hits, like what is this?
Wow.
Like, is this bullshit in my mind, or like am I feeling shit? I don't know. Like it just messes with you.
Well, it's interesting because people refer to 2CB as like being very body, like they call it an entactogen, but it has like I have heard, I've never done 2CB, but that it's very body. Is that because I've heard people that do like stretching on it and it's like amazing, like they're more in their body and like feel every part of their body. So it kind of resonates with what you're saying too. Like it like sounds like it has like a body,
interested in nature. Yeah,
like a body enhancing kind of quality with like feelings or frequencies.
Sand, like rubbing like the sand granules through your hands, dude. It felt so weird, alien. Just feels alien. Like what things are different. Yeah, truly, yeah. So maybe it is the body thing, but I was just so fascinated with nature being so different. I'm just having a ball, dude. Having a great time. You know when you dance, cry, and laugh at the same time, and you've got no idea, but you're laughing and you're crying and you're dancing. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, okay, it doesn't matter. It's good. Feels good. They're just nuts.
Interesting. Yeah, kind of like enhancement, like sensual enhancement, or
you are super euphoric, but yeah, man, it's, I don't know. It's hard to describe this stuff. You would have to try it.
Yeah,
full moon on the beach.
Well, there's 2CB and 2CI. So you did the B and the
I?
I?
There's two. No, just the B. There's 2CE, 2CI, 2CB, right? They're like the E, B, and I.
Yeah.
So.
See, I haven't done any.
I've done the B variant. It's in Europe. It's all over the place. You know, a lot of people like in the clubbing scene and all that. You'll find 2CB and 2CE. A lot of 2CE. You'll find.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, did you overall feel like it was like helpful, beneficial? Like, did you get anything?
100%. Oh, I got a message from the, like when I was staring at the full moon, kind of a personal thing. And I've never actually shared it, I think, with anyone. So maybe I'll share it. Why not? Just, it was kind of, it is my nature. It is truly me. So I was like, for whatever the thought was in my head, Columbus. I was like, oh, I'm like Columbus. I like to discover, even though it's bullshit. his story is bullshit. So I don't know anything about the man, or not fascinated by his story or any of that bullshit. But it's the discovery bit, and I just like to mess with science. I'm just a scientist. I like to discover new shit, or cause and effect relationship is what I really like in life in general. I like to know how stuff works. That's truly who I am. So, like, it was funny when I was laying down on my back and staring at the moon and kind of just smiling just from ear to ear. That's like the message that resonated in my head. That I'm like Columbus. I like to discover new stuff and how things work. So yeah, that message I never let that go, right? Because that's who I am. So it's that way. Yeah, it does help you. Can help you figure out who you are. If you're looking for that sort of shit.
Brings out that like, well, it is often referred to like that term like self-exploration, or there's different like words or terms that could be used for. But yeah, like in the case of this, where you're using like an actual compound or like a molecule, and then it's like enhancing. Yeah, I mean that's what I've heard from others too with 2CB, like that it is positive, overall positive, and that it kind of opens up like potentials, and people can have like creative kind of expansions with it.
It's super positive. I can't say anything negative about it. I started.
You were
the trip started
of the human psyche.
Yeah. Psyche. Yeah. I guess I am. I like to take that. Like, I like to take psychedelics. And stay awake to see my interaction with nature. Because I don't know, the 2CB and the acid and stuff, like you can feel how acid is insane. So I'm sorry, tangent. Acid notes. Got it. My 3-dimensional, like my location of sound sources and like 3D space is insane. Like my stereoscopic location, like how use both ears to locate approximately where something dropped, because your brain is doing the math for you and be like, okay, this one came in faster than that one, so it should be look to the right, roughly over there. That's why you look over wherever something drops, because your brain did the math. On acid, that is so amplified, dude. If you drop a pin, and I'm like in the basement, like 2 stories away, and I heard it, I can map it in my head exactly where it dropped. Then I go to check, and it's exactly where I mapped. It's like, it's nuts. Amplifies my spatial, I don't know, sound awareness or something like that. I don't know how to describe it.
Dude, I don't know
That's
if you were
profound with me.
Well, it's profound to me that you're saying this, because actually, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was actually describing an experience like very similar to that. So I completely know where you're coming from, and it makes me think that like, yep, he's been there. Like he's not bullshitting, because dude, like to say, because I was talking earlier exactly what you're saying as well. Where I mean, they say with LSD where you can like the whole like synesthesia, where you can like feel colors, or you can like see sounds, or like feel colors, like the whole thing of synesthesia. But dude, what you're talking about the spatial with the sound waves with LSD particularly, I have had that. It's so like profound, where I remember like, so that there was 2 speakers and I had the music going, and as I was moving my head, in like a
out of the music zone and back into the music zone. Yeah, dude.
From left to right, 100%. Between the speakers, up, forward, back, and left and right. And I could like, it's hard to describe it, but it's like I could like sense or feel the sound waves and like their proximity, to, and how they were bouncing off the wall, and how when I moved my ears from the left speaker to the right speaker, and then back 5 feet, forward 5 feet, like I could map the actual sound space, as it were, that those 2 speakers of the sound waves that were coming off of them, like specifically with LSD, that way. So the way you said that
specifically,
yeah. And it's
more
like
than any
like,
other one. 2CB also, I'm sorry, 2CB is really like that too. Oh my god, you can feel the. So okay, like an acid, I noticed it when I was playing loud music in the room, and on large speakers. I left, went to the kitchen to grab something to drink, or like a snack or something like that. And I came back and the music was still playing. And when I passed, like by the wall, I went to grab something else, I think from the living room. And I felt the zone, the beam of sound that's in line with the speaker through the other wall. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I stopped to analyze it. It was like this is bullshit. Because you're on acid, you're so aware of like what's going on with the differences, right? Like in reality that you're perceiving. So that zone, dude, you can map it out like you can almost see it. Or you draw it in your head, obviously, but you can't really see it. But you can map it out. Like, man, the sound is right here, not here. How come I can't notice this when I'm not high? Like, what is going on? Like, is this real? It has to be. But you can feel the beam of sound. Like, and you can just map it out, man. Totally.
Yeah, I mean that's why like people that like certain like taking these at like concerts and like raves and stuff, you know, can get into like to the music because of part of what we're talking about. And then also like when people do like, you know, like the didgeridoo, you know, or like different instruments where, and this could happen.
Oh
like
my god,
with mushrooms too.
that
like
would
you
be
get
crazy.
incredible, like yeah, like sound wave
The low
perception.
vibrations from didgeridoo.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude, I know a guy.
that would be crazy.
I know a guy who's really good at the didgeridoo, and he basically learned how to do it by just taking huge doses of mushrooms, and he just figured it out, like on mushrooms, like how to vibrate. And he was saying that the mushrooms like taught him how to do the breathing and how to get all the deepest vibrations. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Learned a new skill on mushrooms. Okay.
There may be something with like, because these are all indole alkaloids, like the LSD mushrooms, and then because also iboga, like the ibogaine and the iboga, can also have like incredible heightening of your senses, like your hearing and also your vision, because they use like low doses of iboga for like hunting in Africa, where they'll take a low dose and then they can hear, you know, the animals and the prey and all that when they're hunting, and just for other purposes too. But like I've heard this one friend of mine where she did ibogaine, which is like kind of the extracted, you know, form of it rather than the whole plant. So this was on ibogaine, but it still has a lot of the same effects. And she was doing it like in kind of a Americanized, like Western type environment. So it was in like a building kind of thing. And she was saying that when it was first coming on, even though the windows were closed and the door were closed, she could hear the car key going into someone's car, like all the way down the street. She could hear the actual car key going into the car to unlock the door. Anyways, it's just another example of like profound hearing. And iboga is an indole alkaloid as well, so it's like similar to LSD, and then mushrooms as well. They're all indoles. So I wonder if there's something to the indole alkaloids that maybe have like this sound wave, you know, feature, like in a more kind of unique way or like a stronger way.
So how like what I would like, how do I like take some acid, gain that ability, right, with sound perception, and not lose the visual perception or everything, you know, the breathing effects and all that. It's like, okay, how I would like for that side to stay normal while I amplify my hearing abilities. That would be nice. But you can't really separate it, can you? Or whoever figures that out is a genius.
Yeah, well, that is interesting. You know how people that like they're blind, and if you heard about that one guy, he's blind and he uses like a ticking sound in his mouth, like he makes a sound, and as he walks,
he can ride a bike.
Yeah, he can like ride a bike and walk around because he can hear. So there must be something to that where like because he can't see, like there's more focus on his ability to hear. And then yeah, with some of these compounds and molecules that allow that to be heightened as well.
I think you might be onto something here. Nice. Yeah, because that guy can do it. And he taught other blind people to do it, like how to do it too. So it's pretty cool about his story. And he can tell you what kind of object like he's in front of too. That's crazy. Huh.
Yeah, it's like extrasensory perception, basically, because most of our senses, we don't really think of being able to have this level of perception of things, you know, to be able to like either like the psychic things we were talking about, or like with sound waves, or with vision, being able to. I wonder if you could like the way the Earth doesn't have curvature. I wonder if you could like if there's some molecule that you could consume where you could see further. You know what I mean? Like there's already the lack of curve, and we know there's P900s and infrared cameras and all, everything that we can see extremely far with no curvature. But I'm just saying, like, I wonder if there's some compound you could take where you could like see even further with the naked eye. Like
I think if you give me that with a
instead
gallon
your
of
hearing being
LSD, I'll be able to hear over the horizon, buddy. I got you better than radar. Just I got you. Hold on. Let me get a swig of this gallon. Oh yeah, the enemy's over there. Imagine, dude, if you can do that. That would be good. I guess the Africans do it, right? Iboga or Iboga. Take a little bit.
Yeah, they do the little bit of iboga, and it heightens the senses, and they can get, like heightens their their hearing, ability to hear, and it does do that at low doses. It heightens the senses. I was just thinking of some, like if you got like 5 people that were all, anyways, they kind of consumed something, and then they were all spaced out over the earth, whether you could like detect curvature or lack of curvature. It's kind of out there way to do it, but if you could
man, I can't see you, man. But I can hear you. I can hear your thoughts. Can you hear me?
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that all of these ancients that were using these plants from nature all had a stationary planar Earth. None of them were, and they were like leaving their body, having out of body experiences. Those are like the real psychonauts instead of astronauts, like actual, consciousness nauts, spiritual. But I don't think it's a coincidence that they all had a planar stationary realm, because if it was a globe, they would have.
I don't. I don't think you can take 2CB. But even though I was a globe earther at the time, never thought about it. But now it's like, if I was to take 2CB and just think about it for a split second, I don't think I would come away with like Earth being a ball. No way. Because you're so connected to the Earth, man. With bare feet on the sand, like you're so connected to the Earth, like part of this thing. We're moving? Nah, I don't think so. I can feel it. I can feel the electricity coming up, but I don't know, it's not moving. It's crazy.
Dude, that's interesting to think too about, like if you were able to tap into the ether, because we're talking about like, seeing fractals and seeing these like deeper layers of reality and so on. What if you could like tap into the ether and like glean information about like electrostatic fields or electricity, or like you're saying with motion, because obviously they claim that we're in motion, but that we can't feel it. But if these can like heighten your sensitivity, or your capacity to sense motion, or just to have awareness, that's kind of a whole interesting consideration of like, if you're able to access like extrasensory perception and then relate that to some of these like foundational questions of like, are we actually in motion the rate that the globe claims that we are? And if you're able to like tap into that more, in those states.
Dude, I'm so fair on that question, unless we're all on psychedelics. Like, for me, it's like, okay, it's 50-50, sure. We're all like laying down on the sand, staring at the stars. All of us on 2CB. If you say that we're moving and they're stationary, I think all of the rest of us would look at you and be like, you're crazy. There's no way, dude. Here, look, feel the Earth again. You feel that? You're glued to it, aren't you? And the stars are moving from your point of view. Right? So why would you think the opposite? I don't know. Psychedelics, I think it would make sense. It's like pretty attached to this thing. Like they're moving.
Yeah, I mean, I've had times where it's like you're connected to Mother Earth too, like you're grounded and you can just resonate. Now, I know to some people, I'm not saying this is some like huge convincing argument about what the Earth is by this, because I know some people would just write it off, or they would say, "Oh, you're consuming, a substance or whatever it may be." I realize if we're talking about, some of these things that might heighten perception, I'm not saying that it would be some kind of like slam dunk debate point, but it is interesting just in terms of like what people glean from that. Like from the perspective that you are tapping into a larger reality, if we were on a globe, wouldn't a lot of people tap into that? You know, like the motion and all of those factors. And I think some people might have some like heliocentric, you know, experiences. So I'm not saying no one does, but it's kind of interesting to think about that. And then yeah, the ancients that were having these experiences, like they never even they were never had a globe or thinking it was in motion. And again, I know some people might just write off, you know, these plants, for example, that nature makes or these types of experiences. But if you view it that they actually are tapping into something on a deeper level, then like the earth being, because they had like in these ancient cosmologies, they have like the upper world and then the middle world and the lower world. So it's more like a stacked system. So instead of like on a ball where everything is out there, it's more like there's the upper realm where you have like, yeah, the angels, the heavens, you know, the spirits in the upper heavenly realm, celestial. And then you have like, that's above. And then you have the physical plane of existence that we're on, like the actual physical world. And then you have what's beneath us, like the underworld, essentially.
Human world, or okay.
Yeah. And the kind of the whole spiritual connections to all those as well. Like it was never a sphere with balls way out there, you know, in any of those ancient understandings of it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. See, all the LSD experiences, I was a flat earther, you know. So, but the 2CB one, like those were so profound. Like the connection to nature, I would love to revisit those 100%. It's like, all right, let's do this again. Now, being a flat earther, a grown adult, it's like, all right, let's see. Get ready for the electricity that's coming up from the earth. It's like, all right, let's go. But you can feel the difference, like when you step on concrete versus like the beach sand versus tile. Ah, man, it's brutal. You're like, all right, I feel dead. I'm gonna go back to the sand, guys. Asphalt too, because we were walking all like barefoot. No, man, nope. Give me the sand. It was just everything else was just so garbage. It's like, what is this? It was just so synthetic. No,
Yeah.
it was just so wrong.
No, I feel you. I feel you on that. And I've had experiences similar to that. Like one I'm thinking of, like, have you ever had with mushrooms, like with psilocybin, where if let's say you're in a room and there's a wooden table, and then let's say there's a carpet that's made out of like polyester. Have you ever had an experience like this where you look at the carpet and it's just the polyester carpet and it just looks dead? You know, yeah, maybe it's pulsating a little, but it's just lifeless, or even has kind of, yeah, just kind of a dead synthetic energy. Then you look at the table, and if it's made out of real wood, the grain on the table is like pulsating, like it's alive. Have you ever had that where it's like anything that was alive or is alive with mushrooms will be like like moving and pulsating and have like all this life energy to it, where something that's synthetic like metal or like polyester or something will just look like flat and kind of dead. Have you ever had that experience like visually with mushrooms?
I don't have much experience with psilocybin, so I'm, believe it or not, yet to have like a 5 gram or 3 or 2. I've eaten a lot of mushrooms I picked myself. I guess they just didn't have much psilocybin, you know. I mean, bro, like wet, like I've eaten, you know, like, because, you know, multiply by 10 if it's wet. So I've eaten like 70 grams wet and nothing. So I'm yet to kind of give up on it for a little bit, but one day, again, we'll get some mushrooms and let's do some shrooms. But I know what you're talking about from DMT. DMT was insane. Like DMT just, yeah, 100%. Like the aura around things is clearly visible, pops out in 3-dimensional space, and it's living. It's shimmering. It is vibrating, like from dead wood. Which I was just shocked.
Oh, so you've had that
wood
with
grain.
yeah, I've had that too with what you would consider as dead wood, but it's
not
like,
dead.
It's alive.
Living.
Yeah, I know. What is
my foot, bro?
That's wild.
My foot disappeared into the wall because I had my right leg leaning on the wall. I was on the couch because I knew this thing was gonna just knock me off my ass. I already sat down, ritual, you know, notebook, you know, got my pen, I'm gonna write my notes down. And dude, it was just when my foot, I couldn't see my toes anymore. It was just became a blur. One with the cedar and then the blue grain of the cedar in 3D space and just moving. And I'm just looking at it. Why is it moving? And you look at it, it's just vibrating. And so it's not moving, but I have a perception of the entire grain, the blue grain, that's not blue at all. If you look at cedar, there's nothing blue about it. At least that it was just brown, dark yellowed cedar, and the blue wood grain. I remember the color. And I was just fascinated by that. How is the wood grain blue? And it's moving. And my foot is now one with the wall. Ha ha ha. And I'm just laughing, man. And I wrote that down. That's why I remember it so well. Because I was taking down notes. It was just. Then my foot looked alien. I was like, I was like, oh, my foot looks alien. Huh? Because it was like not my foot anymore. It's just part of the wall, dude. It became one with the wall. The cedar. It's like, what? I'm part of the wall. Yeah, DMT will just melt your reality. So that's like visuals, right? So if I want heavy visual healing, that's like, all right, DMT or Changa. That's what I smoked specifically for those experiences. So, because it's like 20 minutes. Timed it, yeah, it's about 18 minutes to 20 minutes long. With a nice large bong rip, like I said. Yeah, that was cool. But yeah, I know what you mean. Living things that are dead, or you think they're dead, they're still vibrating and they're living.
Yeah, it's like they're alive. It's like they're alive. Yeah, it's just. I've had with mushrooms too, where like I'm looking at grass and it's like I can see the grass like grow, like I've had an experience where like it's like growing and then it's going back to like its younger form and then to its older form. Like it's like showing me the life cycle of how grass grows. In a way that's like almost outside of time, because normally we think of grass like, well, it just grows from short to tall. But I was actually seeing it go from tall to short and then back from short to tall. But it was not just changing, like it wasn't just warping, like it was actually going through its growth cycle. Like I was being, it's not like it was just like changing in size, like some kind of like modulation in that way. It was actually like growing and then going smaller and then growing and going, like going back and forth, like almost like a fast forward rewind through the growth cycle. Some really interesting components to, the way mushrooms, and that's why being in nature, like being in the forest, is like can be really amazing.
You know how on acid everything has the breathing effect? Because I didn't know it follows your breath. And later on, I read this shit. It's like, oh, no wonder. Everything has this in and out, this weird darkness or a halo will develop around things and will fade in and out of like visual reality. And you're fractaling and you're seeing traces, anyways. So, however, everything has a breathing effect. Everything will grow in size and like it's moving. But that, I guess they call it the breathing effect. On things, right? Things, they appear to be breathing, right? Inhaling and exhaling, inhaling and exhaling. So if it's anything like that, I'm quite familiar with that effect. It's like one of the things when I see that, I know what the acid is speaking. It's like, okay, here we go. Like, you see tracers, right? It's like, okay, the visual tracers for sure. It's like, all right, it's starting to kick in. Then things will, like, objects will start breathing. Like they're moving, they're going in and out, like I don't know how to explain it. They're breathing. It's like they're taking a breath. Inhale, exhale. But everything does that.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting. Like it makes me think of Tesla and like the idea of like the like prodigious worlds and like the great mover and just like energy and frequency. Like, do you think it's connected to that? Like that everything is vibrating and ultimately in motion, but it's just like to what degree we're able to perceive it?
Oh, 100%. I think it's also synchronized with your breath, the rate, because the rate is so similar to your breathing rate on acid that it's clicking, it matches. Where everything is kind of synchronized with you. So it could be, of course, from you perceiving things this way. But whatever it is, you're synchronized to it, and you see it. It's pretty cool.
That Plotinus quote.
It's like
That Plotinus quote, I just pulled it up. This is from Plotinus, or it's claimed to be. It reminds me of this quote. I'll read it. The stars are like letters that inscribe themselves at every moment in the sky. Everything in the world is full of signs. All events are coordinated. All things depend on each other. Everything breathes together.
Nice. Almost sounded like a verse from the Quran there for a second. You know, like, oh, okay, cool.
It's attributed to Plotinus. I was thinking of the everything breathes together, so I typed that in because I knew about that quote and just that because that's what kind of that idea that
all the religions essentially will be unified. Eastern and Middle Eastern, all that. They all, you know, including science, everything vibrates. It seems to be that's the key. Like there is something here, and the Einsteiners, if today don't want us to kind of study this stuff, or don't want science to go this way. But I think a lot of people, even though mainstream will say things vibrate, right? So it's not like they're disagreeing, but why do all religions like kind of say that? So it's very interesting. It's like how did you know that first, right? So like they're all unified on it too. It's like all the Eastern religions and stuff. It's like how did you guys know that things sing, objects sing, even though we perceive them to be still and dead? Who had the microscope? It's like how did you know this, right? So it's like okay, so if it is truly from your maker, or you know what I mean, whatever spiritual philosophy, whoever gave this to you, Buddha, or you know God told Buddha, whatever, this is interesting. It's like it seems to be true. So I think there's absolutely something there. And the ether, with the way Maxwell perceived it, that hexagonal nature, it's so cool because Maxwell is the man, dude, when it comes to ether, like that put some math behind it. And his perception was very, it looked like a beehive, you know, hexagons everywhere. So that's interesting. And with the research of what's his name, Rupert Sheldrake, calls it the morpho something genetic field. It's a good name. It's a nice term. He just doesn't want to use the term ether, but I know exactly what he's talking about. He brings up the experiments. What was it, dolphins or rats or multiple experiments on his TED Talk, where animals running like learning new tricks across separated geographically, so it's non-genetically transmitting information down the line from learned behavior, but is non-genetic because these guys are running the experiment over here, and somehow this group of animals across the world, another continent, they pick up that behavior in the children. So it's not that there's information that was passed, but it's not genetic. So Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, right, in his banned TED Talk, what he talks about this field, the ether field, right? So we call it ether and electricity, right? And it appears that there is, dude, information that does get passed down, even like non-genetically to children and like offspring. It's crazy. This electrical grid ties everything.
That is, man. That is definitely very deep in terms of like, it makes me think of the ether too, like a interconnected web, and how that's how everything is interconnected ultimately. Like how everything, like we were saying, how it all like breathes together, but how like information is transferred. And yeah, I know what you're saying with Rupert Sheldrake. That is interesting research that he's done, and it does seem to imply that there is like some kind of field that even biological organisms are connected to, like where he would study these like monkeys in Africa and monkeys in South America, and the monkeys didn't get together and exchange their knowledge about anything, but like monkeys in Africa would like use a stick to get ants out of a hole, and like they would learn some new skill, and then the monkeys over in South America would instantly know how to do that, how to use that tool. You know, it seems like in response to the fact that they figured it out on another continent, but they never communicated with each other in any physical way. So yeah, like, is there some kind of interconnected field that biological organisms have with each other? And yeah, thinking of it as like a honeycomb or like a web structure, it's pretty interesting. And then just like children with their parents, the way that there's like a field there, you know, when you have a child, and how the child like picks up all these things from the parent, like where are they getting all that from? Yeah, there's the genetics and the biological, obviously, and that's a huge factor, but is there some other like way that we're connected, or like get information, or like even inventions that happen simultaneously in different parts of the world? There's so many interesting components to that, and kind of having the extrasensory perception to sense it from that angle, or from like the mathematical angle, and just trying to decipher like how that's all actually functioning.
You know what, dude? This chat like that right now kind of sparked up an idea in my mind. I'll run it by you. I don't know if everybody's gonna like it or not. I believe everybody's gonna benefit from it. However, there's a book that I always tell everybody it is a must read. Like, you have to read this stuff if you like truth, right? And it's not even sciencey at all, but it is all about science. It's Jerry. It's by Jerry Veselato. It's called Lost Science. And I wanted to bring up a man that's in there by the name of William Rice, or Wilhelm Reich. So Mr. Wilhelm Reich, he's a doctor, but the biological doctor, medical type. And what he discovered, right? They put him in prison and they killed him in prison. Okay. He discovered around cells there's a blue glow, there's a blue plasma glow around every living organism. He called it orgone energy. All right. And he got himself into trouble later. There's a lot of bullshit about him. So that's why in this book it gives you the good stuff, the meat, and tosses out all the bones. Because if you do a wiki page about it, you do not want to read that. It's just this ass. You know, so you go to Jerry Veselato. So we should do a reading session here, like late night or something. And we should pick like some sciencey books, and just because that one reads well, that book. It's awesome. And I believe for every, like, I don't know, flat earther that likes truth and alternative science, bro, it's the best. Nikola Tesla, of course, you know, and covers a lot of good stuff. But William Rice, man, he's the man. It's the orgone energy, bro. It's awesome shit.
Yeah, I know like about him to a degree. I don't know if I've heard that reading though of the Jerry Veselato. I know of him though as well, but I don't know if I'm familiar with that particular that you're talking about. I would definitely be open to, you know, hear that, or hear, like, are you saying like somebody read it loud, or listen to like a
100% audio? But we just, all of us just do a study session. We just go chapter by chapter, because okay, today trivia. And the trivia question, but the question wasn't who was the first man to invent telephone, but it was the first, middle, and last name of the man that invented the telephone, right? Incorrect. That is wrong. And I got hard evidence, but I didn't stop the convo. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got it right, which is Alexander Graham Bell. Correct. For the trivia question, is it correct for history? Absolutely not. Antonio Meucci, right? So when you go to Antonio Meucci, does he predate Graham Bell? 100%. But what's the problem? Does he have patents? 100%. Did his telephone work? 100%. But it was Earth telephony. And they don't want you to know about this shit. Telluric telephones. Before Graham Bell. You know? Because Graham Bell was, he had Joseph Henry wind the coils for him. I know this part of the history quite well. So Jerry Veselato starts you off correct. He sets the history straight for us. And before Graham Bell, another guy, American, Nathan Stubblefield, I think from Cornland, somewhere Midwest, Indiana or something like that, Iowa, something like that. Earth telephony. Again, Nathan Stubblefield, Earth-based batteries, crazy stuff. Science where you have documented people in town, pictures of people in town testing out this telephone. It works. Everything is legit. But it gets covered up in history, and people know about Alexander Graham Bell. And it's not fucking true. But it is what's in Wiki and all that, right? But it's just not true. So it's good to know the alternative history, where why did they occult this knowledge, even though it's there, if you know who to look for. So now if you go Antonio Meucci, oh yeah, well, he's the father, or the true father of telephony. It's like, oh, okay, here's the truth now. Cool, but you have to look for the name. They will not mention him in the books, right? Oh no, it's Alexander Graham Bell. So it's the information that what we're taught. Because the occult information is there. It's just hidden from sight because they're the gatekeepers, and they just tell you about the guys they want you to know about. But you have access to all the other stuff. You just have to know what to look for. So Jared Vasilato's really with 2 books, Lost Science, and the other one is what was it? I have to get the title for the other one. Harp. It was about the harp, but he gets into a lot of other scientists too. It's not just about the harp. I forgot what it was called.
Cold War technology.
Cold War tech. There you go.
Yeah, man, this is interesting.
There's a lot of bullshit about all that. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, keep going. If you, yeah, it's very interesting. I just was looking up some of this. It says, he invented the telephone 21 years before Alexander Graham Bell, but we're just told Alexander Graham Bell. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, this is, I would
checks
like
out.
to
Really.
Yeah,
it checks out really easy. So this guy, everything you'll read in his books, pretty cool. You're gonna think, oh, it's his opinion. No. So he's got, I think it's an 11-volume book, and I do have them if anybody wants them. It's called the Vril Compendium. He went to the Library of Congress and photocopied the entire electrical age from the 1600s. It's the oldest he can get, all the way up to Einstein bullshit and all that. Photocopied, bro. Photocopied, and you can see it with photocopied because the quality is ass. In the PDFs, and God willing, one day I'll dish out the money and get the real books because that's just archived history. It's so nice. And so everything he says is backed up, photocopied from the Library of Congress in the Vril Compendium. Super legit. And the history is it's not it's not Alexander and Graham Bell. And it's Antonio Meucci.
I don't know what you think, not to take it into a whole thing of like, was there a reset, Tartaria, like what is going on with our actual history? But it is interesting how some of this does still remain, well, in terms of Tesla and also what you're mentioning here, in terms of some of this and, kind of like the history of this and how it doesn't seem like it's been completely shut out from our, for us to be able to access it. So it's kind of like an interesting little pocket of where like it didn't seem to get squashed out entirely, but it's definitely very.
No, they squashed out the way of thinking, and we went with the electron Einstein space-time continuum, folding space-time, and there's no such thing as an Earth battery. If you look into Nathan Stubblefield's patents, okay. This battery thing that he does not describe it as a battery, he describes it as a plug, like a terminal, like a socket. So it's a plug that you place into the earth because it's not a conventional battery. So most people, when they try to replicate it, they're thinking of voltaic cell from Alessandro Volta. So they're thinking like, oh, let me make a battery, and they don't listen to the inventor, so they don't get the same results. They're tainted by what they were taught. So his ideas were different. They work on like different principles because it's not a battery of conventional means, and you don't get conventional electricity. And that's why we're lost today. Because we put this thing, let's say we replicate it, drop it in the earth, go with your voltmeter, and you get nothing, or you get very little. It's like, this is trash. Well, if you read the paperwork, his description of what's going on, no. It's not the normal DC AC electricity. It's the plant electricity these guys were able to extract. And it's the same electrical impulses that runs through your nervous system. Us and the plants and we all share that in common, that we don't run on AC or DC. We're run on electrical impulses and like coded impulse trains, right? So like impulses per second. So, and that means, it depends which part of the brain goes into, pain or whatever you see or hear. So, and plants are the same way. The electricity that flows through it and the earth, the telluric currents that are naturally here, they run in also in impulses, large impulses. So it's interesting. So you gotta think outside of the everything we're taught by like reading their ideas, not arguing with the inventor, and looking at the like pictures brought in newspapers. The whole town around the microphone and stuff, and everybody's celebrating the telephone working. That's cool stuff.
Is this connected at all to sand batteries, the Earth battery, or is that different? Like with sand batteries, is that using a similar? Because you're saying this is pulling it from the plants, like the electricity from the actual. But does like
Earth.
does Earth and material? So like, it would that would cut like
Earth,
sand
like
batteries would be a version of that.
no, like imagine like another guy that's covered in these books is T.H. Murray. He's got a book on it. I think that's the title of his book, like Sea of Energy, I think, by T.H. Murray. So this guy also would, anyways, he was able to extract ridiculous amounts of electricity from an antenna, like an 80-foot antenna, but he writes a book about waves coming from the earth. So there's electricity like rivers that run continuously in the earth, but it's not direct current and it's not sinusoidal alternating current that that we transmit through our lines. So if you're trying to extract that out, you're a fool. That's what you discover later on. You're like, oh, okay, because you're thinking of what we're used to. But when you read what these guys were talking about, it's not the same, and they were aware of DC, electricity. So it's like, it's not that. It's the impulse. It's coming in from Earth itself, right, across the Earth, postulated by the electrical universe guys coming in from the sun, perhaps, right, through, either on ball Earth or flat Earth, it doesn't matter. It appears to be coming in large quantities of electricity coming in from the sun, and then in the Earth itself, it flows in the Earth and exits somewheres, and that creates the magnetic field. That's what first kind of, this is the camp I subscribe to. This is why we have a magnetic field, is due to the flow of current. That's the discovery by, I think it was Faraday and Oersted. So it's like, because when you have electrical flow, it gives rise to magnetism. So all the electricity that's coming in from the sun gives the Earth its magnetic field, but also in the Earth, it's flowing in impulses. So the idea, if you build the right device, if you understand the nature of this, which is very natural to plants and us, you build a device or an apparatus that can interact or interface with this, you should be able to extract copious amounts of power. But it's in a different form than it's not DC and it's not AC. So you're gonna have to figure it out, but extract it first, and then we'll deal with it later.
Wow, man, that's pretty amazing. If that could be done, that is like such a huge. It's just like some of this like lost. I mean, do you think it's like lost technology that could be recovered? And also, like, is this connected to what Tesla called radiant energy?
All this spills into Tesla. This is pre-Tesla, and the way Vasilato's ordered the book is awesome. He starts off with Baron Karl von Reichenbach, and he had money. It was 1700s, and people were like killing sleepwalkers and stuff like that. And this dude, that chapter is amazing because he discovers something called odic energy, ODIC, odic energy. And when you read through and this guy's, he's not a nobody. He discovered paraffin and many other chemicals and stuff. Bro, he's not a nobody in chemistry, so he's not an idiot. So when you read, because that chapter is so fascinating, and it's like 1700s or something like that, late 1700s. It's like, all right, something going on with the moon. Moon sends out to summarize his experiments. He gathered this sleepwalkers from around the earth and all that, and run experiments on them, right? And today we can't do stuff like that because of ethics or whatever. but it was, anyways. So cool experiments, you can read about them. But they can obviously detect stuff that's coming from the moon. He called it odic energy because they would get their max sleepwalking episodes. It would correlate with full moon, with peak odic energy activity, if I'm not mistaken. And this is all from memory, so I would have to go back and check that chapter. Do not quote me on this stuff. Just read. It should be the first chapter in Lost Science, and it's fascinating. And you start from here. It's kind of the right spot. Descartes is too far back, but Descartes is the father of the ether, 100%. And it's like well documented. He's the one that postulated. Look, you can look up. You can see the stars, right? Cool. Since the light from the stars can travel all the way to here, there's something in between us and that light that the light could travel through as a medium. So he's the father of the ether. He started all this. So blame Descartes for having the ether. So yeah, but anyways, you got to kind of skip that and start with the experimenter like Reichenbach. Because what he discovers is kind of nuts. It comes back around with flat Earth, with the cooling effect of the moonlight, right? The odic energy. So it's kind of like, all right, maybe we're onto something. Rediscovering the past. That's what we're doing.
Before the globalists took over. Before they came
he had a lot of money though. He was a baron, so he had a castle. So all these guys, he kept him as his castle. All that. What's up?
No, I'm just saying in the whole like oil for energy and just the electrical grid, the way that like JP Morgan and the crew, took over basically, and your Rockefellers and just the Rockefeller medicine, obviously, but it's pretty interesting. I mean, do you think they're hiding technology that comes from some of this, and then they're kind of like only allowing us to see like some of the history? But do you think they're like hiding technology where they're actually using some of this stuff that they kept from these guys and then haven't given to us to the point to where we could rediscover it eventually?
100%. Like, dude, some of the stuff is not that hidden. It's in museums, all right? So it's behind glass. You just cannot touch it. Like, man, I mean, let's see. If I go with Rife, he's also in Lost Science, Royal Raymond Rife, with his microscope. It does exist. Okay, but it's behind glass. It's like, why don't you use it? Oh, it's I don't know. It's like, come on, it's pretty cool, right? You should use it instead of putting it behind glass. But some of the stuff, like for me, I just want the science not to be lost, because who cares about the piece of machine? Another genius one day that's not me can build it. But if the science is here and I can understand it, perhaps maybe I can build it too if I can understand it, right? And I can pass it down generations and all that. So preserving the science. And all this, by the way, yeah, Reichenbach and all these guys, it all peaks with Tesla. So Tesla was, man, he's so underestimated who he was like during his day. He was truly riding the peak of the scientific wave. Everybody respected him. He was he was also known to be like a magician, a wizard, from the displays he would put on. Like one of the famous ones in front of the Royal Society, where he hooked up himself to, during the whole AC war, AC/DC stuff, the fear of alternating currents, he hooked himself up to some kind of transformer that he built. And there are reports from people that his body was glowing like a neon tube, like that jelly, that plasma inside of a neon bulb, that red plasma, right? It was all around his body. And then he said, here are the dangers of alternating current. Bro, you do that today with the electricity that comes out of the wall, you're dead. So it's and his whole body lit up like this guy's a wizard. So how did you do that? How did you just light your entire body up like that? with a nice plasma glow, beautiful neon plasma glow, and not die from the electricity that you're grabbing. And this is the stuff this is why it leads up to Tesla. It's why he starts you off with odic energy, then the telluric stuff, the telephony with Mucci, and then Nathan Stubblefield, because we need, as a reader or as like a researcher, you need to understand that there's more to this electricity than what you're told. The forms of electricity, the nature of it. It's not just AC and DC. There's more. Okay, and people argue, okay, the other stuff is the impulse is just DC chopped. Yeah, but apparently nature communicates that way. You know, and for technical reasons, it doesn't show up on. If you're not looking for it, it won't show up on your meters. But we need to be aware of that, so we kind of start from here, because this is what Tesla ends up playing with, and then people after Tesla successfully extract it again from the earth, or from the ether, and it's got the same exact effect. You can connect yourself to be part of a high-powered circuit, and you don't die. They call it cold electricity, which is like, huh? So you can pass crazy amounts of current through your body, you don't die, and it's not the skin effect or all that we know about. No. With with the high frequency alternating currents, it's not, because it's non-conventional currents is what it is. It's non-harmful to the human body. It's been demonstrated over and over again by Edwin Gray and other people after Tesla.
Yeah, so it's like wireless and harmless. That is interesting. It reminds me a little bit too of the Hutchinson effect, where he was able to get like metal to change shape as it would if it was heated, but it was cold. Like able to do that without the temperature, which is just wild to think you could like change the structure of metal without heating it, but have it bend and warp. Now that's the Hutchinson effect, which, I mean, you think that's probably somewhat connect. I mean, whatever the Hutchinson effect may be, like that's kind of shrouded in a little bit of mystery too. But it just reminded me of that in a way. It might be slightly different, but just the claim that you can essentially change the structure of, in that case, metal, but it's cold. It's like cold to the touch.
Right. The best I've gathered about him, if his claims are correct, the knowledge if the videos he released is correct and all that information told us, so he was using a 3-axis Tesla coil system, so a real Tesla coil, the ones that I've talked about with Eric Dollard. You can see it with the old, it's called the Cosmic Induction Generator. And let me post some pictures of the old one, not the new one, because the new one is cool, but it's not like the old one. I got pics of the old one here.
Is it done through? Is it like more? Is he tapping into the pulsing, like you're talking about, the pulsation, rather than AC or DC?
Yes, and this is true. Yeah, this runs on those principles, and this is just an empty light bulb on a stick that he just puts. So this is just 2 coils firing at each other. So how do you call that? 180 degrees out of phase. So in between, there's a plane. There's like a plane that you cannot see, right? Just in space, right? Just a slice in space between these 2 coils. When they put this light bulb in there and they just start moving it back and forth along this plane, this galaxy stuff develops in a burnt out incandescent light bulb. So it's under partial vacuum. And this, you get all these crazy effects. And so the reason I believe in Hutchinson stuff is because of this right here. I know this is to be super legit, from well documented in the 80s and all that, super documented. So this is only 2-axis. So with a 3rd coil that I don't know, apparently that's what Hutchinson had. He took this principle and he had a 3rd axis. And if what he said is correct, this is what he told us straight up. It's a 3-axis Tesla coil. By Tesla coil, this is what a Tesla coil does. There's no spark. It's not a spark apparatus. Spark is loss in transmission. You do not want sparks. Tesla wrote about that heavily. That's why he put a sphere on top of his, because sparks are losses in power. You do not want that in your circuit. So it was not a spark generating machine. It was to do, I don't know, other stuff. But this is, when you build it correctly, this is the sort of weird stuff that's unstudied by physics, man. They tried to replicate this too. The same guy that had it, built it in the 80s, Eric Dollard. They built a recent one, and it just does not do the same thing as the old one. The old one is just magical. So yeah, induces the cosmos. That's why they call it the cosmic induction generator. So yeah, man, that plane of Tesla currents, whatever is going on, it seems to have interesting effects on matter. So if maybe you do this 3-dimensionally and you know what you're doing, I don't know. I can only speculate now.
You might be able to turn the twin trade towers into dust in front of the world.
Perhaps if you figure it, I don't know. Yeah, well, that's Dr. Judy Wood.
You just might be able to dematerialize buildings in New York City.
Might. It does have a good point. Where's the concrete? That's so good. I don't know, Dr. Judy Wood. I don't believe in what she's saying. I don't want to believe in it. I do not have reason for it, except that she asked a good question. Where's the concrete? Dustification, she calls it. It's like, right. Where's large chunks and all of it is just fine powder, just atomized powder that just gets shot down, I don't know, a mile down or whatever in each direction. It's like, whoa. Interesting.
How is that connected to this? Like, I mean, yeah, there's the idea that for 9/11 they actually used some kind of a device that was doing this, and like, yeah, Judy Wood, which is kind of linked to the Hutchinson effect, and then was linked to some of this Tesla. But I mean, do you think that's possible that they what are they doing? Like, what would be happening? Are they dematerializing? Are they breaking apart bonds with the pulses?
Okay, so I like alternative thinking, like Dr. Judy Wood and all that. And I do believe in alternative technology. However, and I do believe that the Navy, U.S. Navy, and the military does have cool stuff. However, I am a practical man. Why don't we use it? Even right now with Iran, like, what? Okay, how about can we use some of that super tech guys from the 50s, that sub saucers? No. It's like, until I see it, you know what I mean? Maybe they don't have it. Maybe John Hutchinson is the guy that actually had it. And I think we were talking back in 24/7. What's his name? Son of the astronauts, Veach. Man, Veach answered it correctly. Everybody was arguing with him in the chat about the government having the latest and hottest techs and all that, like the tech. And he was like, actually, that's incorrect. The most advanced tech is usually discovered in some dude's garage. And that's true. That's the history of it. And then science has to catch up. The university has to go and study how the hell does this thing work? And yeah, rewrite the laws of physics because you thought something to be incorrect. So that's just reality, and that's how history has been. So why would I think? I don't know. Sure, they do. Like, he was visited by the Navy. It's not like he wasn't. So maybe I don't know. And then he wears like dresses later on and stuff. So I don't know, man. What happened to that guy? But yeah, and I don't know if the government has got crazy tech like that. It makes sense that they do, but how come they don't really use it?
Or they keep it kind of concealed, or pretty limited. Well, I mean, what do you think of, like, not to go into the whole reset Tartaria stuff, but do you think Tesla was had information from potentially some kind of civilization that we are kept from? I guess what I was trying to say is, is there some way that there was a civilization that had this technology and Tesla and others were either tapping into it or had some kind of connection to it, and then now we are only given kind of a surface level history, like access to the surface level history, and that there actually is a much deeper way in which the military may have some of these technologies? Do you think they have access to radiant energy, or the electrical pulsing.
No.
You were talking about the telluric Earth energy. Like, do you think they have this they're hiding from us, or like to what? How does it link into? Or is it just something that we could rediscover, or that we could just discover further?
Okay, I'll appeal to the history of like discovery of stuff. Edison and we can use both Edison and Tesla. Somebody's so gifted where stuff works from the first time, versus like Edison, even though he invented like everything that we know of, man, basic switch, insulated wire, bro, you name it. This guy's just nuts because there was none of this stuff existed before him. And so when you look at like Edison as a case study versus the U.S. military combined, he's out inventing everybody, bro, on Earth. Sure, he had a team with him, but his mindset to like for the light bulb. Okay, he did not invent the first electrical light bulb. No, he invented the first commercially feasible electric light. Because everything else before that, like you had the carbon arc lamp, which was just created ridiculous amounts of ultraviolet and it just hissed. It was just insane. Not really feasible for indoor electrical lighting. It's like a welding rod, essentially. Like you're welding the whole time. Like it's crazy. So before the discovery of tungsten, he tried everything on the table of elements, everything that's known to man at the time. Tungsten was not yet. So he did not have access to tungsten, which can glow white hot and still have enough structural rigidity to hold itself together, right? Enough strength. So one day he tried everything. Everything failed. But he's still after it in his mind. One day, dude, okay, staring into the fire. Just like Tesla's story, except with Tesla, he gets these right away. Staring into the fire by looking how carbon naturally wants to become white hot and still strong enough the piece of coal is just somehow holding itself. He had this idea to cook bamboo and use the bamboo filament, like the cooked bamboo as a filament inside the light bulb and evacuate the tube and run the electricity, and boom, bro, that's the first commercially feasible electric light. After he tried everything and he failed. So I think with all the money in the world, without that inspiration, and I think it comes from God, for whatever agenda so mankind can go forward with whatever field it is. But that inspiration out of nowhere, that's the one that seems to unlock everything, from Tesla to Edison to everybody. All these guys, they have this idea that's just, I don't know, and they're just after it. I don't think it's a money issue. I think you need that spark. For me, like a religious person, spark from the divine, I'll say, but be from the ether or whatever, download from the ether of the universe. I look at it the same way.
That's interesting. Yeah, like a spiritual way in which, like, for them to tap into something like that, they can't be at like a that low of a vibration. Like there has to be some kind of inspiration. That's interesting to see it that way. So instead of them having this technology and using it against us, like, do you think that they are not able to tap into it potentially, or maybe they're only able to tap into some parts of it, but that there's like more to discover to where, like we, as it were, like any one of us technically could actually either reinvent it or tap into something that would even transcend what they have. It's kind of interesting to think about that way. Like
that's what I believe.
Yeah, spiritually and energetically, it's like correlated with that.
I think the work from John Keeley, a lot of people think he's a fraud. I'm not sure about his work personally. However, I did learn something that seems to be true. Even if you make a simple object that's not a machine, you can never remove the designer of the machine, the maker of the machine, from his creation. Okay, and he gets into weird stuff, mind-controlled machines and stuff like that, where he can draw a symbol on the wall. People have seen this, but they've checked his lab after he died and all that to see if he had hidden pipes. But they found weird stuff, but they couldn't really figure out what it does. Because, yeah, he would draw a symbol on the wall and the sphere would start rotating in this motor. We call these motors. Later on, he worked on like called it sympathetic vibratory physics, right? And his ideas of morphology matches modern science exactly. You just use different terms for electron, proton, neutron, and quark, and all that. So it's like, oh my god, this guy, he was onto something. So I don't know if I should just dismiss everything else because it gets wild quick. And it's at the time of Tesla, and the guy that was funding Keely sinks in the Titanic, right? That belongs to J.P. Morgan. He's the richest like guy that on a Titanic should not sink. John Jacob Astor. So the story gets fucking funky quick with drama, bro. And the funding gets literally sinks in sinks in the ocean. So we never get to see these motors that were going to compete with Tesla's motors that he later on refined that work with mind energy. Yeah, I guess he figured it out that when you, let's say, when I draw the number 7, or even just tell you about the number 7, because you heard it, you drew it in your mind's eye. And because that symbol, that squiggly, it's not the ink or the symbol on the wall, it's your mind. When you saw that number 7, apparently your mind in this ether, Rupert Sheldrake, morpho, whatever genetic field, something happens where you do actually transmit information based on his work, and he was able to make machines work with that. So when you think, let's say you programmed it to work, when I say number 7 or think of number 7 or draw it, as you draw it, or you think of it, you draw in your mind, you vibrate the same energy out, and the machine starts rotating, and something else to stop it or whatnot. So that's allegedly he built machines like that. And I do want to believe in it. I want to disbelieve it at the same time because, like, my God, if he actually figured something out, that's how do we start? This is crazy. So it's a fantastic story, man. When you go down this scientific rabbit hole of what was going on at the turn of the century, why did John Jacob Astor sink? And was he competing with J.P. Morgan anywheres? Yeah, apparently he was willing to fund Tesla and Keely. Okay, and he just sinks in the Titanic, and we go with the metered reality. Even though the talk at the time, it was very cool stuff on the horizon. Very cool stuff. So
Yeah,
I do want to
yeah, J.P. Morgan was the financier for the Titanic, the White Star Line. So he literally financed the whole ship to be built, and he canceled his trip the day of, I guess, he was supposed to be on that voyage that sunk, but J.P. Morgan himself canceled and had all of his artwork removed and wasn't on the ship. And then John Jacob Astor and Guggenheim and the connection to Tesla, and that is all. It's not a history that I necessarily feel confident that I know all of, at least what's claimed of the details of it all. But every time I hear about it or think about it, it's just like brings fascination of what really was going on and what the direction of the world could have taken at that time, and then how the J.P. Morgan and crew kind of won, I guess, or they kind of took the reins. But then what does that mean for the future? Is the J.P. Morgan crew just going to rule forever, or do they have kind of an expiry date for, their current system they're in? And then would we have a chance to rediscover, if there's going to be a shift in the paradigm? It's just
gotta believe in Tesla.
Yeah.
Well, he said something profound. Yeah. He said, let the future tell the truth, right? He said the present is theirs, but the future, which I truly worked for, is mine. He said, let the future tell the truth. When they started, after the fallout with J.P. Morgan and all that, this is when all these words came out later on in his life. And this guy, the inventor of radio, predicted that in the future, the time that he's not going to see, the communication of the future, radio communication, is going to be done with a device that's carried in a pocket. So you can go look up that quote, and I'm looking at it right now, my cell phone, using radio at whatever 800 megahertz or 900 megahertz. So it's like, dude, this is his invention. He said this is what he thinks is going to happen in the future. I'm using it right now. And he also said that let the future tell the truth. he laid it out, and he believes that somebody's going to rediscover his work in the future, and we shall win. So I do. Why would I not believe in that? If the guy that, like, you know what I mean, like, he predicted this, and here it is. And he said, "Let the future tell the truth." No, he believes his tech gets rediscovered in the future, and the reign of the J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller ends.
Wow.
That is what they fear most. Yeah. Trump's uncle, right? In the raid of Tesla. Tesla's room in Hotel New Yorker. That was Trump's uncle. So
Well, yeah,
I think he was in charge of that.
How's Trump connected to all that and the old Trump card situation? Like, is he the last one of this? Because yeah, his family's connected to some of this lineage too, right?
Yeah, in a weird technological like way, where the whatever test notes or notebooks or devices he had, bro, they confiscated for a long time, and we don't. It's all redacted, all this stuff. So it's like, wow, we don't know. We still don't know. So yeah, it's and Trump, maybe the Trump family's got a hold of that, and maybe that's how they kind of got their way in with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, you know, in the 40s, right at the turn of the century, where like the Germans lose power and all that in America, and the technology, we robbed the technology, the scientists, NASA. It's like, man, the trace of technology is insane. It's all about tech. If you look anywhere else, you're lost. Wars and all that stuff, which I follow, right? I talk about it every day with Essie and stuff like that. Like, this is the land of the lost, and I'm willing to dwell in it and watch cool stuff on the news yet to know what's going on in the world. 100% technology rules, right? If some weird Tesla tech just comes out of nowhere today and just shows up on the battlefield in the hands of some good person, bro, it's over. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of, you know. So I'm saying, man, we use still conventional shit. The government says, yeah, cool, we have great technology and all that, but we just use bullets and bombs and stuff. And from the Tesla stuff, the turn of the century, opens up different doors. J.J. Thomson discovered the electron. Well, if we follow his philosophy, well, yeah, well, perhaps we can turn your car into not a UFO, but something that maneuvers like a UFO, where inertia is just, you're disconnected from that. It's interesting stuff, man. With where electricity takes you when you follow it from the beginning, and there's different ways to look at things. To like turn of the century, discovery of the electron, what this guy thought about it, then fusion, making weird materials, different stuff, and phew, everything goes dark after the 30s. The funding for electrical research is over, besides some retarded fusion something, and that's it. Hot fusion. And we don't know anything else.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, dude, I've been talking for a while. It's too much.
Well, I just mean it's a lot to consider. Yeah, it's just the layers of what you're sharing, and I'm just appreciating listening. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs, so I'm kind of just soaking it in what you're sharing. And
Jerry Veselatos, bro, I got you. He does a way better job. I'm butchering everything, man. I feel bad for the information I'm giving you guys. Jerry Veselatos, Lost Science, great beginning. Like, dude, I forgot when Pumpkin was reading it. His take on viruses, because he was able to perceive them. He's like with his microscope while they're alive, and again, like it wasn't with radio frequency. We just call RF for short, but it's not true. He was using Tesla waves, right? And he was able to tune into the viruses and kill them. And in every cancer sample, he saw, what was it? I think it was a red virus, and the same virus on all samples. He was able to kill it under the microscope because his microscope was not a scanning electron. So you can see a virus while it's alive, which modern science cannot do. So we can only do the CGI of it, what we think is going on. So that's Royal Raymond Rife. He takes the Tesla tech and runs with it under the microscope. Just in the microscope technology division alone, and optical scopes, he just shits on everybody. Oh, there's an optical limit and all the... Not with this guy. He passed it. Sorry, guys. You can't be... Okay. Whatever humans theorize, this guy was like, just forget about it. Cool, his microscope worked. And the footage from his microscope, I forgot what the book is called, but it's in a museum. Again, in some museum, yes, the photos do exist. Because he did publish those. Of the viruses he was looking at. Especially on cancer, which was pretty interesting. And that's why it's quackery, right? That's Rockefeller doesn't want you to look here. This never happened.
For sure, that's a whole nother very interesting component to all that. And I noticed in that book, the Lost Science one, that it mentioned, that kind of how Royal Rife is a component of all that too, or part of that history.
Yeah, for sure. Because the alternative electrical waves, if you want to call them, the Tesla waves, right? We just give Tesla the credit for it. They open up different possibilities. So this guy experimented with it under the microscope and had profound results on viruses of any kind. You can just let me play with the frequencies, sweep across there, and it boom, shreds it. So that part, it's an amazing read. Just kind of going through the discovery with the scientist, sort of as he's discovering it, and Tesla with these waves, how he discovered it and built shields, put a glass shield in front of him, and he still got hit, and he was like, "What is going on? I put a glass shield in front of me. Nothing should hit my face, and nothing hit my face. So what? How did I feel this pressure and pain?" And lead shield, and he still got it. So now, okay, he's like, "What is going on?" He ends up reading the scientific archive, according to what he said, in 6 languages. The scientific archive. That means all the books of science, bro. In 6 languages. So this is insane. To figure out this phenomena that he's just discovered, especially the works of Maxwell. And he saw that Maxwell, nobody wrote anything about it. So he was like, I'm on to something new. I have moved on, he said, beyond alternating currents on radio. I discovered something new. And when Tesla says that, you've read the scientific archive in 6 languages to make sure it's what am I dealing with? Is my apparatus, am I crazy? Let me read more and read everything, and there's nothing in 6 different languages and what you're playing with. So now you're onto something new. You know that you're onto something new.
Yeah, the fact that the medical component with viruses is even a part of this. It's almost like 2 sides of a coin, like everything you're laying out. I mean, not to say that we've gotten to the bottom of all of it, but like the energy, the earth, and like you're saying, the kind of pulsing electrical, and just the whole grid right now, DC and AC, and how that connects to it. So you have the earth component, you have the electrical and energy component, and then the medical as well, potentially, in terms of what Royal Rife was doing compared to what mainstream medicine is. It's almost like a whole package, and it's like the world went in a different direction based on JP Morgan and everything else involved. But then it's like there's this whole other potential, and then like you were saying with Tesla, talking about the future of it. Did he know that there was if there's going to be a changing of the guard, as it were, or the current power structure and how this would all play into it. Makes me think, like, what could we do to test some of this or to rediscover it? Because it seems like there's like a whole other side of the coin, and the other side of the coin, if this was all actualized, seems like it could give birth to like a much happier, healthier, humanity that's not kind of weighed down by this whole like, just the drilling oil and everything else that goes with the whole kind of the oil barons and the media. I mean, it's all interconnected. I think the globe Earth deception that goes along with it, like the globe is false. And even though people in the modern era are convinced that it is true, but it actually is not true. And then we're told that there's all these like limited resources on this globe and the electrical, oil, all of those different components, how that plays into it. And then we're all sitting here like paying property tax and paying for our electricity on the grid and just all, and how the technology like potentially has like limited what we can do, even though they sell it to us like it was like this huge breakthrough. All the the claims of the breakthroughs leading to like the cutting edge of today, but are we actually kind of in a lower vibrational way of utilizing all of this? But then it seems like we'd have to like rediscover all of these components you were saying to really put it all together. And it's like, will that happen, or is it lost to history? It's kind of the question of what we're in right now. And it seems like
takes
global energy grid is sort of dominating, but does that mean it's going to keep dominating?
I believe it takes a component of belief here. Okay, if you're in uncharted territory, right? Tesla rediscovering old work and hopefully, God willing, to go above and beyond and make it useful or whatever. If you don't have the component of belief, why are you even thinking about it? Don't even start. Just walk away. Why are you reading? Wasting your life. Go play video games. And just do, you know what I mean? Like, just go watch TV. So I think that I really believe in the component of belief here, because you're dealing with something that's unknown. And when you read the bro, Edison, he invented everything. There was no insulated wire. He invented the insulated wire, bro. And he'll tell you, bro, like, yeah, sure, you need hard work, but inspiration, that spark, like, you can do all the hard work in the world, you'll never get it. Throw all the money at it, never get it. And one guy, for some reason, let's say God, right? That's why I have to bring in the God spiritual component. You don't want to use God, but I like to, right? God just gives it to that guy. And he just, like, Tesla was so gifted, alternating current. He was like 27. Reciting one of Goethe's poems. It was like talk about how the sun or the earth revolves around the sun, or the sun revolves around whatever. And in his mind, he built this. He solved, because he wanted to build a motor that had no brushes, right? Brushless motor. So he thought of that. That was that moment, chilling on the beach or in the sand. He drew it all, where he conceived an electromagnetic whirlwind, and it worked right away. That's Edison had a harder road until he got to that point where boom, it clicked and it worked. Edison really trial and error. Just okay, boom, let me try everything in existence. Something ought to work, right? But then for certain things, no, it just won't. Go ahead, throw more money. Does not work. But you need that one idea. Just, I don't know, man. You lit a fire just to relax one day, and there it is. You get that spark from the divine, and now you can build your apparatus that works actually. So I really believe in that. So I think, yeah, we can rediscover and we can go above and beyond what they got. Somebody in the garage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, and if there's a
For
spiritual,
sure.
yeah, I love that connection to it. That it's not just like a physical race of like, oh, can we figure this out, like a race to the end, or can they, like a battle of just physical wits, but that there is a spiritual component, and that there's, well, it's like there's a lot of angles to that, like just the like spiritual potency and like your intention behind things as well. So JP Morgan, let's say, if he had a certain intention, well, there was a certain result that he's been able to get, with the money, the wealth, genocide, who knows what else they've done to kind of get this position. But the idea that there's like a spiritual strength or power that's actually much stronger than what they're doing, when, it comes down to like, just to use the word karma, what goes around comes around, and all of those components. Now, it does seem like they've kind of dominated for quite some time, like in terms of, what might have happened with the Titanic and World War I, World War II that came right after the Titanic sinking. I don't think that's a coincidence. Seems like they got the financial system set up and the energy grid, took our gold, or took us off the gold standard and the whole financial component, and how like the money is power right now, sort of like in this age that we're in. But I mean, I'm just kind of
in that dark matter may in fact actually be a problem with our understanding of gravity itself and not some sort of exotic particle or some other effect that we haven't been able to see. So, but yeah, gravitational.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think that is the case. I think we should always be asking ourselves, of course we stand on the shoulders of giants, and I'm not trying to put those giants down by any means. I'm just stating that, people can make mistakes, and it does happen. And with our technology, getting it more advanced and more advanced, it might be possible that we were wrong about some of those things in the past. Especially when it looks like that, the solar system thing works out, but then everything else, 96% doesn't. You know what I mean? That's like a good indicator of what happened here.
Let's find a
Yeah, sorry,
exact
go ahead.
number. I was just going to say, I'm going to find an exact number.
Well, the 96 is going to be is related to the amount of mass in the universe. If you're going to talk about the total budget of the universe, dark matter only accounts for about 24%.
Yeah, Google tells me
24.
It's in the 20s, 27. So
Yeah. So if you look within all matter, then dark matter constitutes about 90 some odd percent. But if you look at the entire energy mass energy budget of the universe, and most of it is 69-70% of it is dark energy.
here's a good question. Just a little deviation. Do you think that space is infinitely discrete? You think you could keep like if you had the means to do so, do you think like you could keep slicing from like a gluon just infinitely if you were able to? You think that would be a possibility?
Yes.
I wouldn't think so. I would say that there will be some limit that you will reach in terms of discrete matter, because there is a limit because energy is quantized. That would lead me to believe that there is a point that is indivisible.
Are you familiar with what John Wheeler thought the solution might be?
No.
He thought that basically matter would be folded space-time, so that when space folds enough, you get these discrete areas of matter, which not proven, but very interesting if things are not infinitely discrete.
When space-time folds or space folds?
I believe he said space-time, but I could double check.
Do you think that's a kind of a reification of sorts, attributing like physical properties to something like space-time?
I think that it's a toss-up if it's possible. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest it's the case. It's just a hypothesis with no evidence.
Yeah, like they have ether physics too, right out there in the world.
Yeah, but that's not what he asked. He asked, is that a reification fallacy? You need to address that. Come on. We know you can be honest. You're smart enough to do this.
I'm thinking.
Just admit it. Just admit it.
What do you want me to admit? I'm looking at what John Wheeler actually said to be accurate.
That the bending of space-time is a reification fallacy.
Hold on, let me get the exact thing that John Wheeler stated. John Wheeler said space-time would create matter.
Like, I believe in the concept of the space-time continuum. Don't get me wrong. I definitely don't wake up in the morning and think all my furniture has been swapped out or something because the space-time continuum is
I'm not
you know,
actually seeing where he said it, so I wonder what book I read it in.
Yeah, but given it physical properties, unsubstantiated.
It is unsubstantiated that space folds in to create matter. I mean, I stated that. But if it's a reification fallacy, no,
It's like
I would
applying
actually, I would say
material. It's
no.
like
I would say no. My
do you
position
know
would
what?
be it is not.
Okay, do you know what a reification fallacy is? Can you explain it?
Yeah, it's when you're treating like something that's truly abstract as like tangible.
Yeah, you're given a concept, physical properties, right?
I don't think space is a concept. I think it physically is an absence that exists.
no, space-time. So you keep on separating it out.
Yeah.
But like the space-time thing, like we all agree that in the space-time continuum, you know, then that concept is necessary for comprehension, for intelligibility. But that's an abstract concept, the space-time continuum. You understand?
I think if you
which
assigned
is a con.
agency to it, it would definitely be reification. But I don't think space-time is. I think it's a mathematical model when you get down to it.
Would
Whether
you
or
say
not that.
agency like giving it abilities?
Do you know what an agent is?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So, like that would be a human being. So someone that is, you know, sentient, sapient, goal-oriented, etc. Like how earlier we
Will
said that.
orientated? You said will orientated?
I guess you could say that. I said goal, but remember how earlier I said evolution has no agency? It's the same concept. Space-time wouldn't have agency. It'd be very strange to implant agency onto that. That would be
I
almost like
agree.
a pandeist, like weird god
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, therefore I agree, and that's why I called it a reification, because you are applying a will to the space-time.
I wouldn't say so. I would just say it's a
It has
process if it
goals.
could happen. No, I don't think that's the case.
So space-time doesn't do anything.
It doesn't have to have a will to. Are you saying, for example, when we have a chemical reaction that just happens independent of agents, are you saying that the chemical reaction has agency? Because that wouldn't be true.
I would say that everything has a purpose and a reason for why it does what it does.
Determinism, but that doesn't necessitate will. It doesn't give like the object agency.
I could agree with that for sure. I think that I hear the object being given agency when you say space-time folds in upon itself, creating matter.
I don't see how that would necessitate agency if it were possible. I'm not even saying it's possible. In fact, I can't even
Yeah,
find
well,
where Wheeler said it.
space-time is not an agent, right?
Absolutely not. It's not an agent, no.
Okay, so what is it doing?
So it was something John Wheeler said in the book, but I can't find when I'm Googling it. I'm sure it's buried somewhere. It was just kind of an idea he had. But the idea basically boiled down to that matter would just be a consequence of space having folded in on itself. That doesn't mean that space is goal oriented and has a will and sentience to do that. It's not agentic.
Well,
It's like
what's
saying
causing it to fold in on itself?
it would just be a reaction in the same way that we have reactions that exist in space at present. For example, like we talked about virtual
Those are
particles
physical.
earlier.
Those are, oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
It would be within the same vein if it existed. But I would really like to find what I'm remembering. I hope I'm not misremembering anything because I thought it was a really cool idea, regardless of whether or not it had any sort of accuracy to it, because it serves as something that is antithetical to space being infinitely discrete, which there aren't too many things other than, you know, there has to be a fundamental limit, which presently is the Planck length and so forth.
Like if you divide by 2 enough times, you'll eventually get to 0.
I am finding I'm finding the concept of mass as folded spacetime on Google through AI, but it's not giving me a reliable source to it.
Let me ask AI. Where did John Wheeler say fold in on itself to create matter? Searching the web. ChatGPT says he did not say that. But he did explore ideas where matter, charge, and particles are emergent from geometry and topology of space-time itself. Maybe I
That's
just
what I. Sorry, go ahead.
maybe
Sounds
I
a lot
just
like
phrased it
ether.
wrong to the bot.
Yeah, so I was. So do you know Hakeem Oluche?
I do not.
Okay, so he's a cosmologist that I had the mixed blessing of being a colleague with, and that is how he described the mass, was that it was emergent from a particular field whose name I cannot remember. Entropic and
Entropic?
might be. It's not entropic. It's definitely en something, but it was something I'd never heard before. But yeah, he'd also described mass and charge as being emergent from an energy field, essentially.
Right. I think I found an article that talks about this, but it's fairly long, so I'm just skimming it. I'll link it. People can digest it at their leisure.
I do
So
find
since you're
something fascinating. We've already established in science what space means. I can't seem to figure out where in science this new definition has come from.
What do you mean?
Well, space is the distance between objects. That's space. So the distance between me and the car that's void of other objects is all space. So I
mean,
exist in it. How am I going to, like, all right, I'm going to go to space, but you already exist within it. So how are you going to go to the place that you're already at? Like, the phrasing is
so if
crazy.
like in a Newtonian sense, right? Like it's just like an infinite Euclidean sort of area, right? In relativity, it's not independent of time. That would be space-time. So it depends what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, reality
Right.
is all I'm just trying to, cope with here.
Right. So it sounds like you're describing a Newtonian version of space, if I'm not mistaken, like an infinite Euclidean arena.
Well,
I think it might be
that's
even
just the
simpler than that.
definition I got. Right?
Oh,
It's the basic one they give us in science. Distance between objects. So it doesn't matter what object it is, anything between me and it that's void of physical objects is also called space.
yes. So we refer to the space around the Earth as outer space. That's just a colloquial definition. It's not a scientific one.
Yeah, well, some of us are autists that had dictionaries, so inner and outer would notate a barrier.
Yeah, it would. I mean, we're talking about the separation, the gradual change from the atmosphere into the vacuum, right?
Right, but that in and out, like I don't have a gas between me and the car, right? And I'm in and out of the car. I have a door there.
You have air
So,
around you.
right, but everything is sharing the
Wait.
same space, though. And just where I'm at located to that space in, say, quadrant style system.
I'm a little confused by the question.
He's having a hard time with like the one to the many. It seems like, like is there just one space or is there two different spaces?
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit of a physics nerd, so like with physics, we have the definition of space, and then there's a whole new definition now. But it seems like this new category is well outside of physics.
When you say new, are you referring to relativity? What do you
But
mean by
yeah,
new?
all the basic what I would call new dogma. Yeah.
I wouldn't call relativity dogma. That's a bit strange.
Okay, what's the foundation that makes it possible?
Foundation that makes relativity possible? I mean, I would be the same foundation that would make teleparallelism possible.
Good word.
That didn't answer my question.
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, what is the foundation that makes facts possible or impossible?
Wait, did we switch from relativity to facts?
Are you putting it forth as a fact?
Relativity, I would say it is, yes.
Okay, therefore, my question.
Okay.
Is it a fact though? Or just the best possible explanation that we have?
Best possible explanation. Because a lot of the results you can get the same thing from teleparallelism. So maybe space twists as torsion. I don't know, but I feel like it's a better explanation than like Newton because, for example, do you think Newton his laws are compatible with Maxwell's equations? Because you're gonna run into some trouble there.
This doesn't answer the question of the foundation of what makes possible and impossible when it comes to facts propositions.
I feel like we're moving.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just gonna say we're moving like away from the physics part of it more into abstract philosophy with that last question.
That's correct. Yes, we are, because we are in an abstract world of space-time being considered and reified into an actual physical substrate that can be bent and twisted and warped. So at this point, we're going to have to get pretty philosophical, right?
Just ask the question you want to ask, which is like, how do we know things, right?
God, I said it. It's God.
Or how about